The LEC was forged by tons of great moments that forever changed the EMEA landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live in the memory of all of our fans, and of course, highlights from the LEC 2023 season.
And I definitely like some of the changes for Origin, some of them. With the Lissandro pick coming in, giving him more early game punch, gets Sivir as well for Sven, so you don't put him on an Ezreal, slow scaling. At least to match some early game power of Kindred. And we are still in that situation where they are looking to scale up a bit because it's so much physical damage once more for G2 and NZ, who runs out of targets late game.
Oh, I like this. So when Origin won the lane swap, they commit to invading deep on the top side and then just taking that lane over with a potential level 3 gank from Amazing if they get called on their bluff. But look at where Emperor and Hybrid are hiding right now. This is what I want to see teams do more. It's risky because it leaves you with less active members on the map, but you just hide your dual lane in the top lane. And unless OG go for the blind reswap bot, G2 find their favorable lane matchups.
It basically means you don't get any wards in the enemy jungle. When they invade in, normally you would just trade wards. And you would see if they went back to their own jungle and moved down to the bottom lane with the Sivir, with the Braum, and you would know, okay, they're on bottom side. You lose out on that. But they're really expecting expecting Origin to go top lane after not spotting anyone, and then Janna Caitlyn awaits.
Yeah, I almost feel like you should drop a random ward in your jungle when you do that. And now Hybrid's gonna check in. This is dangerous though, walking into Mithy.
Oh, now they know.
Oh, Mithy sadly revealed himself here. So Hybrid, good timing here. Another zone. Oh, this is big. I feel like Emperor and Hybrid can drop a little bit of poke here, but they're really respecting the backup that can come in from Amazing at any time. So that's why they really don't want to drop low and just play the lane. Play the wave on wave to zone.
And they should have learned now from last game where Amazing took the red buff, did Raptors, did Crooks, and then went for an early gank on top lane. Now they know he's behind them, and they have to be a little bit more afraid of that or respect it.
That's why they let themselves be pushed in, because in no universe does just Janna Caitlyn want to be pushed in. They want to be the lane that pushes in constantly, but they're afraid of that level 3 Amazing gank. So in essence, Origin have a backup plan if the lanes get called with that Amazing hovering on the top side. Soaz will pay the price for that with less pressure in the bottom lane though.
This is a very interesting mid lane matchup now. Zed does well if we take the first few levels in, but Lissandro will just push and push and push and nothing else. And then you get into that kind of good situation for Lissandro where you can go for an early hourglass, which you like anyway, but it's not ideal when it comes to your damage. Like ideally you want like Abyssal into say Morel Normicon and you're extremely strong, full cooldown reduction, a lot of damage. That will get delayed a lot. Abyssal is not really an option into Zed.
Mythis stepping on these traps on purpose. Early traps here for Emperor, so no 90 caliber net available just yet.
Well, that could be big too, as Amazing has been hanging out towards this top side. If G2 step a little too far forward, they might find themselves with a spider at their backs. Perks, a little bit more damage there, the Thunderlord's proc.
And again, we talk about Lissandro just trying to push a lane.
He's got mid. Oh, yeah, that's a quick flash.
Perks uses his shadow to harass Expected here, who's sidestepping a lot of the abilities. And then Amazing just walks in and kind of punishes that.
And now again, with Lissandro running teleport, when you have these early trades, if you force the potions off the enemy mid laner, it is so much better for you, because you can then push out recall and just quickly return to lane with your first teleport, and he has to then recall and slowly walk back, and he falls even further behind in farm and experience. You're probably not going to see Expected try and kill the Zed 1v1, because Maul will be the first item for Perks, of getting that early MR and shield. But again, it's about Origin playing the 1v1, matching it, and then setting up these team fights, more than trying to one-on-one a Zed. That's not the goal with this conversation from Origin.
Definitely not. Things staying relatively quiet and even compared to the bloodbaths that we've had in games 1 through 3. G2 just want to keep these lanes on a-going. Mithy and Sven have had a little bit of a hard time, but they do manage to have themselves, or pick themselves a farm advantage for the time being. It really does trade back and forth though by minutes.
Actually surprised Emperor is really using his Q at all in this lane. Generally when you see Caitlyn Janna face off against Sivir, the only way you poke Sivir is if you get her spell shield on cooldown and then you poke her again. But the amount of mana you return to her, you kind of get traded on again. So it's generally a better option to just not use any spells on her whatsoever and let her go out of mana. That's why these random cupcakes on the lane are just giving Sven so much free mana overall.
I think we just saw G2's bot lane try and play a lot safer at the start and saying we can just go aggressive after the first back. We get to see Expected keeping back to lane as we mentioned earlier. Perks had a good recall himself, got triple longsword. extra potion. Didn't really lose a whole lot from this.
Nope.
And now it's just about, do you get level 6 first on the Zed, then you can all in, but once there's 6 on Lissandra, you can't really do anything. Or just try and poke her off the tower. And then you always have to respect enemy jungler showing up, because Lissandra stun into a cocoon from Elise, Zed dies.
Perks definitely be well acquainted with that one. Of course, may not slow down the bloodlust he has been exhibiting this whole series on all those assassins. Mithy stepping up forward now.
A little
push
deep,
back.
Mithy.
Emperor, he does take a lot of damage after the Unbreakable is popped, but the Zephyr on him a lot more. And Emperor exhausted. They need one more. And Trick comes out of nowhere, but Mithy with a quick flash away.
Heal used by Sven, flash used by Mithy.
I mean, basic flash from the jungler. Mithy's really good at holding his flash until the absolutely latest moment necessary.
You see the play around mid lane. 6 now for Pekka, he's going in.
It's a bitsy spider, and Perks is going to creep himself away. Peke with the serious farm advantage as well, with a lot of help from Amazing patrolling in that mid lane. Perks has really not had a whole lot to be able to do.
Again, it's just about Lissandra constantly pushing it up and having that threat of an enemy jungler showing up with Lissandra's own CC to get that 1 kill. Emperor right now.
There's the net.
But we have to credit Origin. They've outplayed G2's bot lane here 2v2. In a matchup that they should lose, whittle down poke, whether it's due to Emperor making some mistakes in skill usage, or Mithy just really understanding that he has to walk forward. So often we'll see Mithy walk forward almost like recklessly to get those procs off just for zone. We'll get to back later here.
Gank mid.
Not a gank mid.
Amazing is right back, and there's the Frozen Tomb. Teleport coming in, but it may be too late. Amazing! No, that's going to be Perks going in, but Perks going down for first blood, and Peke staying alive. Kick is too late to the party. Tries to take a swing, but he misses at Amazing.
I'm so happy to see Origin continue trying to gank this mid lane. We hype it up a little bit, how you can shut down the Zed with double CC between Lissandra and the Elise, and they tried again and again and again. No flash from Perks. Great setup here. Peke even managed to clear out the last caster minion that was blocking the cocoon with his Q.
He's very afraid that Amazing would try and like curve the cocoon around the minions, but good patience there. And yeah, the synergy between Peke and Amazing coming back, because this is something we don't usually see when Amazing goes for ganks for Power Revo.
Definitely. Not something we see often, but Amazing likes to camp for Peke instead.
Yeah.
Also,
he knows he'll get a raise.
Of course. Origin always talks about how Peke is very vocal as well in the lane. He will tell you, okay, we can keep ganking this, we can eventually get that stun onto him with my ulti, and then you can follow up. And they're confident in the calls coming from Peke. And very, very good start. And one of the reasons we like this Lissandra being picked blind by Peke, so the Zed becomes a lot riskier to play from Perks.
It's a visible change, and G2 just do not seem up to the same standard so far. It is still very early to tell.
8 minutes in, Tyler.
I'm going to make a bold claim, I know.
A tough man to play.
But this Lissandra has come up absolutely massive so far. It has had a lot of help from Amazing. Perks, however, he's going on a roll.
Right? When you play an Azir into the Zed will try and just shadow out of your Azir ulti. You can't do that against Lissandra.
See the evolving. I'll be thinking Van here now. Trick coming in to look for Sven. That's a quick flash away as the teleport comes in from Soaz. Throws the big barrel, knocks Trick back into this one. Lancer's bite is forced. And now Origin are going to back away. They can't keep fighting this one. Soaz now having to burn his own flash, and Mithy standing behind, or rather standing in front. And Perks is caught out by Peke. Get off my lawn.
Yeah, he was trying to run up the top lane to join the fight. Then suddenly realizing Elise and Lissandra were behind him, and then no way out for Perks. Another flash being used. Died twice already. Why not just gank that mid lane one more time?
Amazing, looking to make more impact here.
Trick's got no mana. Kickus, meanwhile, is free pushing on this bottom side. There's no reaction available.
Yeah, he needs to get something back here, because the top side of the map is being lost. Power Evil, whoever that is, weighs in with some opinion. They did win the draft.
It's good.
Yeah.
He's able to take a back seat for this game and just watch out all in.
All jokes aside, I think it's fantastic that the synergy and kind of the approach OG have had towards the season with Power Wheel and Expect It. See a dive though, so we'll get back to that later.
Yeah, G2, 3 of them caught in the middle, and instantly Trick just getting blown up. They take themselves another as well. Double kill over to Amazing. They grab everything and they get out.
It's just fantastic use of this Lissandra Elise combo. Everything starts in the mid lane. Once you start winning the mid lane, you can roam to other lanes, take your advantage, give it to the bot lane, give it to the top laner. This case is just Perkz being caught up, but again, Zed is not running a global. Lissandra will run the global, so once you've shot him down in lane, use that global to snowball other lanes. It's just a great setup by Origin, pushing in, and it's one of those plays where G2 are probably calling already, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
That's why Trick is already on the tower, but there's no response.
And ironically, that used to be G2 style. They give you a place and they tell you, well, this is exactly what's going to happen. Either you defend this tower and you die doing so, or you give it up to us and we'll take it anyways. And
like right here, it's already called by both teams.
But the mistake is going to happen. Everybody knows how this is going to play out. Maybe one kill can be traded, but just a really good opening. Amazing that gets a turret aggro. This is the only thing you need to guarantee when you're diving and you have an Elise on your team. Let Elise go first. Reset the aggro. That means 3 free shots that you can take. And a very clean dive. And honestly, Amazing and Expecke as a team have been doing well, but it also just, you have to give credit to Sven and Mithy playing, in my opinion, a rough matchup and beating it. Sivir Braum should not be able to go even CS against Janna and Caitlyn, because then the value from those pick is completely undermined.
I'm still looking at this Zed into Lissandra. I think it's Perkz saying he's confident playing the lane and he can outplay Pekka, but it's not just Pekka you're playing against, it's also Amazing.
Yeah, the scores tell a different story, and Perkz has to. Living shadow to relative safety, but look, Amazing's already here yet again. And the CS starts to tell that story too. Kikis is the only one who's really been having a better time with it, but that's because Soaz has been getting involved in the teleporting and moving around the map a little bit more to take out that tower in the bottom side. But that's all G2 have really been able to answer for in this one. 1,000 and some change is the lead for Origin at 11.5 minutes.
And a Caitlyn who loses lane will have
not a good
15 minutes of being completely useless until 2-3 items are completed and you have some impact, but then you need like 4 items to become a big carry.
Yeah, you need somebody to walk in your traps then too.
So you need so much time now as a Caitlyn. Oh, Soaz.
Yeah, he does have the Chrono Breaker, and he uses it. Hybrid and Mithy knocking each other up, but Hybrid does not have the stats to keep alive in this one. He's going to have to burn his flash and his ultimate, but Emperor does find an opening here. Sven, he's very low. In comes Kikis around the backside. Time Winder moves it, lines it up, not even needed with the ace in the hole, and Kikis goes hunting. Reset on the ace, they get Mithy, more damage. Time Winder unbreakable, or is it? He's going to go down. That's a double kill for the top laner of G2.
Honestly, Kikis has been playing very well this game. Dodge with the ulti from Perkz.
Oh, trying to stay alive in this one. Amazing. He's ignited Perkz, and the spider goes up, the spider goes down. Perkz turns around, but Peke puts him in a tomb.
And that's the thing, right? You can't dodge the ulti at first, but where are you going to go? There's no flash if you're Perkz because you used it twice and still got ganked right after. And the 2v2 is great for Origin in the mid lane with Amazing and Pekka. But that was a great response from D2.
It's a 2v1.
Oh, sorry, the 2v1. Yeah, that was unfair. Perkz is alone here.
We've been seeing Trick in all these previous games, especially in the standard lanes, just kind of camp it out for Perkz, but it's just tables have turned in this one. Let's see how this 2v2 though happens up top.
Great play by Hybrid here. Understanding that.
I mean, he almost dies though. Lucky he has dust available.
I just like the fact that he doesn't flash instantly. He actually buys more time for his AD carry, then flashes when he knows his stun is landing. And Kikis, who just had a fight in bot lane.
Yeah, Kikis played this really well. Just small things where he positions his Q and makes sure he takes out the escape path so that he still has flash available. Now chase Mithy. And yeah, Janna lanes are generally just letting your AD carry 1v2 as best as he can and being a nuisance. Hybrid did that well. Perkz here, remarkable effort, but look at Pekka. He's just hovering. He's constantly clicking R, ready on Perkz, just waiting by the ghost, and both of them were very calm and collected in that dive.
Yeah. So much for weak laning phase. He does have a lot of help, but 4-0-2 is a very respectable score on the board. Now Kikis and Soaz want to bop at each other, but Amazing. He's just all over the map this game, and he looks for a hunting trip. Dodging out of the cocoon with the Chrono Break is Kikis, and there is Peke teleporting in the backside. Kikis knows he might be in a spot of trouble right now and keeps trying to stay alive. Barrels are flying. Kikis throws the convergence down, but it might be a little too late as the cocoon catches him, and Amazing claims another.
Dancing around a lot, Kikis. Luckily for him, it didn't give another assist over to Pekka. So went down in the end, and now Lissandra is back towards the mid lane. There's still TP for Soaz. Mithy's roaming down as well to try and stop
Teleport on.
tower from dying.
This is Soaz. He's going to burn this one to come back in. No, he cancels at the last moment.
Bait. He just wanted them off tower.
They moved him off.
Successful roam from Mithy as well, forcing them off. And
false alarm. And now they got a dance off. Good dodge skills. Hybrid rejoins Emperor back up top, throws the shield on him. And they continue this 2v2 that really didn't go how we expected. 20 CS.
Yeah, and if you're wondering where that tier 1 for Origin or for G2 went down, it went down during one of the replays. That's one tower up here. Now they can actually push in that Z even farther. Set up for the rotations. One of those rotations could be a dive on the bottom lane.
And he might have walked himself into a trap. He gets hit up by the body slam. Frozen Tombs on, and he doesn't stand a chance as Soaz claims him. And Trick comes in to try and defend way too late.
Man, G2 has zero respect for Pekka and the way he's roaming around the map. First, the dive on top lane, where he got 3 kills for his team. Kikis then walks bot lane, uses everything to get back into the minion wave, and has no backup ready.
And this is a team that has done this exact strategy so often with double TP lanes and 1-3-1 composition, so they know the play pattern that is push up mid and roam bot and dive. And they just seem to be not respecting the counterplay, or they're just flustered. They did not expect the game to kind of play out the way it did.
Definitely getting surprised on this one. G2 with the blind aggression are getting over and over thoroughly punished here, as 3,000 is the gold lead for Origin, who look to stay alive and force the game at number 5 and see if they can do it. G2 gonna push on the top side. Sven clearing the wave out with the boomerang blade, and Emperor's got to back away. Meanwhile, Dragon started for Origin.
And it's just very, very good use, again, of a winning mid lane matchup. That's why if you play side lane, so much is about your mid lane still. Like if he's having the pressure in mid and he can roam first, you can start pushing up the towers. You know he can join in, you know he can set up tower dives. If your mid laner is behind, on the other hand, he relies on either one crazy teleport play, or just like constantly calling where the enemy mid laner is going, and you have to play really passive.
Much higher impact from Amazing too overall in this game on this release. Whether it's the champion or being back with Expeke and having kind of like 2 voices direct to jungle pathing, regardless of why it happened, he's just been involved in nearly every gank so far, just as Expeke has. There's only been that 1 kill where he did not get the assist. Massive pressure here from
The Herald fight.
Origin.
That's a big glacial fissure. Herald's going to reset back into the pit. 17 minutes are getting close to elapsing here, and Origin are going to turn around and be able to pick this one
Yeah,
up.
but look at G2. They're posturing for a team fight here, which is not what they want to do with the Zed at this point in the game, but kind of stuck.
Problem for G2 is there's no real play to make where Origin won't have a response. Like, blocking all the damage with the ulti there.
Just
You are
getting
amazing.
now. Amazing.
Yep. Didn't go that far into him, but again, that's the problem for G2 is there's no aggressive play to make that OG can't respond to, either by taking a tower on the other side or being ready with a counter gank, because teleports are soon ready.
They're trying, though.
Kick is trying all into tower.
Oh, there's the tomb. He does manage to get most of his health back with the chrono break, and he turns for Peke now, but he does not want to fight that fed Lissandra. Mithy coming down in hot pursuit. He'll back off and Kikis gets away.
And right away, Origin is on top side now, pushing in on this tower. It's a good play from Kikis. Again,
playing well.
He's being very annoying on this Echo, and it's kind of been G2's only way to really get anything. Both look at kills, but also him getting a bot lane tower. The Zed, you can't really move him anywhere, because if you move him top, well, Pekka is going to go up there with an hourglass and say, I'm not going to kill you. We're just going to sit and hit each other, and there's always the threat of my jungler, or me TPing to the other side of the map and taking a team fight.
Yeah, and just installing the Zed blind. We talk about how it's bad in this particular matchup, but if there's one player that you kind of don't want to do that against, looking at the history of League of Legends, it is kind of expected, because he used to be a phenomenal Zed player overall too, so he kind of knows all the weaknesses of the champion too, the early gank timers, because they haven't changed over the years. Back in Season 3, you could shut down a Zed early. Season 4, you could shut down a Zed early. Expected knows this. Amazing's been around for a while, and they gave Perk the textbook answer to an overzealous Zed pick.
Yeah. And if you're Origin now, you split up into 1-3-1 as well. You have TPs ready. Peck in one lane, Source in the opposite. Put Sven on wave clear duty in the mid lane. The joy of every AD carry. Sit there and push. And then you just start basically holding hands as a team, and you move all 3 lanes up at the same time. And if anyone goes for a gank on any of your members, you should be able to respond. Because you have double TP, you have to push in the lane. They're actually letting Kikis right now just push on bottom side, because it's an inhib tower he's going for.
Yeah, they're just looking for a force dive here in the mid lane. Pecky on the flank, left side, looks for Ice Claw come out.
Late movement
but this is going to be the tower started here. Trick trying to zone them off. They've still got a few more mini waves. That tower's already down to half health, and they knock Trick back in and pop him on up. Can they take him out? Yes, they can. Before he can even get the land respite on. That is a quick one for Origin, and the slow-moving Kikis coming up to the top. Trying to get alive, but Peke puts Emperor in the frozen tomb, and he gets an unstoppable kill. Perks around the backside, does not have the damage to snipe out Sven. And Kikis just comes way too late to do a damn thing. 2 kills for Origin. They stay in the middle, they stay on Kikis, and they get him down to half health. They just keep on pushing and chugging away. 20 minutes on the clock, and this is getting pretty big for OG.
Origin just focused on 2 lanes because they were so confident they could just force a dive and go straight in.
Peke pops his Zanya's hourglass. Kikis waits to shut him down. It's Perch who finally picks up the kill. Amazing, chased out by Kikis. Can they get the last shot? No, because Soaz threw his considerable weight in the line of fire.
OG went for the jackpot here, saying we can dive mid. We can just take this big team fight, pick up multiple kills and then take tower. But it did give G2 a chance to respond because they couldn't do anything against the 1-3-1. But in a team fight, while this is a great start from Origin, it gives again G2 a chance. Not a big one, but a chance at least.
Ooh, Emperor kind of 90 caliber's net straight into the corner here to the late path.
Perks nearly got spent on that one. It was real close, but
Yeah, I feel like Emperor should be able to avoid the frozen tomb there though. If you use both flash and 90 caliber, you still get in range of an ice scar. I think you made a mistake here, so just make a good job at finding an opening, but we're seeing some mistakes creeping to the play of G2 here.
I just don't think you had to all in mid here. Again, I think you could just play with double TP on side lanes. But again, G2 or Origin felt like they could go for that one play. They could dive in and get the kill.
ready, right back to the action.
They got 2 kills at first, so it looked fine. They're still back with his mid tower because it's so low now.
Yeah, Perks is also quite low. He can't really stick around and keep the fight going. A lot of damage being dealt and a lot of minions being slain. Back and forth, Hurricane procs and everything just keep on flying. Sven trying to clear away Caitlyn traps, but they get placed down just as quickly here. Slow war of attrition, or maybe not so slow. We're just only 21 minutes into this one, and Kikis just keeps trying to chase them down, but keeps getting pushed back and stunned up.
G2 has to make sure they don't get baited by this tower here. Because it is very low, and it's just a few hits from Origin and dies, and then a full-on team fight with no tower. So I like also Origin, playing a bit safer, pushing in on top side, using the teleport. And they know, again, if someone steps away from this mid tower, Swim will take it down.
I mean, I wonder if there's any value in Perks just trading his ulti for Expected at this point. In terms of team fight
I think
impact.
Take was just hourglass.
Yep, and there was the ulti.
Worst case for Peke, if he's the man engaging and locking down Emperor, he just hourglasses himself.
Remember, that's the tower, and they managed to get a knock-up onto Hybrid now, so they will get away. They didn't want to chase the kills after the fact, but Trick does indeed want to do that himself, and now Perks just comes out of the woodwork. They start chasing him down, but the barrel disengage will mean they have to back off of that one. Peke still pushing the waves and relentlessly up to the top side. Origin just keeping this slow burn.
I think slowing down here though, because Origin is neglecting kind of the setup in this place. Playing a 4-1, not really a 1-3-1. Going for an early cash out instead of just playing the long con. Putting pressure in all 3 lanes at once. It is a little risky when you play against some heavy assassins that you can get lost in those rotations and kind of get caught off guard. But it's still the preferred play. I mean, you're playing with 2 teleports versus 1. Why not lean on that? You know, why not leverage that to your advantage? It is understandable. Teams feel more comfortable in making the map small, especially when they have a lead, because they feel they can just rely on doing the same proper play with a lead. It kind of makes it okay again.
And again, just Origin saying, we can dive mid here. If they try and defend, we dive, we take the team fight. Ideally, we get 2 kills, so 3 kills, we take tower then.
Yeah.
And we suddenly got everything.
I mean, Keegan's becoming a menace, though. He gets like a QSS at one point. He can really dive into the enemy backline, because look, if you look at Origin, if Keegan is jumping on Sven, he's gonna just be tanking a lot of the peel that is magic damage. If Sven has to run for his life, he can't really return that much damage. Maybe just wreak havoc, you know, stack MR. Just be a nuisance.
Oh, I think Trick
Accidentally.
managed to take away.
I think it's almost better on Trick at this point.
We're seeing mistakes out of both sides here, and this has been a little bit of a wonky game as a result of it. Origin are hanging on for dear life. They cannot afford to lose this game, or the Spring Split title's gone.
I mean, I think we've seen a game where a lot of the plays actually were the correct play, especially in the early game when it came to ganking the mid lane a lot and then setting up the dives top with your Origin. So they had some very good plays. It was just obviously just the last few minutes where everything has slowed down a little bit because it didn't invest into the 1-3-1 and opted in for that fight. But at the same time, that fight was so close to just being 2 kills for Origin and a tower, and it would have been great.
over.
And then it would have been basically game over. So can't really fault them for the decision they made.
I don't think any of these teams is making, aside from maybe the deadlock in pick and ban, any crazy mistake when it comes to the rationale behind their plays. It's just the difference between, you know, one extra skill shot landing or not can be another 5 minutes in the game or just straight game over.
Balancing on a knife's edge here. Day 25, this one, the tides have started to turn. And so as backs away.
I just love that music. When everything is serious and you're playing for like a championship title, Global Gragas, we'll play your song.
As G2 keep pressure on this top side. Origin keep trying to get the vision around the Baron as well. And teams, I have a feeling they're going to start playing a little bit more towards him. But it is going to be no early starts this game. That should be a bit of a difference, unless G2 just find a huge opening that Origin have not been leaving.
I mean, step one for Origin is always push the 2 lanes around Baron and then get into the enemy jungle and actually place up some of these deep wards we always see. And then you have the river control by just leaving 2 or 3 pings. As we can see, one at Baron, one in the bush right next to the mid lane where Sven is right now.
And then the anti-TP pink, they've placed there too.
And you just wait out these blue trinkets, and at some point G2 will have to move in and try and place a ward over the Baron, and then double TP in behind with Gragas and Sandra, and a team fight is on. So this trade 1v1 doesn't really matter anything, it's just Source pushing up the wave, and you want to try and stop Kikis from clearing it out. And then, again, you just get these deep wards in around the enemy red buff, you wait for him to invade in to stop that potential Baron, and then you get your team fight against the Zed.
Adaptation from Origin though.
I like
going
this.
for rotation in the bot lane.
Yep.
Wanted to shut down the one teleport that G2 have.
I really like this from Origin because you know that Zed cannot join. As long as Zed cannot kill Lissandra, this is good for Origin.
It's not happening right now. Peke just realized he can take it. He's going to turn for perks, and that pops the Maw Malmortius. Peke, though, does take a heaping helping of damage on the back mid. Meanwhile, Trick takes out Mithy. G2 down in the bottom side. Get a double kill for the Kindred.
Man, so the idea was actually smart from Origin. Peke tried to even back away top, saying, okay guys, go all in bot lane, I will TP down and we have a 4v5. But the calling then from G2 is, okay, they're gonna make this TP play. Perks, you have to all in Delisandra. You have to just all in so she cannot TP away. So he follows, takes the all in, keeps Peke in lane, and then the rest of Origin was expecting the Lissandra to join. Suddenly, it's a 4v4 and G2 catches them out. So really smart shot calling, honestly, from both teams.
All right, but what can they do with this right now? Mithy's already going to be back up. We'll take a look at how this happens.
Like at this point, they're like, oh, we're just gonna chase for 1 kill and then we always have TP.
I mean, look, no, amazing right now.
Oh, he's just staying on blue.
That this play is free. So in Origin's mind, they're making a rotation that G2 can't defend. And they thought that Kikis was just buying time, but they did not expect, I think, all these members to walk through the lane outside of vision, because we had some really decent, like, deep vision from Origin, but they did not have the lane warded. So while Amazing was doing blue buffs, we got completely caught by surprise.
And that was the thing, right? Origin did not expect G2 to all in for a fight, because then TP would happen from Lissandra and the fight would be over. So they're like, okay, it's only one guy buying time, we're not gonna go down there.
Yeah.
But obviously G2 is making the whole, like, keep Lissandra busy with fighting, top perks, take the 4v4.
And they're closing the gold gap, or keeping it the same distance while the average gold in the game increases. So the relative impact of a 3k gold lead, 2k gold lead goes down. Right now, it doesn't really mean that much. We have to look, obviously, at compositions. But
Peke is strong, 3 items now. Again, get these deep wards from Origin. Set up that double TP play in the jungle when G2 is coming in to try and ward off the Baron.
and any action, hang on, G2.
Yeah, in comes the Braum. Mithy trying to defend all this one, but G2 have pulled the trigger, and once again, they do not release. Origin on the retreat path, but Mithy takes the death mark proc, has to burn his flash. He will stay alive for now. Perks in the front line, taking a little bit low, but Kick is trying to cut them off from the backside. Peke, he is just caught. Puts the tomb on himself for the moment, but the Monsoon will keep G2 healthy for just a few more seconds, and Peke is slain as the rest of the team amstrates.
Yeah, Soas just arrived into that fight because he was stuck in the bottom lane with no teleport. So he walked over, I feel, unless he teleported into a bad ward.
No, he canceled the teleport.
Okay, because he was stuck in the bottom lane.
Right, exactly, and the fight had already moved away from where he was TPing too, so he cancels it, walks all the way up, and then Peke, in the end, buys time, but obviously no follow-up.
They flash right on forward, though. Amazing. He's going to go right into the Baron pit to just try and get away
Yeah,
from
it's
it.
the second time we've seen Trick go for an aggressive flash that didn't really pan out, but he also started that engage by being super aggressive. Perks then uses ultimate on Mithy, basically using Mithy as a vessel to get deeper into the team fight, buying time, and Kikis came in with the winning flank. For me, Kikis has been the reason that G2 isn't dead in the water yet in this game. He's been fantastic at stalling the game, whether it's through split push or some duels. Let's see what happens here. TP.
The rest of the team has already ran away here because Sven is so low, so the call from Origin is to disengage, cancel teleport, and then it's just a chase where in the end Pekka has no flash to get over the wall. Will end up just trying to buy time, really. See swords at your minimap now, just around mid tower.
We can see the value from this Lissandra about how much time she can buy in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, not for that, it might have been a lot worse for Origin on that one. G2, they hesitated, but now they once again turn their attention there inside.
They built themselves the wall.
Wall of Caitlyn traps. Let's see if it buys them enough to make their team fights great again. 2,500, 1,800, 1,700. This is going to be a spike fight. Who's it going to go to? It's picked up on the Caitlyn. Emperor grabs it. We've seen that one happen before, but on this side, it's a bit different. Now G2 need to beat the retreat. Can they get away? They've lost the trick, but do they lose this fight? Kick is slowed down. Can he get back to base? He's going to dash away, but stunned up by the Braum. Turns back in. 2 members down, but G2 secure Baron.
Such an insane Baron play by G2 with everyone alive from Origin. Against Alessandra as well in that Baron pit.
That was like a 2080 positive outcome. Because even when they get to Baron, they still end up losing because they're 3 against 5 right now on the side of G2. Getting more cupcakes coming out, but very well be 1 tower going down here.
You eat some very weird cupcakes, Prepper.
Some Z zoning. This is a little bit strange for sure. Inhibitor tower is going to get fired down. It took them a little while to do it. They just kept getting harassed by the Janna, the Zed, but they do manage to get that tower and get out.
It's the only way to lose weight, man. Cupcakes that bite your tongue. You only eat them once. Suddenly those delicious cupcakes are omitted from your diet.
That's definitely one way to do it.
I'm sad we missed the start to the Baron play because of the replay we had before.
We can see it, yeah.
Yeah, but even the setup where G2 felt like they could go for it because all of Origin is around now. And like, it is so lucky that Emperor gets it with an auto attack. In the end.
Calculated.
They still lose 2, lose mid tower as well.
Yeah. They do get the dragon though, as you can see on the bottom of your screen. G2 still managing to nab objectives here and there. They just are not able to straight up 5v5 fight out this Origin squad who are hell-bent on staying alive here.
And late game, like for G2, it's so much about Emperor on this Caitlyn. What can he do? And of course, Kick is sitting in the back line. Perks right now is just trying to draw attention. Really, in these fights, he's...
I mean, right now.
Always.
Oh, yeah.
Always.
Perks has been very slowly creeping and crawling back into this one. 2-3-0. I mean, he had such a rough laning phase. He's still able to get a little bit done, picking up a few spare kills. This is going to be maybe not a tower yet. Peke's still threatening, but look at Perks around the side, just trying to be a deadly force. Going to get stopped up for just a second by Soaz. This tower just keeps taking heavy fire. But Trick, he had the tomb on him. He's managing to put the Lamster's fight out. This will be enough for the heal. The Janna Monsoon as well. It's like they can just reset these fights again.
They're still very low. Pirate Trick is almost down at this point. Had an early QSS. Called early with 32 minutes and had a QSS. Used it and popped his own ulti, but they're still pushing.
They got teleport in from Kikis. Now Peke is going to have to glacial path his way away as Mithy stepped in front to block the ace in the hole. This might be an inhibitor tower. Trick on the bottom side. G2 are pressuring this.
Kikis just ulti back though. He walked in to try and zone OG off the tower and just allow the Caitlyn to start hitting this turret. Instead, everything seems to reset. G2 gets another tower and it is so even in gold.
Yeah, and that value from the Frozen Tomb obviously is going a little bit downwards in the later stages of the fight when it comes to bursting down single targets. So it's at this point of the game that the Peke will be exclusively self-casting in. Pretty much go in, self-cast, get out, W Zonias, buy time, while they try to tear to the front line. But with Janna to reset these fights, or Kikis' ultimate to get back out of the fights, OG can't really focus down a frontliner that easily.
And we talked earlier about how Origin wanted to buy enough time to make the Zed useless in fights. Well, obviously, if we go even later, then the Caitlyn becomes extremely strong. Kindred as well will be able to save together with the Janna, keep Emperor alive in these fights, unless Source can get a beautiful ulti to knock him out of it, single out that one guy. Has the QSS as well for that flash body slam that will happen.
Yeah, he's not the only one. I mean, 3 QSSs on the side of G2. They're really respecting the hell out of it now if it didn't kill him before.
Yeah, 3 Mercs, 3 QSSs, a Mikael's being built. So this Cocoon, the Soundware combination, definitely losing some value later in the game.
Yeah.
But it's done its job. Like if you look at the early
game should have been over by now. Yeah, goes down beautifully.
Origin has not really been able to commit to 1-3-1, and whenever they did, it was either a little bit too late, or G2 had an answer ready, which surprised Origin clearly. If you look at that bot lane fight that happened.
Yep.
And at this point, you need to really watch out in team fights for some of the backline members from Origin looking too high on their screen and kind of walking on a trap by accident, because that gives Emperor access to just a free headshot on maximum range, which is incredibly big overall. And if that crits, it can change the tide of the entire fight, because then it can be an opening for Perkz to shadow in and finish somebody else.
He's gonna try it. He already went ahead and popped the ghost play, but Kickus on the top side looking to chase down Peke. He's dealing a whole lot of damage. He cut him off. That's a teleport. Can he get him down in time? It doesn't look like it. No, but Peke, safe under inner tower, has to back now.
And that's a TP down, so suddenly the flank is not as scary from Origin. So us also TP'd in.
There's no TPs left. For a little while anyways.
And what looked like a guaranteed game 5
Not so
is
sure.
slowly turning around to maybe getting closer to championship point for G2 Esports.
Definitely shown incredible tenacity. Their first split in the EU LCS. This is some incredible play to come back right into this one after a very bloody and rough start.
And now Kigis will have teleport before the two guys on the side of Origin, so he can go bot lane, push it out, start setting up for Baron if you are G2. Try and bait Origin into a bad fight where they don't have full vision of what is going on, and just protect this Caitlyn here as much as possible. Perkz is not going to dive for Lissandra. He can't really dive straight onto Sven. He can deal damage to him, but he won't be able to kill him. Might do that just to again buy time. Just get Sven out of the fight, because he's the consistent DPS on the side of Origin. Pekka will go in, ulti himself, then outlast himself, so he needs the AD carry next to him, dealing damage while he's buying time. If Perkz is able to sacrifice himself just to stop Sven from doing it, it's a win for G2.
Might indeed be, but it would be the longest. We've already passed 36 minutes. It's the longest game of this series. We know G2 would like to play it fast and loose, and it might be once again inner tower going a little bit low, so I was trying to flank around the side, but Kickus has his number. And the rest of Origin are going to be able to clear out the wave, though, so no harm done here. Emperor steps forward. He's caught on a cocoon, but there is a quick QSS. Burns the flash and the net. Everything to get away from this one. Origin
overstepping here.
They might just push for it, looking for Kickus. He's racing out of the jungle, though.
Flash being down is huge for Origin here. You can body slam Flash now as Soas straight onto Emperor, knock him into your own team, and then suddenly he's down.
Change the entire approach to the team fight, really, because that
Such a big mistake, because Baron are alive now. The whole setup for G2 was push up top, set up Baron vision, and be ready to fight around it. Now Sony Origin have the Baron control despite having no teleports.
Emperor can still play aggressively, though, if Hybrid just hovers right next to him and resets the Gragas if he goes for that play here. Immediate start on the Baron, though, for Origin.
Now let's see if G2 can do anything about this one. Teleport has started to channel on the bottom side. We might be in for another smite fight. In goes Perkz. Trick is taken. Trick is a god. I cannot believe it. And now Origin are just going to fall back and forth. Emperor slain by Peke, however, so the fight may not be said and done. Amazing Will gets splatted on the back of that one, but so has double team on. Not before Perkz is able to come up with another pickup onto Sven. A 3-for-3 Baron to G2. Excuse me, 3-for-2. I got ahead of myself.
A lot of people jumping around left, right, and center. Baron's dying, and Trick, another hero steal, keeping G2 Esports in the game. Kickus was trapped in that Baron pit. 3 members from Origin had a quick glimpse at it. It's like, you know what? I think we're done here.
Yeah, Kickus now just trying to zone out at Soaz. I can't believe this is just happening the way it is. G2 pick up a gold lead here. Still chasing down Peke, who has summoners back, but he burns. No flash.
That was very close.
Yeah, very, very. And meanwhile, Perkz is on the top side, just punishing this tower.
Kigis just buying time by chasing, stopping Pekka from ever recalling. Perkz has to run back now as well. But another situation where G2 are making a mistake, which then means Origin suddenly has a chance to actually take Baron and get more kills. But then they manage to get the Baron in another 50-50.
Yeah, Trick here really buying so much time for his team, and Origin is cornered in the top left part of the pitch, which gives a lot of access to a lead, and Hybrid kind of splits the fight up, gets the exhaust of his Sven. He's just buying time here. Look at how close it becomes for Trick here at the right end of the fight between Expected. One more hit, and he can get Expected down, but a good zone has kind of prevented that. It also shows you just how much damage Kiki does when he's left untouched.
Talk about beating the odds. Meanwhile, the gold has slowly slipped to the red side. G2 now pushing on this dragon. Will be their number 2. It will be a very long game if we end up seeing 5 dragons in this one, but it has been so back and forth, and finally Peter Totter swinging G2's way.
Still helps late game getting that burn on the towers. Now TP coming in from Origin.
And that is a fast Soaz around the side. Peke, though, he gets the Zanyas on and will deny the death mark. No! He just misfired it! And that is going to change everything! Now G2 on the chase with the Baron-empowered minions. Mythy, Sven, amazing. Soaz running as fast as they can. Back into base. There's still half a minute on Baron.
I can't believe Peke just died.
All right, Demon.
We just died.
It's gonna be a tower. I wasn't wrong, Mike. That's all good. I was playing.
That's gonna be inhibitor turret. That's gonna be inhibitor. That's definitely gonna be Mythy. Perks is dominating after an atrocious laning phase. He's 6-3. This is absolute insanity.
Yeah, that's half a second mistake that may cost them the game. Shadow Park is 3 seconds. Zony has 2.5.
The Monsoon
Peke with the rookie mistake here. Origin under pressure.
Such a tense moment here. Origin trying to hang firm. Deathmark already back up. They turn their attention to Sven. Perks going way too low. Oh, Perks! He's gonna grab another kill. It's amazing. And Soad, that's the last Vex's turret. That's gonna be it. We have a new king in Europe after all. 2015, they proved they were LCS material. 2016, they're top of the charts.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
That was such a great game.
It was amazing. I can't wait to see what happens in
Right?
Picks and Bands in the next one.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
What's up, guys? Guys, I was saving that for later. I called dibs.
Blinded by blessings, but I know that no go back. Never gonna know, but I guess that we were gold dust. Whoa. And she said, remember when we're done. Life goes on, and I love the moonlight, the sunshine, your sweet, sweet goodbye. Sunshine, your sweet, sweet goodbye. Yeah, I love the moonlight underneath the sad sky. I'm on a high, sweet, sweet goodbye. I love it. It's alright. Sky.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Awaken. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain.
going. The crowd also keeps on going. I love it. I don't think they heard a word of what we said yet, which is awesome. That means they're fired up. My name is Shox, and I'm joined here by Ender, by Goldberg, and by Trevor.
What you don't realize is G2 walked out the second the show started, so that's what all that was. No.
What I love is both G2 and Mad Lions getting ready for the final, starting to warm up, starting to get themselves in the mood. So it's quite nice to actually do the show open with the players behind us.
That's true. I thought it was for us, but it was for the teams, which is the way it should be, really. But yeah, we are at the day of the finals, which is crazy. It went so fast, and there were so many changes coming into this year, a very unique year for the LEC. 3 splits, 3 split champions, and then 1 2023 season champion in a brand new format. Quick shot. We're still here, but everything around us keeps changing.
I mean, it's crazy because we've seen so many different formats. I remember the 2 groups best of 3s. I remember the best of 2s. The everyone loves ties. You know, the legacy memes.
Got a bad rap.
It got a bad rap. It was definitely more frustrating than it should have been, but it's just a lot of fun memories, and it's just an exciting time to be here in LEC.
Definitely so. You're walking back in the past a little bit, and I wanted to ask you about your favorite moments. Is that part of it?
You're setting me up for this one because I have 2 favorite moments. The first one is crying on camera for the first time.
I love that too.
We had an anniversary celebrating 10 years of the LEC, and I didn't watch the video before we were live on air. Just reliving the old Ugly Rift, reliving some of the most incredible games, reliving the moments that we've had here in Europe, and just for me personally, just being alongside with you, Ifya, like it's special. We've got all these young children next to us, bringing up the next generation of fans. But we've been there from the start, and it's just been such a wild ride.
And it's part of the fun that we have. More people alongside us, new people who bring new flavors, new tastes, new content.
And you know what?
We love
Since
you.
they're the new kids, I'll let you go next because I have to pick one of my favorite games from the year. Vitality versus XL from the regular season. First of all, XL don't advance to groups. Vitality made it groups. Vitality did not make playoffs. But that game was bonkers. 53 minutes, multiple Elder Dragons, steals. Like, it was just one of these welcome to the chaos, welcome to the madness moments, and it was just super entertaining.
Yeah. And a bit sad, of course, for XL and Vitality.
That is very true.
Couldn't make it to playoffs again. It's crazy. Goldberg, what about you?
Oh, I've been all about the 2v2 action. We've seen this split. I've really loved the fact that we've got new faces, old faces coming back, showing that 2v2 action in the bot lane already from the first minute mark. And for me specifically, it had to be the BDS bot lane going up against the G2 bot lane. Not only was it an insane mechanical outplay, what made it even better was the fact that it was narrated by Jankos himself.
And Summer uses the heal.
It is a 2v2 kill.
Forward, it's a 2v2. It's not going to be enough. Is it? Who's going to die? It's Summer. It's going to die. Nicky doesn't have any mana. Will they flash away? They're going to go in. Oh, it's a 2v2 kill.
Mickey has no flash. Mickey is gonna get stunned here. And Lucian dashing in. Lucian doing his comment. Lucian gets another kill. 3 kills for Lucian.
I think you've got a future in casting. Yeah, this is fantastic. Honestly, I think both Mark and I could leave and you could solo cast the rest of this game.
Basically like a co-stream at that point.
It's good.
So Kedra said Jankos has a future in casting. Do you think if we were to ask Jankos if he wanted to cast, it would count as poaching? We'll have to check with the producer.
Yeah, we have to be very careful about that.
Jankos, call me.
I gotta say that if Jankos is coming for your job, Team BDS, they're my favorites for coming for my job. They're doing all the fun, wacky intros, arriving to the studio. My personal favorite, bringing in the Mad Lion, of course, trying to resuscitate it on the way in, but they came in with the swagger. Had a lot of fun throughout the season. We're sort of like the breakout team trying to really build their brand.
Yeah, and I love that as an example because I think my favorite thing has been that because of the new format as well and kind of the breakneck speed at which it operates, you have to evolve so fast. You have to win the fans over, which they did. Plus, they did super well in the league. Same for the likes of SK as well. And that has been my favorite development because for so long, you would never see movement in those teams that are at the bottom of the table. And now they're moving upwards. Okay, some are choking, but...
Can I get Berlin's attention just to put a round of applause for Astralis, for BDS, for SK, because they have pop-off performances. Unfortunately, they don't make it this far, but it's great to see them growing.
And shout out to Finn for showing up, doing all the content with us. Baron Pit, Between Two Iverns, absolute champion. Loved it.
And not so much shout out to Finn from my side, but yeah, go on.
You wanted to do that.
Yeah, I really love that. That's my favorite thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, before we get into tonight's matchup between G2 and the Mad Lions, let's get a reminder of what's at stake with Medic.
Thank you very much, Shox. It's the dawn of the final day of the LEC Winter Split, and if, like most of us, you've only half paid attention to the YouTube explainers where Quickshot narrates just how important every single game is, every single day is, every single CS is, well, I have some great news for you. I'm going to explain it all again. Starting off with what the winner of today gets. Firstly, they win Winter 2023. Woohoo! First ever LEC Winter Champions in the bag. Secondly, they gain Europe's second seed to MSI. Also, massive poggers. Thirdly, they are at least 6th seed in the season finals that conclude our EMEA League of Legends action at the end of the year, and qualify teams to Worlds. If you don't make season finals, you don't make Worlds. So how do you qualify for the season finals? Well, 6 teams from the 10 we have here in the LEC will make it in. First off, the winner of each split will qualify, so that's our first 3. After that, the next 3 will qualify via championship points. Those mysterious, mystical, mythological marks awarded to teams based on how they place each split. If one team wins more than one split though, the next teams in succession in terms of championship points will be seeded into the season finals. So where do we stand at the moment? Well, the winner today will lock that season final spot. The rest of the teams will be fighting for the next 2 split titles and, of course, for championship points. Both winter and spring carry the same in terms of points, whereas summer, you get a few more points as form near the end of the year is a little bit more important. So here's the list of the current points from winter. A team like SK have taken a great step, already picking up 60 points from spring. However, teams like Fnatic and XL, who are sitting at the bottom of the table, have a lot of catching up to do. For today, though, we can forget about all of that. All that matters is winning, becoming the first ever LEC Winter Split winner and claiming a berth at MSI in London in May. Back to you, Shox.
Thank you so much. Indeed, thank you for reminding us a berth at MSI. 2 teams from Europe will be going, of course, the Winter Champion and the Spring Champion. But it would be nice to bookend that so early in your season, right, Broxa?
Yeah, definitely. As a player, especially, you know, on one of these teams coming in with so strong rosters, the only thing you're really playing for at this point in your career is to go to MSI, go to Worlds and show up internationally.
And to be the very first Winter Champion. Come on.
That as well, that's a nice bonus.
That as well, that works. So in 2023, we also made some changes to our award system. You can read all about it on lolesports.com. And for each split, teams on air, talent, media, and broadcast partners will be voting on our LEC All-Pro team. So we went to Discord to see what our fans think should be the All-Pro team after 6 weeks of action. We haven't seen it yet, so I'm quite curious.
Well.
Oh, here we go. Chasey, Yike, Caps, Exakick, Mickey. I mean,
okay, well,
solid.
First of all, I can see why an argument can be made for pretty much all of them.
Yeah.
I will say Chasey's been popping up lately, but regular season-wise as well, I think Photon really could be up there as well as the one you put in there.
The vote was today. This is recency bias.
Yeah, I completely agree.
He was insane yesterday.
Yeah, well, obviously, you know, if you look at the regular season, Photon was on a whole other level. But I also like that even though SK didn't make it very far, Exakick is still in there because, you know, a lot of people would probably be voting for Hansama otherwise, who's been so dominant with Mickey. So at least it's not all G2, and we're still giving a bit of love to some of the other key players.
It's usually not good. When was it? Was it last year that the Mad Lions, Niski got the MVP? They dominated
4 out of 5
exactly.
4 out of 5 All-Pro. You might say you really don't want that because it's a bad omen.
Almost must be. They might just be jinxing it themselves if you start putting all the fans in there already. I think Niski as well could have been put in there again just from his performance so far because he's elevated himself so much. But obviously, Caps as well, such a selfless mid laner to have in your team, so a great reason to have him in that role as well.
And also worth pointing out that, you know, you mentioned Niski. I think for jungle, the only other alternative would be Elyoya. So, you know, the top 1-2 mid-jungle duos are going to go up against each other here. Now, I guess Mad Lions get a chance to prove to the fans that, you know, it should have been them all along.
It should have been them. Thank you, Discord, for voting. And to get everyone fired up for today's Winter Split final, here's Ender to set the stage.
There are 3 things I hate most in this world. Weak narratives, soft-hitting analysis, and players being nice to each other. That's right, it's time to raise the stakes, turn the heat up. It's Grudge Match! G2 for the Mad Lions are going to be kicking things off in just a second. Let's put our eyes on the top lane, Chasey versus Broken Blade. And I'll have you know, Broken Blade was mauling yesterday, watching Chasey lock in the Aurelia and absolutely stomp that Gnar. And you know what? Chasey is going to be bringing the hammer down on Broken Blade so hard, Broken Blade's gonna have to change careers. Anyone know if G2 have an Overwatch team? I don't know. Let's move on to the jungle, though, because that's where things get real interesting. Elyoya, former rookie of the split, looking at the new hot stuff in the jungle. He is pissed. And you know what I heard Yike say in the interview I just made up? He said Elyoya sucks. Sounds like a grudge. Let's go down to the mid lane. A matchup so ancient here in the LEC. Caps versus Niski. These guys, I'll have you know, been scrimming all season. And last night, Niski leaked scrims. That's right, he said Caps has been playing Gragas in the mid lane. You know what that means? It's a Gragas match in the mid. We've also got Caps' dad in the studio, Niski mom in the studio, which is the biggest grudge yet, because they both care about their children very, very much. Down to the bot lane. Let's go ahead on down there. Hansama reverse swept Carzzy the last time they met in the finals. This guy is furious. He's going to be coming out, and he's going to look to bam, 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 all over Hansama today, but he can't do that without the help of his support. Down in the bot lane, the biggest grudge of them all, Mickey X and Hylissang versus you. You were all shit-talking them last year. What's that about? Mickey X, you said he looked like he had a broken wrist. Well, this year, he's got a broken back carrying the rest of G2. And Hylissang, oh, Hylissang, Hyliant, he got called out for coin flipping every play last year. Well, you know what he's doing now? He's coin flipping everybody off. This man is a machine. It's Grudge 2 versus the Mad Lions. And it doesn't get any more personal than that.
For G2 versus Mad any better? Also, I think there was a little error because it was Carzzy who reverse swept Hans.
Right.
So Hans should be very mad. Doesn't matter, grudge mad.
They're both mad at each other, grudge, yeah.
They're mad at each other. But let's get down to business in terms of the matchup and talk about the big stories of these teams. G2 versus Mad. They have played each other in best of fives 5 times, and Mad lead in the best of fives 3-2. But the caveat,
yeah,
it wasn't a final.
That's the thing. The most interesting part about this is probably back in 2020 spring in that upper bracket where G2 got beaten for the first time in that best of 5, and it was against Mad Lions. Then they both dropped down to the lower brackets, and that's actually where G2 made that lower bracket run and ended up winning the entire thing. Now, this is a bit opposite this time around because G2's already in the finals. Mad Lions has been the team that's making the lower bracket run, and who knows what history is going to be like this time around.
Yeah, and Mad Lions have been fighting for a while now to get back to form, to be in the finals, and to get ready to show the world that they are, you know, not to be taken lightly. And I think the roster they've built here is really impressive. Really solid roster building from both teams, really. Both bringing in a mix of newer and older players, and you know they gel so well. So it's really exciting to see what's going to come out on top today.
It is. Mad Lions is the only LEC team with a positive win rate in best of fives versus G2 Esports. And what I think is so cool about these two teams being in the finals is that you have a G2 who withstood everything throughout the years, made the changes that needed to be made, but stay on top. They're never not at the top. Then you have the Mad Lions who came into a system where G2 and Fnatic were winning everything. And we know how hard that is. You have success, you have fan support, young players want to play for your org, but it was Koi and it was Mad who were able to rise above.
Yeah, and just look back like 6-7 years ago when I joined the league. Fnatic, that was the team, the org you wanted to be part of because they had won everything for years and years. G2 just came into the league trying to take over the spot, basically the position Mad is in right now. And now G2 is the new top dog. I hate to say it as a former Fnatic player. I'm sorry to all Fnatic fans out there, but
they're not watching.
Please don't hate me. No, but really, G2 have turned everything around these past years, and now Mad looking to do the same thing.
So cool. And G2, they are in their third LEC final in a row with a mix of new and familiar faces on the lineup. And Laura caught up with some of their coaching staff.
Thank you, Sharks and Romain. Rodrigo, thank you for joining me ahead of today's series.
Hello. Hello.
Amazing body paint. I don't know how it's going to go with the couch.
I'm scared to lean, yeah, for the couch, but
stay
fine.
like this. Don't move. Well, glad to see you guys at finals today. I wanted to talk about the whole team and how everything is organized, because the interesting thing when you look at G2 is that even though players and staff change, you still have the same vibes as you had in 2019, Romain. How is that so?
I think there's a a few tiny bit differences with the vibes from 2019. I think we have a much bigger coaching staff, and in the way we operate, we have the gaming houses, but also a facility. So the guys sleep in 4 different apartments. Actually, Rodrigo and I also sleep in the same places. So it's a lot of fun. But when we have to go to work in the morning, we have to travel for a solid 3 minutes, which is a lot of walking for gamers, and 1 elevator. But then we go to a facility where we have our own stuff. So it allows us to keep these differences between where we sleep, where we work.
All right, I see. And Rodrigo, you're the head analyst here. You work with 5 people in the office. Someone else that you want to introduce maybe later?
Yeah, so we have 5 people on the coaching staff working with us at the office. And the remote analyst that works with us is Click. So big shout out to Click. He's doing a very solid job when it comes to scouting opponents, so he deserves the recognition. And basically how we operate is I'm in charge of any scouting-related matters, so it goes all the way from solo queue to competitive games, with the help of Click, of course. And then I'm also in charge, for example, of preparing presentations related to patch and stuff, so I give a lot of ideas to players and stuff like that. And then Dylan is the one who is the maestro, he operates everything, and he decides what is needed to be done.
All right, so it's a well-oiled machine, Romain. Everyone has their role, and how do you guys complement each other?
I want also to praise Rodrigo because I think a lot of teams are blindly following whatever happened in LCK and LPL. I think we are really data-oriented teams, and we're always down to try new pick if the pick makes sense from a data-related perspective, once again. So, and thanks to Rodrigo for helping us and keeping us honest and accountable on this kind of stuff. And we also make sure the players can have some special time with the coaching staff. Every day we do what we call one-on-one, and so between Rodrigo or me or Raf or Dylan or Isma, the player has the opportunity to talk to someone really different, but he has to do it every day. So those one-on-one are never weaponized. A player is never going to be scared if you, hey, come to talk to me. Oh, no, because we do that so often. Of course, that's just going to be to talk about strategy or mental health, motivation and stuff.
And I think that it's nice to have an individual approach, and that's also why maybe the team feels like this. Last question for you, Rodrigo.
Yep.
Coming into today, we know that G2 likes them spicy pick. Have you been cooking this week, or did you just bomb the kitchen?
Let's say the kitchen is very big. To be honest, we didn't really prepare anything special for Mad Lions because we just prepared for G2 ourselves. It's just very important for us to not outdraft ourselves, right? So that's how it works. Especially when you have 3 different teams that can actually go to finals.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if we would face SK today, for example. So we can't really go into a week practicing in mind of only one opponent. We need to be aware of the whole picture, right? So it's very important for us to take that into account. And then, of course, now we know they're playing Mad Lions, then we adapt a bit. We have new priorities that come up in the draft. And then we come up with new ideas. But the overall practice is focused on ourselves instead of the 3 opponents we could face, because then it just doesn't make much sense,
I love the approach. We'll see how it translates on the Rift. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much
I'll
for
let you
having me.
go to the team. Good luck today also.
Thank you.
And Sharks, back to you.
Thank you so much. I love no matter what function Romain holds, he always shows up decked out to finals with complete body paint and everything, this time sporting the Big Ben. It's awesome. Also cool to hear from the surrounding staff around G2, which makes them good. They help make G2 as good as they are. But what makes them so good? How do they play? What do they show us?
Right, okay, so let's just take it from the beginning, right? G2 is composed of 5 individual strong laners. They can all be put as some of the best in their position. But that's not what makes them so good. That's just a core foundation of it, because 5 individuals is nothing if you can't play as a team. We've seen that multiple times as well. It's the way they do it. It's the way that they're on the same page. It's the way that they're aligned. And it's the way that they're not making mistakes. You give this team an early game lead, they all know what they need to do. And that's why we see them drive home these big stomps so very often.
They work together very well, and we've seen it whenever they've been in their best iteration. That is how they've played, rather. What is also similar to when they've been very successful in the past is how flexible they have been, Broxa.
Yeah, I think one thing that has really defined the G2 roster is their flexibility in draft, in how they play. You have 5 players that can all be the carriers in terms of champion pools. It's one of the few, if not one of the only teams that's having a lot of success playing different jungle champions out of the core. For that, we see they played Lilia, they played Belveth, obviously Zac in the mid lane and other crazy Caps things. Yeah, that's just Caps, right? That's how it goes. Shout out to his Vayne a few years ago. But all in all, you never know what's coming. They're impossible to prepare for. They can draft everything. They can play for every lane. What are you going to do, really?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really tough. And I think that G2, to me, the way they approach the draft is the most unique out of any team here in the LEC. And it's all, the foundation of it comes down to Yike, the new player they introduced in the jungle, and how they just completely support him and how he wants to play. Because he's always on these very fast-clearing jungle champions, usually like the more carry-oriented mindset. And that means, well, how do we find engage in the rest of our comp? So Mickey X feels super happy, just lock in the melee sports like the Nautilus all the time. That's where you get the crazy Sejuani mid for Caps, because Yike hasn't played that just yet. And they are always finding creative solutions to make a well-rounded draft.
And the common denominator here, of course, is Caps. He was there in 2019 when they did so incredibly well, and flexibility was really important for them. Broxa, and he's a player that is not afraid to change in terms of enabling new players, it seems, because Yike comes in and he's like, fine, I'll play a Sejuani, I'll play a Zac to put you at ease, and I think that's a great trait to have.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's really cool how Caps has completely changed his playstyle this year compared to when he played with me and Yankos, because me and Yankos were known as more consistent players, so to speak, you know, kind of supporting the lane, setting them up for success. In a lot of ways, similar playstyles. But now, for the first time, Caps is the one enabling others. He's setting his jungler up for success, and that gives Yike so many opportunities. So I think in that way, it's really a, you know, really big split for him, showing that he doesn't have to be the carry. Not only does he have, you know, a champion Ocean, he can also just change playstyle when necessary. And, you know, today, like, what is he going to do? Is he going to whip out the carry pants? Is he going to let his jungler do the job? We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the one thing that's been consistent through G2 through all their iterations has been just a willingness to try and fight a lot early, because they are a master of playing off of their own priority. I think so much of this comes down to Caps, because whether he's advantaged in the mid lane matchup, pushes out a wave, and looks to collapse on top or bot lane as a big wave is crashing in, they're always going to be looking to play off that. Sometimes he'll just give up a wave in order to hit that same timing. His read of how long it takes him to get places on the map, of when waves are going to be crashing, is just at the top of the LEC. And it's why their games are always super explosive, super bloody.
And it's also why the mid lane match of today is so very interesting, because both mid laners here has kind of gone through a reverse in style, right? Cap's no longer the guy that plays for himself, but not that he's always done that. He's always been so flexible, but now way more out on the map playing for his teammates, whereas Nisqy now playing so much more for himself, where afterwards you start playing for the team. But also just in general, watching groups, watching playoffs with these two mid laners behind me, there's been something completely different about them as well, a certain aura. And it's not in-game, it's out of the game. When you see them play, they're so happy to be doing what they do. Cap's always been smiley, Cap's always been a jokester. The same for Nisqy, but not in the same way that I'm seeing it now. When he's playing the Gragas, when he's emoting, when he's BMing, when you're seeing his player camps, he's just always laughing. And it's this energy behind him that just feels like they have the confidence and they have the just relaxation about what they're doing.
I feel like that's something that we've said over about the Mad Lions and G2 throughout the years. They're both kind of the two teams that we see that can be kind of a loose cannon in game, but always with a smile, a good atmosphere, and that usually creates a really good atmosphere indeed.
100%. And I also just think, like, you see it too in like the swagger, like dancing around the map, a little bit of the emote play. Even Nisqy, after winning yesterday in the interview, being like, yeah, you know, this Gragas pick, I started practicing it after a certain mid laner named Caps busted out against me in scrims. Like, today it's crazy because it's not on the shared list, but I think Gragas is actually just the highest priority mid laner for these two
players. It should like be under it, like in the maybe shading
It's insane.
Yeah, it's
What
crazy.
year is this?
What year is this indeed? However, all things considered, I think we can say that Mad Lions are the underdogs going into this match versus G2. I think there's a lot of inquantifiables because we just haven't seen G2 this week at all. We've seen 9 games out of the Mad Lions. If they are the underdogs, where's the X factor? Is there somewhere where they can move the needle along and perhaps challenge G2 and perhaps take home the title today?
Personally speaking, from what we've seen from playoffs here, it has to be Chasey for me, really. I feel like Mad Lions has really become a team that wants to play for that top side. We've seen how Nisqy and Elyoya does their thing, specifically on the Gragas and the Vi together, but Chasey on the Aurelia, Chasey on the Jace, this man has been getting a lot of resources, and he's been getting it in a lot of their final games in the best of series as well, where it's like, well, now we've played a few games. What should be the X factor he brings out? It looks to be the top side at times.
I also think it shouldn't be underestimated that, you know, Mad Lions now been through the lower bracket run. They've played as many games in 2 days as they did in the regular season, and I've seen it so many times in the past, both in NA and in Europe, that a team, you know, they falter a little bit at the start of playoffs, but then they ramp up with the amount of games, and eventually when they get to the final, they're so practiced, so confident that they can just destroy anyone coming their way.
Yeah, I mean, they showed a lot of learnings, I think, from Friday's best of 5 to the games yesterday in terms of like the draft and the approach there, which also like keeps me on this top lane point because I do think the champion picks in the matchup for Chasey is so important to if he can actually roll over the top lane. Like I favor him in general in the top lane, but like if he gets the Jace, that's a champion that he can have a huge impact on the game. The Aurelia too, if they're playing hard through that side of the map, that's something that he can try 1v9 carry with, but I don't think that's going to be an easy thing to get multiple times here today against
No,
G2.
Broken Blade's been watching. He's been, Chasey, I see what you're doing. I'm not gonna let you get your hands on those champions. Perhaps. Well, for tonight, we're also keeping an extra eye on the bot lane as Hans Sama looks to lift his first ever trophy in the LEC.
NA wasn't like chilling. I tried my hardest, but I had a really rough time to get used to how the game is there, and unfortunately, just failed there. It's kind of a redemption, yeah. Because everyone forgot me. I used to do well in LEC, and I'm back at really ready to do the same thing, so...
Reckless coming over the wall, Rux now in the area, has the shielding extra for Reckless. Mickey now locking Reckless down, buying a bit more space. Hansama low on mana, but the hook manages to land! First blood! Cash out for the Draven, it's disaster! Rux locked down, now Yike becomes Yuumi! Reckless running the axe! Oh, it's a disaster for Fnatic! G2 just too damn clean!
It's good to be back, especially when the way I see the game is very EU style, and I feel like playing at G2 is like, I can utilize everything that I know, and it's great, you know. This feels like a really amazing team for me, like everyone is so aggressive, so I can also be aggressive, and going to finals, really, I just want to play against a strong opponent, and we get up really stronger than them, but I don't want to be going to finals and it's like easy. I want it to be challenging and get to win. That would be the best feeling ever.
We hope it isn't easy either. We hope we get 5 games, and it is a very nice matchup indeed. But the bot lane is going to be so important, and it's such an exciting matchup, I want to say. There's also a myriad of storylines that concentrate themselves around the bot lane specifically. Carzzy back on the Mad Lions, not in Vitality anymore, and they're not anywhere to be found. Maybe he wins the championship here. Same goes for Hilly and Fnatic. Of course, Hans Sama never was able to get that championship in the LEC, so there's so much at stake specifically for the bot lanes.
100%, and it also feels like there's definitely a difference in... I don't know how to describe it really, because it's not skill necessarily, but in terms of really who's taking control of this 2v2 lane down in the bottom lane, G2's bot lane for sure is the one who's going to grid. No, so for sure, like, let's be real, right? Carzzy has not been having the most amazing time in the bot lane, and specifically not in the early game. Countless of times, even in the victories against Koi, we've seen him fall behind. And the problem is, when you do that against a laner like Hans Sama, who's so used to getting ahead, who G2 is so used to playing through as well, that's going to be a point of attack that you need to lessen somehow, something that you need to play for as well. I think Hans Sama as a bot laner today is someone you need to look out for. You need to shut him down some way.
Absolutely, and alongside them, we have 2 absolute legends, Hilly and Mickey X, veteran supports back at the top. Hylissang's 9th LEC final, Brox.
I think it's really crazy knowing that it's going to be Mickey versus Hilly, because I remember 2019 summer, we were in Athens, Fnatic versus G2, Mickey versus Hilly, and these two guys had so much respect for each other back then. They were praising each other all the time. And now, 4 years later, here we go again. They're still matching up against each other, and they're still playing at the very top. It's so impressive.
Class is permanent.
Yeah, and I also just think it's so interesting with this stylistic that both these supports brings to the table, because they were some of the supports even in the beginning of the split where a lot of range supports took over, where they said, you know what, we don't really care about this. We want to stick to the fact that you can play these playmaking champions. And I think that fits them as well, because they are players who want to be able to be aggressive, but also make calls and be a difference maker for their team. So it wouldn't surprise me if we saw both bot lanes try and go all out. We'd seen the Rel for Hylissang. We've also seen the Nautilus for Mickey as well.
And speaking of being playmakers, speaking of bringing X Factor, like, who else than Hylissang can really do it? This is the type of guy who doesn't care if he's playing regular season, LEC final, world final. He just goes forward, and he's just going to look for those angles, and he's someone I'm going to keep my eyes on today for sure.
Always shows up when he is needed the most. What a wonderful final between Mad Lions and G2. One of them goes to MSI. One of them can be our first ever winter champion. We are just minutes away from the opening ceremony after 6 weeks of epic League of Legends. 2 teams remain, G2 and the Mad Lions, who will become the first ever LEC Winter Split champions. Who will be victorious? Let's find out.
Everyone on our team have our eyes set on international competition. We also want to beat even better teams than Koi. I think that is like kind of what motivates us to do better, even when we're like doing really well in scrims, doing really well on stage. We just have to keep doing it, right?
It continues G2's winning ways as they lock a spot in the finals on Sunday.
Now we're in the finals and hopefully we win as well tomorrow. Even though it's not gonna be that easy, I think.
LEC now, back to party, back to fight. The ammo hits, and the APR will do a ton of damage. It's a triple. He's looking for the quadra. He kills off Yankos for the pentakill.
We need to prove to everyone that we are a way better team than everyone expected. And not only that, for me, this year is really personal since I want to prove how good of a player I am if I give my fullest to the team.
The thing we wanted to do with G2 was that we were able to play all meta picks, but also be able to play our own picks on the side, maybe some counters.
They said you only made, they baited us all.
They are playing a style that no one is playing, so people are not used to playing into these champs, into these kind of comps. But at the same time, there is a reason why these comps are not so strong. So if you know how to play well against them, they are gonna end up really bad.
I think people are just too lazy to try out other things, so we're just gonna punish them for it.
Caps lands the final shot and then pops a stopwatch of his own again to try to get into the back line. With Broken Blade is running them down. A triple to Han Summer.
You could say it's a redemption story since I was from winning LEC going to like 7th place team.
There's no hope for Kazi to defend his title.
I don't want to be like going to finals and it's like easy. I want it to be challenging.
Broken Blade's already in the back line. The Draven does too much damage.
I think it's gonna be very difficult because I think G2 are by far the strongest looking team. So it's gonna be very hard and I'm excited.
Yeah, I've never won the LEC before because I remember one final that I got reverse with. It was so free win. My Lions took it.
It is the Mad Lions.
I really have to win it this time.
I've already played against Hansama when he was playing really well in Rogue and everyone was scared of them and he wasn't able to carry back then, so he won't be able to carry this time.
Hello Berlin and everybody watching around the world. Welcome to the final series of the finals weekend here from the LEC Winter Split. Today the artists of G2 Esports take on the pride of Mad Lions, with the winner earning themselves a spot at the season finals and a shot at Montpellier, with the first team in the world to guarantee a showing in London at MSI, and on being the first ever winter champions. But Ollie, something's missing. What are the teams playing for? Let's bring it out. The jewel of the LEC! Our Winter Split Shields! With 9 titles under their belts, looking for 10, it is my pleasure to introduce Broken Blade! Yike! Caps! Han Summer! Mickey! Put your hands together for G2 Esports! Their opponents have never lost a final, with 2 titles under their belts. Meet Chasey! Niski! Kazi! Hillisang! Supported by Mac, it's the Mad Lions! Put your hands together for your winter finalists, G2 versus Mad Lions! Mad Lions are take down SK in a best of 5.
Mad Lions will take down Koi.
And Mad Lions will find their opportunity and revenge against G2.
The job is not done. 5 of their players are really solid, the 5 of them. Everyone knows how to win the game when everything is going as scripted. But at the same time, team draft is a weakness from them. If you analyze their composition, you see the flaws they have, it can be really easy to win against them.
Hold that thought. That's a lot of damage, and as irrelevant is just solo kills.
Meganar coming out from Shigenda, though. The extra health might be enough. Broken Blade flashes and gets the solo blow.
Immediately gonna hold. That's the combo. They knock it back. It's so damn clean from Mad.
Nation's grasp into the bullet time. Dodge that. Well, it's electric here, isn't it, lads? Looking forward to our first ever LEC Winter Final, our first ever LEC Winter Champion. The Mad Lions and the G2 fans out in force, it seems. I'm Medic. On the other side is Vedi, and then in the middle, our little newbie to the finals, Carter Dagda. Welcome to the show, man. Looking forward to a great series of games.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I mean, this is set to be an absolute banger. The last time these two teams faced off, more than a kill a minute. I am expecting the exact same now in the finals.
I mean, it's guaranteed to be a banger. We have 2 incredible teams competing right now in what will be the last game of the Winter Split to earn that coveted title of Winter Split Champions. But we couldn't have a draft without some banger music, so without further ado, let's get ready for the draft.
Guys, I think Ash and Maokai might be banned.
What?
I get the feeling.
Whoa.
100% ban rate so far in playoffs here in the LEC. Vi already removed by G2, who selected the blue side because they are the highest seed, having come through the top side of the bracket. There's the Jace ban as well against Broken Blade. Now things get interesting. Unless it's a Maokai and an Ash ban.
Well, so to talk a little bit about these bans that have come through, Vi very targeted towards Elyoya. For anyone that watched this series yesterday and really have been watching playoffs, you've seen how dominant of a pick this champion is for Elyoya specifically. And for those unaware, Broken Blade has played a lot of Jax this split, like a lot. So unsurprising to see Mad take that away from him. We've been seeing a lot of Olaf come out from Broken Blade in the top side of the match, so I'm expecting a pretty interesting top side matchup as these two teams face off.
I mean, Draven going to be banned away, which means we won't get an Ash or Maokai ban potentially on right side. Maybe G2 decide to go towards that though. Actually will be the least, so one of these picks will sneak through the draft, and be interesting to see, because I feel like when I look over at Yike, he has a lot of answers into things like the Maokai. We've seen him bring out the Lilia, we've seen Belvets with Sejuani mids. Very difficult to know what G2 are going to bring to the table because they have been so flexible in previous drafts.
Right now we are waiting for Mad Lions' last ban. You can see them pontificating, taking a moment. Olaf instead. Both Ash and Maokai available. Aphelios also was played a huge amount over the last couple of days. Kazi bringing it out, and before that, Exakick having good performances on it. G2, though, unlikely to lock this in first. This is probably just a placeholder as they discuss whether it's the tree or the ranger. And in the end, Shiver Me Timbers is the tree. Works for Gangplank as well, that one.
That it does, that it does. Now, you would expect Mad Lions to go for the Ash. The question is, does G2 have an answer for it? And I'm going to preemptively say, yes, they do. It is Hansama and Mickey. They're a bot lane that already was defying the meta right from the start. And it wouldn't surprise me if they bring out something spicy to try and match the aggression that an Ash can bring down in the bot lane 2v2.
It is interesting, though, because that Draven's already taken off the board. That's kind of been the go-to, the Draven and the Nautilus, those kind of things where you can go hyper-aggressive and try and play forward. So, curious to see. I still think Nautilus probably the answer. Try and go for that all-in level 1. See if you can coin flip that wave in your favor, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the plan.
I was so hopeful for a second that perhaps Nort Samira might have been brought out here by G2, but instead it's just Poke to answer Poke. Varus, Heimer locked in for Hansama and Mickey in the bottom lane. We saw originally Ash as an answer to the Heimer, but Heimer does still work well, especially when you have a Poke long-range AD carry like the Varus to supplement it.
I will also say that G2 probably respects that Ash Heimer as a bot lane is still very viable, even after some of the nerfs that have happened to Heimer. And I think G2 really didn't want to give that through, which means that Mad Lion's going to round things out in their first half with a Sivir. That's a lot of wave clear, gentlemen. That's a lot of poke coming out from the Mad Lions bot lane. And yesterday we did see Kazi kind of being left on an island a little bit, struggling, getting caught out every now and then in the 2 versus 2. But I think that when you have a bot lane like this that has a lot of priority, it does give Mad Lions options to potentially play through that bot side and set up dives.
It also means Hilly doesn't have to leave lane to actually get involved in the rest of the map because he's got that global ultimate. But I think the real interesting part here is seeing where that Gragas goes, because you look towards Niski, he's been traditionally the one that takes in the mid lane, but now you've already got, you know, Maokai taken away, Sejuani, Vi, Elise. If you want to try and go towards more of these jungle bans here for G2, the pool very pinched for Elyoya.
Mathematically, though, for Mad Lions, the better choice is to give it to Niski. He's played it 4 times and has won every single time. Elyoya's played it twice and has lost both times. So 100% win rate versus 0% win rate. Statistically, we'll see if Mad Lions make the right choice. There's the Tristana ban, though, away from camps in the mid lane. Azir removed as well, which means Mad Lions, or G2, think perhaps that this Gragas is going into the jungle and trying to pinch that mid lane pool a little.
They certainly are. Let's see what direction that they go. I imagine that Mad will actually save their top lane pick for last to try and give Chasey the best possible matchup into Broken Blade. But Mad Lions looking to limit some of the AD mid lane options. Wouldn't be surprised to see Jace taken off the board, unless this was something that Mad Lions actually wanted to lock in for themselves, which seems to be the direction that they're going with the Sion ban and the Tristana removed. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see the Jace locked in right now.
And of course, he's still got that flexibility, right? Because you can put the Gragas into the jungle, have the Jace go mid, or even top towards Chasey. He's looked great on it. But having the opportunity to say, hey, Broken Blade, if you want to go for something like the Gnar, we can still counterpick this here, where you can put something like the Riley that we saw out yesterday from Chasey as well, while you still have that Jace mid. I think it's just having that flexibility so strong for Mad Lions.
So going as we expect.
Yep, good
this
prediction there.
Does heavily suggest that Jace top, Gragas jungle, and then the last pick is saved for Niski in the mid lane matchup, a matchup that we're very excited for. Often the discussion around Niski is very good player domestically. Internationally, he can't compete, especially when it comes to players like Caps. Can he ever really come over the Titan that is Caps in the mid lane? Guaranteed a banger mid lane matchup for sure. The question is, what will Caps bring out? Oh, the Kled here for Broken Blade in the top lane. Bit of inspiration from Finn, perhaps. And how will G2 round things out? I was worried that their comp wouldn't be spicy, but I'm glad we did get a bit of spiciness to round things out.
I got a few jalapenos on there. Kled in the top lane was an answer to the Olaf from Finn earlier in the season. Right now, they have a lot of
baited, it's
Don't
just
get baited by this. Cassio would work with it. Follow up alongside the Kled and the Maokai gives you a lot of damage DPS as well in those later game fights.
I think the big problem for the Cassiopeia, though, is that you do have like very long range on the Ashe, the Jace, even a Gragas barrel as well coming over the top. So yes, you'll have Sivir who should be able to run into range, but I think the actual poke that's there will definitely need to be leveraged away from, especially now that you've got the Kled who can try and run in, and the Maokai. I feel like those are going to have to set up for the Cassiopeia to get that range close and be that big DPS dealer.
Final lock will be the Victor. Once again, a bit of range with that death rate. Does have to get relatively close in some of the fights, but you don't want to pick something like Ryze into Cassio. So Victor, a safe mid lane mage here for Niski, and that Jace is going top.
A part of me thinks that the Cassio was also a deterrent to Sylas. When you look at a Maokai across the board, Sylas was something that we actually saw at the World Championship last year, being used as a very effective answer into it because of your ability to steal the Maokai ultimate and then also have that great AP scaling along with good engage. By drafting the Cassio, I think it just made Niski a little more uncomfortable about locking that one in because of how much harder the matchup is. And then you've got a couple of champions that basically want to dive in and not necessarily leverage their range. Now it's a little bit more about using that poke and using that range as the game progresses.
I think it also sets up for really nicely to try and play through skirmishes on that top side. That's where we saw Mad Lions trying to get advantages yesterday, and with G2 having the Kled, the Maokai, the Cassiopeia now, that's a lot of skirmishing power that they can operate around towards Riftchild and towards these top end fights.
We see the coaches leave the stage, the players ready to get going. G2 in their 12th final out of a possible 15. Already 9 titles under their belt, looking to make it 10. Only T1 have done that in major regions so far. Mad Lions in their 3rd final, looking to make it 3 out of 3. They won the last 2. Can they topple the Titans of Europe that are G2? Let's get into it. Game 1 up next. Mad Lions working down towards the bottom lane. I do feel, as we see, like neither team is going to meet here. There's no one here for Mad Lions to fight. I've been watching a bit of Drive to Survive recently, and I feel we lack the lights out and away we go that they have at the start of every race in Formula 1. I feel we need something like that for League of Legends, you know?
But it's so slow at the start.
Boris has been paid, and away we go as the players take to the rift.
I think your inspiration is misplaced, Medic. Maybe like the start of a football match, perhaps. You know, kickoff. You know? Oh, there we are.
Oh, and there we are.
The ball is away.
The ball
you know?
is football matches that you watch, buddy.
Don't watch much football.
I can tell.
You know, maybe rugby.
Yeah,
the ball is away.
The ball is away.
Golf. The ball is away. You know.
Let's speak a little bit about how these two teams are going to play through the early game. You can see Mad Lions setting up towards the top side. Sweeper on Elyoya means that he'll spot out if any deep vision was placed here by G2, because obviously Mad Lions spent their time down towards the bottom lane early on. Bot lane's going to be all about push. You can see Kazi and Hillsang already meeting up against each other, against Mickey and Hansama, just getting some poke down here.
So notice there as well, Niski and Elyoya working together to sweep through the jungle to not give G2 information as to where Elyoya is actually starting. Both junglers actually navigating their way through the jungle blind right now. So very little information garnered as to what the early game plan is Yike, unsurprisingly, doing a full clear on the bot side of the map, whereas Elyoya doing similar on the top side. And we saw this yesterday from him when he was playing the Vi, in particular when Chasey was on the Aurelia, but we've seen this multiple times from Elyoya when he wants to try and invest early into the top side of the map.
Yeah, and I think he's fine to go for that, right? That early push on the bot side by Mad Lions as a 5-man unit meant that you didn't get those turrets set up by Mickey, so you automatically get push on bot side, so you can now try and play that a little bit more heavily up towards this top end. And especially when Broken Blade running the Ignite as well, this is going to be an incredibly aggressive lane, so you know there's going to be some early ganks trying to burn summoner spells onto Chasey.
Look at this, the E from Hillsang will spot out Yike. One of the big advantages of that Ashe, being able to just garner vision on what the enemy jungle is up to, and play accordingly. Now, Elyoya actually making his way towards mid. Cap's very low.
Looking for the first gank here. Poison ticking on Niski. He's down to about 150 HP. Now, Yike can toss a sapling in here to keep Caps safe. Does exactly that. Elyoya spotted, walking forward. Caps retreats down towards the bottom side, where there's another sapling waiting, and Niski will base tank it. Caps turns around. Twin Fangs for the kill. The sapling did everything there for G2.
Beautiful stuff there. The sapling and the flash over the belly bop coming through from Caps. Immediate first blood for G2.
Zero hesitation from Caps, and what a way to start off the finals. Elyoya now going to pivot his game plan as he makes a beeline towards bot lane. Has his eyes on Hansama and Mickey. We'll see if he's able to set up a dive here as Yike makes his way towards top.
I mean, Caps has been so good at trying to take and absorb that pressure in the early stages. Now Hansama and Mickey, going to see if they can try and do the same thing. Wave is here.
Elyoya's going to try and cut it off. TP a possibility, as you say. Mickey looking for some damage. Goes away from Hillsang. TP was invested, and I think that's all Mad Lions really wanted out of this.
Mickey's been really good on a lot of these dives. We saw it in the last game against Koi as well, where he's constantly putting himself in harm's way to block Hansama, knowing that as long as Hansama stays standing, they have the damage to turn a lot of these plays around. And it's messed up so many of these attempted dives on the bot side, and it really is coming from Mickey just having good heads-up play.
Very much agree. I think he's been doing a great job so far this split. Always a pleasure to see Mickey versus Hillsang, two of our veteran bot lane supports. It's nice to see them both back in form as well. We're keeping our eye as they navigate their way back towards the bot lane. Mickey actually looking for a bit of a cheeky roam towards mid.
You know, he's coming up towards top here. Chasey doesn't have a huge amount of mana, but the wave is pushing in towards him. Goes in onto Broken Blade. Tries to get him off Skull. He'll run away. Coward that he is, that reptile. Broken Blade's still there. Mickey roaming forward, as you say. Hillsang takes half his HP and might have to just base after this one. Does have the refillable, knowing that he's going to be poked out in that lane. Yike now coming in to make sure this wave crashes. Elyoya's going to try and stop it doing it. Maybe hopes that Broken Blade oversteps. Broken Blade trying to build up that courage bar once again. When that gets full, he'll get back on Skull and give himself a health boost.
Bit dangerous here. Double level advantage over for G2 here. Chasey does just tick up to 5 there, but that's still a lot of damage that can come through. Broken Blade still to remount.
Kazi being chased out here. Has to pop the heal. Flashes away from the piercing arrow. That would have spelt his demise. The Ignite's still ticking there. And all across the map, G2 coming out on top. Almost 1,000 gold in the lead. Only 5 minutes in as Kazi continues to trickle down.
Beautiful play from the bot lane of G2 once again. A single deterred dive, and Hansama and Mickey immediately leveraging their poke and bullying Kazi after he just makes a small mistake, overstays in the lane. Chasing out, has his eyes on Broken Blade, could go for a fight.
Yike is here though, has the Scuttle Crab for the movement speed, flashes forward, Twisted Advance will chase him down. Yike on the board in his first ever finals. The Maokai fells another.
One of the big reasons why Yike was sticking around the top side of the map was because Broken Blade running this Ignite needs to make sure that he has a good base timing. The fact that Chasey then chooses to commit to that fight doesn't recognize the amount of damage that they have at their disposal. Chasey tries to flash away, Yike has the lockdown, and that means the G2 find themselves with 2 kills.
And he's going to lose out on a massive minion wave there as well, because as you said, Chasey just TP'd back there, so immediately going to be on the back foot. And now you've already got everything going your way for G2, right? Hansam and Mickey, they spotted Elyoya top, immediately get their advantage in bot side. You got top side going well for you as well. And this is where you want to see G2 start to turn these advantage into these big objectives, like the Dragons, like the Rift Tower they're going to have in a minute 50.
I mean, yesterday, Dagdo, we saw this top side of the map be the strong side for Mad, right? It was there that was being completely dominated. They were consistently finding great ganks and enabling Chasey, but already in this early game, it feels like it's fully in G2's control.
And it's hard as well, because at least yesterday you kind of have the safety net of, oh, well, we've got the Aphelios for Karzi. He can pop off in those later stages, but this short-range Sivir is going to struggle against Caps in the later stages of the game. So again, it does feel like a huge amount of this is on Niski, is on Chasey to try and get that control.
Once again, G2 getting control down towards this bottom side. Kazi and Hylissang forced away. Spell Shield was used, but really with Yike being in the area, it was a bit risky for Mad Lions to step forward still. Hylissang still only 1 level away from that 6. Actually got quite a lot of XP down towards this bottom side. Mickey's only just dinged over to 4 because of how much he's been roaming. That Ash Arrow, a potential factor for Mad Lions. If they can get Hylissang to 6, then they can start looking for some of these picks, because right now, every play, it feels like they're second fiddle.
And that's why G2 are trying to get the Dragon here so they can stop the trade on the top side. The Cap's very low.
Niski ghosting forward. Caps has no flash, remember, and Petrifying Gaze was dodged. Niski claims a counter in the mid lane.
I mean, easy pickup for Niski. Walks forward, presses down the ult and says yes. And as you say, they're going to move immediately down.
Looking forward, Niski coming in. Elyoya does have the smite, but so does Yike, and he will take it. Elyoya flashing forward, Mickey flashing away. Twisted advance going in from Yike, but the gravity well behind him is going to lock him in place. No flash on that tree. Kazi fighting 2 down towards the bottom side. Yike trying to walk away. In the end, the tree will be felled. The X finds its mark, and Mad Lions get their 2nd kill on the board.
And just like that, the game is flipped around. An overstay from Caps in the mid lane. Hylissang looking for more. Mickey will be able to go back to base, but can they set up the dive onto Hunt?
Elyoya's on his way as well, and Yike is actually passing towards the top side of the map. Hylissang's just going to chase Hansama all the way off here.
He's just killing him.
It's a Halo Blade dash, man. What can you do against such relentless hate? Tries to get the kill. The auto cancel 1-for-1 in the end.
A 1-for-1. Hylissang trades with Hansama. I wasn't expecting to say that today, but it's an 80 carry brawl.
It's always banned. That's why we don't know how strong it is, Benny.
Look, it's hashtag worth, though. He gets the kill, they get the play on the bot side, and they get the play. But Caps here, way overextending. Elyoya is there. You're never going to be able to get that waves collapse, and was trying to push it in so he could join in towards the river play on the bot side for Dragon, but just way overextending.
Just a really good punish from Niski, and Yike. He's able to secure the Dragon, recognizes that, you know what, we can't really fight this, so he tries to create space between himself and the bot lane, and that does mean that it costs him his life. Niski has to be very careful of the saplings that were chasing him, but Elyoya acting as a wall to protect him. Now Yike will secure his 2nd objective of the game. Herald secured for G2, means that they will have a little bit more control. 1 Dragon, 1 Herald, more gold will be secured by G2.
You can see the chip damage there. A grenade from Mickey into follow-up from Caps with that Noxious Blast. And even though Mad Lions have been able to pick themselves up 3 kills, all they did was equalize the gold score there. Both the early objectives, as you say, Betty, have gone over to Yike. First Dragon secured, Mountain Drake up next. I wonder if Mad can stop some of that neutral objective bleeding over the next few minutes.
They should be relatively okay, especially as Hilly starts to hit level 6. That's when they can start to look for picks. When you've actually got the opportunity with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow towards mid, and the Gravity Well coming down on top of it, even if Elyoya wants to join in, you got a lot of opportunities to find these very quick picks with a ton of CC to follow up. So I think it's kind of a waiting game here for the level 6 on the Ashe, and then you can try and follow up.
Look at mid lane, look at Niski. It's a typical Mad Lions play, the roam up towards top side, but G2 are ready. This ward has been consistently placed here by Caps. Every time he sees an opportunity to get pushed, he moves up towards that little entrance to the Raptors, and then he'll drop that ward to guarantee and make sure the Broken Blade is protected, because we all know how often Niski looks to these roams.
And I think it's been one of the coolest additions that we've seen from Caps as well, is how well he has been not only controlling his mid lane, but starting to roam around the map as well. Every time you get this push in mid, he'll lean down towards the opposite side of the map to where Yike is, and that's why you see, and oftentimes he has super super high proximity to the enemy jungler because he's trying to match where the enemy jungler is trying to cross map the play and shutting those down.
And that lane percentage is the lowest in the league. That's how much time he is spending in mid lane in the early game. Almost half his time is outside of the mid lane confines, so you can see just how much he is able to get out and around on the map.
And you can see now Mad Lions responding with vision of their own. If we bring up the minimap, we can highlight some of this vision investment around here and around here to keep track of what Caps is up to and see if he can make any sneaky early game plays happen. Thank you once again, observers, for highlighting that as well. Now, the Dragon spawns in about 1:30, so this will be the next big objective that we'll see both teams looking to contest over.
I think it'll be handier for G2 though. You still have Rift Herald in your back pocket. You can try and create pressure through mid lane with that as well. And even if you never want to try and move down towards the Dragon itself, being able to get some of these plates are going to be super valuable as that objective comes up. Even the fact you can push mid and then lean top.
Goes wide. Caps knocked back. Does still have the flash here. Can just hug that wall and try and get away. Petrifying Gaze, but the stun perfectly timed to get him out of there. Nature's Gas coming out as well as Elyoya ticks down to the Ignite. Won't be enough to kill him off, and the Nature's Gas was tanked. In the end, Caps escapes without even burning his summoner.
And again, you're seeing just a lot of pressure in this mid lane. We said wait for 6 and a Chasey.
Looking for the knockback with Broken Blade. I did not expect that burst out of the Kled. Just takes him out with the Iron Spike whip. Broken Blade puts Chasey 6 speed under.
G2 came prepared today, and Broken Blade showing us the answer to Chasey's Jace, a pick that was so dominant yesterday for Chasey, being shut down. That's a second kill going over to the top side of G2. Broken Blade investing that Ignite and getting a lot of value out the back of it.
And this is why it's so hard to draft against G2. Look, the Kled isn't unique. Obviously, we've seen it from Finn as well. But they have so many picks in their back pocket that they're willing to play around. And it means that even when you think you found an answer, they're 2 or 3 steps ahead of you with new picks coming to the forefront.
We'll have to see how things adapt. Of course, this is still a long series. And right now, G2 are the drivers of Game 1. Only a small gold lead for the time being, about 1.8k.
That's pretty sizable, I'm going to be honest, Benny, at the 13-minute mark.
But admittedly, it's a gold that can easily be swung back. You know, a single fight, a single pick, a single play, and it feels like the game isn't completely out of control for Mad Lions just yet. The next Dragon is, of course, available. G2 dropping this Herald means that they guarantee mid-prior, but look at Hylissang doing what Hylissang does and gaining space.
Yeah, we're coming out as well there, just to distract Yike for a second. Hylissang flashes away earlier, can try and get in here, but no explosive cast for him. Also no Chaos Storm. I think Mad Lions will give this one up. The lack of ultimates, they're not really on their side right now, as second Dragon of the game secured for G2.
Yeah, surprised to see Hilly contest as heavily as he did there.
Are you?
Didn't. Yeah. It was the same thing. Someone actually wrote to me on Twitter and said, you can tell Dagda's new, he's surprised by what Hilly does. But I think genuinely, you don't have the backup there. You don't really have control. Probably would have been better off holding on to that and then trying to move elsewhere. But at this stage, it doesn't really matter. G2 getting under the Dragon. They're getting good control. And the fact that you still have a fantastic team fighting composition from G2 and they're keeping control over this bot side means that Mad have to fight their way into this space. And they don't really have anyone particularly tanky on their side. Elyoya going that AP build.
I would argue that Mads have pretty good scaling and they have pretty good range.
Yep.
Things like with the Jace poke and the Civic Q and the Ashe W and the Victor E, like there's a lot of tools to basically just chip away at the opposition's HP bar. G2 though have such an easy ability to just press R and go. You have the Maokai ultimate, you have the Kled ultimate to follow up, you've got good CC from Hansama and Caps just dishing out that consistent damage, means that Mad are going to have to be very careful once they enter the mid game, because we know how G2, once they have a lead, are not afraid to throw it around.
Broken Blade trading onto Chasey on the top side, knocked back. Dashes back forward with the jousting. Broken Blade might dismount here. Now, Elyoya's on his way up towards the top side, but you can see Mickey shadowing him. It's not just a jungle v jungle to try and keep Elyoya under wraps. It's all of G2 constantly pressuring him, pushing him out of his own jungle, making it so difficult for Elyoya to actually play the game. And with the grenade coming across the wall into the miasma, where are you gonna go, Elyoya? The Snake Queen Caps takes the kill. Now the charge coming in from Kled. He's going off to Narnia at the moment, but Chasey's still underneath the tower. The arrow not quite able to lock onto anyone. Yike might die here with the twisted advance to dodge the final tower shot. Perfect play there by Yike. Chasey on the wrong side of the rift. He will be taken out here by Caps in the end. The poison ticking him down. And on the other side of the map, Mad were unable to acquire anything.
It's kills for days for G2. Elyoya with a blunder. He sees the ward coming over the wall, but he doesn't expect Caps to be there. A nice stun from Mickey sets up Caps to secure that kill. And now the mid laner for G2 finds himself with 3 kills.
Madline are scrambling to see if they can get everything back here. Bot side, they should be able to answer the tower for the tower, which is at least something, but with the Rift Tower going across, the threat of G2 being able to take down mid lane turret, establish vision there, and just keep playing for these Drakes is at an all-time high. And Mad need to find these ways to disrupt them, look for picks, but it's Broken Blade who's looking for Elyoya.
Sneaking behind him here. Elyoya will be met with Broken Blade. Body slam, I think, still possible. It does have the flash as well, but doesn't have a chance to use it. The tree takes him out, Yike, with his second kill of the series and of the game. Nisqy trying to trade here, but those saplings do a lot of damage already with the demonic finished. It's so difficult for Mad Lions to gain control of anything. They're trying, and as we've said, they have a teamfight composition. If they can get to 2 items with a Sivir, with a Victor, with a Jace, you can do a lot of work. The question is, will G2 give them the time to do so? Arrow wide there. Mickey clearing out the ward. Hylissang unable to find his mark today so far.
I feel like if you're Mad Lions, your best bet is to try and go for a reset now and, you know, around a bit the minute 30 side, get back out onto the map, try and get some vision down and look for picks with Hilly's arrow, because otherwise, if you try and go for a big team fight, you're just killing item spikes, which are great for G2 at the moment, with like Youmu's there, with Yike being able to pick up Demonic Embrace, Broken Blade having the Strike Breaker to slow everyone as well, so you need to try and find a pick, otherwise I think you just get wiped in a team fight.
Yeah, I feel like Mad just needs to slow the game down as much as they can. You see G2 constantly moving around the map, and they just look, they fish, they're trying to find opportunities, and they basically just want you to take the bait. And you see Mickey just sitting there in the bot lane. Little do you know, Caps is sitting right behind him in a bush. Hansama was making his way into the river as well. And these are those little plays that you think, oh, Mickey's making a mistake, but not necessarily. Perhaps he's just waiting, buying time, and then the other time is, wait, Mickey, he's just baiting, and they're like, nope, he's just warding. He's actually completely by himself. Yeah, it's one of the scary things where you never quite know where G2 is and what they're up to. And Mad right now are struggling, but if they can slow the game down, there are ways in which they can turn this game around. The arrow will connect. I don't think Mad can convert this, though.
On the hunt used as well by Kazi. As you say, Hylissang just looking for something. Is going to get some damage down onto Hansama, but really can't do too much more than that. Mad do have 5 against 4 here. Is the upgraded Electro. Arcade Comet. Not quite enough to fell Hylissang. He will...
Respect, though. Hilly playing on the edge. Pops the Ghost. Really dancing at the edge of danger there. But will make it away with his life. Caps, though, on the cross map, will secure G2's 3rd outer tower and propel this gold lead to 5k.
And you can see Mad Lions wanted to try and take that fight. They were like, Caps is bot side, we can force the 4v5, see if we can make anything happen. But the second that tower goes down, they double check themselves and then fall away. Now the Dragon again, fully in control of G2, and the observers there you can showing how dead the vision is for Mad Lions in that area.
It's just so difficult for Mad Lions to really contest anything. And G2 are pushing their advantage even more. Mad trying to cross map, but the problem is having Victor top means that G2 know they have the numbers advantage bot, and they're going to keep sieging.
They just want the second charge out of the Rift Tower here. We'll get in. Take about 2/3 of that tower's HP. Nisqy trying to get something on the other side of the map. Is only a Cloud Soul now. Although in solo queue it has the highest win rate of any Soul in pro play. Not seen as powerful as perhaps a Mountain or a Hextech. Here, G2 will be able to get their 3rd Dragon objective bounty going over to Mad Lions as they take that top tier 1 though. First tower, second tower of the game for them obviously because they took down bot lane earlier on. For the moment though, it's all G2 in this early game. 18 minutes in, 5,000 gold ahead as Caps just clears out the wave in the face of Hylissang and Kazi, and not really much they can do until they get towards their second items.
I think Mad Lions were just completely caught off guard by this Cloud pick. If you don't have this heavy engage coming through from the top side, you can actually have Karzi, you know, block out the ultimate coming through from Maokai. You can still look to try and take these fights, but having that big speed up for people like Yike, even for someone like Hansama, so we can throw down the Trains of Corruption, is put a bit of a wrench into the works for Mad Lions. So I think going back to the drawing board here for game 2, they're going to have to try and figure something out. But Caps?
He has arrow with 8 seconds. Flash, body slam, Caps splashes away. No perfect buffer on the explosive cast. Petro and Gaze hits 2. Nature's Grass coming from the side as well as Yike looks to join the fray. Kazi trying to trade on to make it. He flashes away. Hylissang almost trades with Caps. They can't quite do it. Caps survives with 40 HP. And now Kazi, Chasey, Nisqy and Elyoya are much the worse for this sequence of events. Elyoya taken out by Yike. That Gragas drunk under the table by G2. Broken Blade coming in with the charge as well as he looks to isolate Nisqy. No mana on the Victor. Nisqy pulled not quite with the bear trap on the rope. He'll survive. The Ignite not enough to wear down his remaining health. Chasey dive down towards the bottom side here. The Cloud Drake won't be enough to help them catch him. So he clears out the mid lane. But actually they might go all the way around. Decide against it instead. just to get a little bit more vision in the Mad Lions jungle.
But you can see the idea from Mad. They're looking for picks, they're looking for plays. Unfortunately, even with 3 members, it wasn't enough to lock down Caps. You can see how there's this brief window where Caps is able to flash away to safety. The knockup and the barrel, it comes out. I believe he auto-attacked, and that gave window for Caps to be able to flash away to safety. And then look at this, the 2-man ultimate buys time as well. Kazi's caught out by himself in the river. Mickey flashes away to safety, actually securing that kill as well. And then Hylissang thinking he can secure that kill with the ultimate. Not quite enough, and Caps walks away with 1. Yike makes sure that it's another, and that ends up being 3 more kills going over to G2. And this is just the situation for Mad. They're just trying to claw their way back, finding whatever pick they can to just try and buy time so they can find a window back into this game.
It does feel like they're running out of time at this stage, though. Baron now up on the cards. Again, you're going to get G2 constantly pushing in mid, pushing in top. They can even lean across to help out a lot of people, and their dive potential sky high as Mickey just waddles away from that arrow.
Yeah, definitely not William Tell here on the Ashe. Not quite able to match those arrows. Caps with the petrifying gaze once again. Chasey tried to trade in, but don't really trade onto a 3-item Cassio at this point. She doesn't have boots, but she can still kill you where you stand. Hylissang dies as well. Yike now with the chase with a Nature's Grasp. Mickey looking for the upgraded grenade, and here it comes across the wall. Instead, he puts down 2 turrets. Kazi tries to join his team, but they are already 6 feet under. Broken Blade on the chase as well. Kazi spell shields away, the bear trap on a rope, but that has to be banned for G2.
I mean, 21 minutes, Baron going to be taken. You've got the Dragon Soul that's going to be up in just less than 2. There is very little that Mad Lions can do to bring this one back. G2 have come out swinging in game 1.
The top side of the map have just dominated from G2. The solo kill from Broken Blade. The arrow! The arrow will connect onto Hansama, but he's going to walk away just fine. But Caps, what a performance from him in game 1. Last year, we talked about his return to the stage, the fact that he's performing in front of a live crowd. It was called the Caps buff or the crowd buff, where when he's in an environment where there's stakes on the line, that's where we get to see the best of him. And I think that we continue to do that as we look back at this solo kill.
I mean, fantastic from Caps, predicting Chasey to go in, gets the immediate kill with the miasma down. And Hilly, just again, step too far forward, quick kill, going over towards Yike. And as we talk about Caps as well, Caps has been absolutely fantastic, but Yike has kind of been sitting there in his back pocket this whole time as well. And with the setup for him coming through with Broken Blade there, it's just been fantastic. With Chasey now being chased down again.
Look at where the rest of G2 are. Like, Caps was waiting in the bush, and Hylissang and Chasey thought they could catch him. The rest of G2 are just flanking them through their own jungle. Chasey's going to try and run away here. Hylissang did land an arrow. Now, what are G2 going to do? You're going to look for more kills? Bloodthirsty, or win-thirsty, it seems, as they go towards the mid lane just to catch that wave. Broken Blade does have the charge here. Could try and get onto Kazi. Pops beyond the hunt, but Kazi really nowhere for him to go. The charge could come out. Still Caps TP behind him. Nothing personal, kid, but Caps wants his title, wants to match Perks at the top of the leaderboards as he takes another unstoppable now for the Cassia.
You thought you were safe because Caps didn't care about chasing kills in top lane. Turns out he was just TPing to kill your bot lane. The man is on a mission right now, level 16. He is 2 whole levels ahead of Niski, and he has 3.5 completed items on the Cassio. A dominant game 1 performance from G2 as they look to pursue, well, the Cloud Soul, and I imagine off the back of this, they'll look to break into the base of Matt.
I think we'll see a lot of actually adaptation as we come into game number 2, as Mickey will get hit by the stun.
Niski goes forward, dodges Chain of Corruption, they look for Hansama. Yike though with the Nature's Grasp will catch out Niski, and now that Victor's not in the best of shapes. Locked down, Yike knocks him back, and the hail of arrows are not even needed as Yike secures the kill. Once again, you can see Mad Lions just looking for anything here. It's last chance saloon, and perhaps more looking at the draft and at how to play the early game in game 2 than focusing on this matchup right now. Have to remember, Mad have played 9 games over the last 2 days. This is their 10th. Got to wear on you a little bit, and this game 1 has shown that. Broken Blade's going to kill off Hylissang. Next up is Chasey, as he's locked up in his own base. With the Baron buff, no 1-2 minions for them as they try and secure this tower. Kazi getting chased in by Caps, who flashes forward once again. And the damage from the twin bangs, a true Medusa, come to life. Caps continues to show why his name is amongst the best in Europe, perhaps the best that has ever played the game here.
8-1-0 is the scoreline. No assists for Caps, all kills as they look to end the game in 25 minutes.
A demolition from G2 so far as they look for a little bit more. Niski not even allowed to walk. amongst his own towers. He will be felled. Hylissang chased back to his fountain. No sweet release for him, instead the sweet release of death. Chasey as well, trying to do what he can, but there's just not much you can. As G2 go 1-0 up in the LEC Winter Finals.
That's a scary G2. That was an incredible performance from pretty much everyone across the board. We saw the comeback in the bot side, the mid jungle popping off, Broken Blade taking over in the Kled. That's not the place you want to see G2 if you're a Mad Lions fan.
It's just incredible to see the adaptations in draft from G2. The start of the draft, okay, they got their typical power picks, pretty meta stuff, nothing too crazy. They allowed the Ashe through, and they got themselves the Maokai. This isn't too surprising, but then they rounded things out with a Kled and a Cassio. They saved their final 2 picks for their solo laners, and then they delivered. Broken Blade running the Ignite, just bullying Chasey out of lane. Caps starting the game off by just getting a solo kill onto Niski. Impressive stuff from G2.
Impressive stuff all around from them. We'll see what Mad Lions can do to bounce back in game 2. We'll hand it over to the analyst desk, who are ready to break down game 1.
Thank you so much, Medic. Break it down. I mean, whew. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was G2 that broke down Mad Lions in that game 1.
Yeah, wow, what a game to start. Hopefully Mad Lions are not too shell-shocked and they can mount a defense going into game 2. Let's start with the draft. Of course, the first draft of a best-of-5 series is always very interesting. And we saw the Maokai for once. I think they regretted it. What do you think?
Yeah, it was definitely a big risk letting both Maokai and Ashe open. And it showed really clearly in this game why the Maokai normally is permanently banned in the LEC.
Yeah, I mean, looked so strong in terms of the poke, the engage, all these things. But I think this draft was a perfect example of a team coming in with just the perfect plan to beat their opponents. G2 immediately ban away 3 of the big junglers, leaving the Maokai open. Mad Lions decide to allow both the Ashe and the Maokai to come through, thinking, hey, that's a decent enough trade for us. But I really like targeting LEC, who's looked so strong throughout this weekend. And the second layer to that is destroying Chasey's Jace. Chasey's Jace has looked so good this weekend and this split. So letting it through the second phase of bans completely blew my mind. And yet they have the Kled counter ready to go and the ability to play around it as well.
I also think Caps just having the confidence to blind pick Cassiopeia, not a champion we've seen much in general, got a pretty decent matchup versus the Victor, but still, he showed off big time on that pick, and all around, like Ender mentioned, they were prepared for this draft, and now Mad Lions are going to have to think fast.
Absolutely. Think on their feet, as you say it. Caps' Cassiopeia was deadly. I think, oh, there she is. Aside from the kind of hiccup that happened after they got the 2 initial kills, it was smooth sailing from there on. And you were mentioning in Ready Check before how Caps has a way of playing where it's okay for him to sack waves at some point. He'll get that back in order to get an advantage elsewhere on the map. And I guess that showed in this game.
Yeah, even before the kills came in for Caps, his presence on the map was felt. Something that always happens with Caps is he just disappears into the fog of war and creates a lot of pressure. So even when Yike was moving around and getting some kills around the map, even if Caps wasn't involved, he was already moving in fog, giving the support that, hey, he has mid lane priority. He always had the push in mid. I think his forward percentage there, over 50% of the game, he spent on Mad Lion's side of the map, which is just absolutely insane. And then also was willing to teleport down bot side. It was a very top side focused game from G2, but the second a dive is going to come in, he gave up 10 minions after getting a kill just to help out his bot lane.
And I think the cool part is that whenever Caps made a play, you thought that would be it. But then instantly we see another play from the rest of the team. Like, it felt like they were always doing 2 things at once, just completely demolishing Mad Lions across the map. And that must have been so frustrating to play into. That's some next level aggression.
Is it because it went that fast for G2 that we didn't see any of the signature Mad Lions moves, which is when Elyoya is able to team up with a Niski, with a Hilly? I mean, I saw Hilly sometimes going over and trying the volley, put some damage. I mean, the Halo Blades was doing work at times, but it wasn't kind of that coherent approach that we know makes Mad Lions so successful.
I think the problem in this game was that G2 just had so many players showing up at the same time, and Mad Lions in a lot of ways kind of live and die by Elyoya. If he's not set up for success, if he doesn't have a good game, they just have a harder time performing. And this time, he had a worse jungle matchup. They were tracking him the entire game. There was the one roam that Mickey and Caps made on his Crocs where they killed him, like from there was just no way back for the Gragas. He didn't get a chance to play.
Yeah, I also think because they have the Ashe in their toolkit there, a lot of the time you're going to be looking for like arrows from like when you go back to base, you throw out an arrow to try and set up a play or something like this. That wasn't really coming through for G2 either. So if those aren't hitting, it's a little bit harder to make those big Hillsang roams pay off.
Yeah, well, G2 actually used that to their advantage a lot when they were playing the Ashe, right? So maybe back to the drawing board for Matt, but for more on how G2 accelerated their lead, here's Goldberg.
Thank you very much. Now, that was a very fast game, to be honest, and I really wanted to take a look at, in the mid-game, how G2 accumulated some of their leads, how they play around with them, and maybe a little bit of mistake coming through from Matt Lyons as well. So I want to highlight in the beginning, as we take a broad look at the minimap, you can clearly see that from Matt Lyons' side, they have decided to restructure pretty much their defensives around the bot lane instead. While as you take a look at the top side of the map, well, there's nothing, right? So this is a decision from Mad Lions where they say, we want to restructure the bot side. The problem for them that they have is the fact that they are gonna be attacked on the top side of the map. Now, as we roll out the clip instead now, you can actually see from the movements and the vision toggle as well here that G2 is actually towards up that top side. Now, Mickey and Caps are moving together, and as you can see in the inventory right now, we have 3 sweepers as well. This is not something we so often see, but when you go on a roam duty together, it's something that's really great. And as we pause it before they get the kill, it's once again one of the reasons they get so many kills. Now, as we take a look at the minimap, you can see since they're committing a play on the top side of the map, Hansama has actually decided to move into the mid lane. This means that Kasi does get the allowance to go down towards the bot side and push it, but they're not losing resources in the mid lane. Now, they already got 1 kill because of the teamwork between Caps and Mickey roaming up here, and they're going to continue to get a kill. So as we roll out the clip, once again, you can see that while Broken Blade is bouncing off to Narnia, they're still able to get that kill here, put in the leads. They're not getting attacked in the mid lane because Hansama is there picking it up, but they get a top turret. They get a Rift Herald, and as we pause the clip right now, once again, you can already see since G2 moved off through the jungle, they have so much offensive vision. Elyoya has no right to go in here when the top turret is falling, when Yike is on Rift Herald here, and while they have the entire vision once again on the bot side. The problem for Mad Lions was they were so busy playing defense all the time. He was trying to shut down the enemy laners, he was trying to shut down the Roan of Caps, and they had been so good at doing it, but this is where it fails. So if you queue it out once again, remember, they've already gotten 2 kills, they've already gotten a turret, they're getting Rift Herald again here, and Elyoya in a position where he's no longer allowed to be because G2 has taken control of the entire area. So, once again, problem for Mad Lions was that they decided to focus the bot side of the map when G2 had the game plan to attack the top side. And because of that, they never really got into a position where they're allowed to fight back. They had to try and claw back leads that they just never got. I'm gonna throw it back to the analyst desk. Have a good one.
Thank you for that, Goldberg. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about X Factor before and what could tilt the scales, and we talked about Chasey a lot. Neutralized, I think. I mean, on this account. They were watching, they saw the Jace, they said, we'll play the Kled and we'll outplay you, I think, as for Broken Blade, who had a wonderful appearance here in the first game.
Yeah, it was so sad. Chasey didn't really have a chance, but then the second Mad Lions actually try to take something in their own play, Caps just completely outdoes them.
And this is such a typical Caps play. Like, he just draws everyone to him. Every single member is there. We can see Broken Blade is sitting all the way bot lane, trying to rotate up mid. Mickey is not there. Everyone from Mad Lions is trying to shut down Caps. He outplays everyone, secures a huge lead for his team, and all of a sudden, like, the gold lead just completely spirals out of control.
I know that situation where someone on the enemy team is super fed, and you're just like, no, like, all we need to do is kill him. No, it's actually not.
It's like your last chance, right? You feel like you're down 2-3 Drakes at that point. Like, we have to make some kind of play in a side lane. Like, respect to Mad Lions for finding an opening, but more respect to Caps for absolutely killing him.
I have to say, if that's anyone else than Caps, I'm pretty sure that they're too. Like, that was crazy.
You saw Hilly just trying to get those arrows and just please die, but it wasn't enough. We're going to have to see a new plan out of the Mad Lions. They are on the blue side going into the second game. We'll be back right after this.
Mad Lions! Mad Lions! Mad Lions! Mad Lions! This game, Mad Lions!
Top of
toss a sapling in here to keep Caps safe. Does exactly that. Elyoya spotted, walking forward. Caps retreats down towards the bottom side where there's another sapling waiting, and Niski will face tank it. Caps turns around, twin bangs for the kill.
Said wait for 6 and a Chasey.
The knockback with broken blade. I did not expect that burst. Chasey as well, trying to do what he can, but there's just not much you can. As G2 go 1-0 up in the LEC Winter Finals.
Im Herzen der deutschsprachigen League of Legends Szene wächst ein Unheil heran. Aus dem Schatten der Big Player tritt ein neuer Herausforderer, der die Szene ins Chaos stürzt. Über Nacht spaltet sich der E-Sport ins skrupellose Ultralager und kreiert aus dem Nichts die größte Rivalität des 21. Jahrhunderts. Seit dem letzten Derby ist Eintracht Spandau das erste Mal in der Geschichte der Organisation in Führung. Während sich Präsident Knabe schon auf Bockexzesse mit einem undichten Pokal vorbereitet, wurde Big-Legende Lenz schon länger nicht in Berlin gesehen. Episch.
Das ist die heftigste Rivalität seit Noxus gegen Ionia.
Dramatisch.
Es gibt Intrigen, Psychospielchen, Backdoors. Das ganze Paket.
Emotional.
Ja! Big Man!
Intensiv.
Bei diesem Match ist explosive Stimmung garantiert.
Ein Match sie zu knechten.
Es ist das heißeste Derby in der besten Liga der Welt.
Das große Berlin-Spandau-Derby. Nur echt und live in der Prime League.
once more into the breach, my friends, once more. Mad Lions approaching their 11th game of the weekend. Have to remember yesterday they did go 0-1 down against Koi and then were able to bounce back. Today they have selected blue side for the second game. Yeah, I'm truly amazed by that decision.
It's a game that people will look at and they'll make, you know, what's the word? They'll make well, no, it's that, you know, when you jump to conclusions, you know, and like, obviously, G2 are a very good team. It's fair to believe that they're strong, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Mad bounce back. You know, many teams have been in this position where you get stomped in game 1, and then they find those adaptations moving into game 2.
Well, let's get into it. Let's see what adaptations Mad Lions decide to make as we approach the second draft of the day.
It'd be interesting to see if the Ashe and the Maokai manage to slip through once more.
Nope.
Mad Lions. There goes one immediately. But yeah, especially since like, looking fantastic on that pick in the last one, not surprised to see it taken away.
What direction will they go? Olaf still being banned. Interesting. Perhaps Mad Lions are thinking about going for an early Jace once again. It didn't work out quite as well as they'd wanted in game 1, but perhaps they attribute that to the Jace Gragas combo. You talked about how Elyoya yet to win a game on the Gragas jungle medic. That's still the case.
Yep.
0 for 3. We'll see how things change. Oh wow, Mad banning the Ashe themselves. That's, you hate to see that, because it does give G2 a little bit more freedom with what they can then do in the draft. They were probably expecting to ban the Ashe themselves. Now they have a little bit more luxury.
Could ban the Jace, honestly. Get rid of that one. Jace, he has been looking good at it. I mean, his 2 wins have been when G2 haven't been playing against them, but he's lost both games against G2, but it doesn't matter. Going to go for the Sivir instead. So still, Deseri, Lulu, the Nami, Lucian available. That hasn't been looking so hot. But jungler's going to be the first port of call here, with Sejuani still up and available.
Vi still an option as well. If you want to go for that, Elyoya did look really good on it yesterday alongside that Gragas for Niski. Instead, though, Sejuani, the current hover here.
I think the passive on her E is what makes Sejuani so valuable, especially alongside certain of the champions, but the Varus will actually be the priority. Varus did not find a lot of success in yesterday's series. Hans Summer, I would say, was very quiet game 1. Didn't really need to have a huge presence in the game, given how dominant the top side of the map was. We'll see what his response will be, given that he won't have access to his Draven. I wonder if we will get to see anything special come out from the bot lane of G2 in this series.
Yeah, I still think Zeri, Lulu and these late game options are still very good into it. We even saw things like the Aphelios being brought out for Karzi yesterday as an option towards that. Gragas, though, going to be taken away here, making sure that Elyoya and Niski can't have that flexibility there to go towards it. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest. It didn't feel like, outside of, as we said, the hands of Niski, that has been such an impactful pick for Mad Lions, but G2 definitely not. Okay, this is bizarre. This is not where I was expecting this to go at all.
I reckon that's a Gragas mid.
Yeah, I was thinking, Cavs has seen Faker play it, he's seen Niski play it, and now he's like, hey, give me that Gragas.
Wow,
Fiora was banned in game 1.
So Chasey had a really, really good game on the Fiora the last time we saw Prod out. Looked fantastic, great scoreline. I'm just not sure that Mad Lions can really set him up as best as possible to have control over side lanes and actually playing around their wave states. So this is going to be a big question mark for me, is can Chasey have the impact he needs if he gets a lead on Fiora, or are G2 going to be able to play the map better?
Are we going to get to see it? Are we going to get to see it?
Please?
It's locked in for Hans. We've been hearing rumblings and rumors about the fabled Samira bot lane for Hans Summer, and we will finally get to see it. One of the beautiful things rather of this champion is your ability to be aggressive in the bot lane 2 versus 2. You have so much power once you get a couple levels under your belt, especially once you hit that level 6. It is a lane that you can be very, very active around. We expect the Nautilus to come out for G2. You can see the Renata ban already. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Mad Lions ban the Nautilus themselves.
I'm also curious as to what this means Niski wants to go for the mid lane, because you definitely want something that does provide that point-and-click CC to at least get rid of the Samira, or at least maybe even looking at something like a Galio that can maybe provide, hey, look, I'm not going to be able to do a huge amount when it comes towards the damage, but if I can play through a 1-3-1 with Fiora on side lanes, if I can actually support a potential engage for an incredibly short-range G2 composition, that honestly might not be a terrible answer.
Only the second Samira in major regions here. Hans Sommer's first ever stage Samira game. Has never brought it out before in his long and storied history.
Shouting about it backstage, though, a hell of a lot. So definitely someone would be very happy to see it.
Definitely will. There's the Renata, the Thresh band, the Nautilus band as well. Nautilus, Samira, just such a deadly combination down towards that bottom side. You can see both teams trying to force these supports onto Enchanters, onto range, trying to stop them from really having that pressure in the lane.
You still have Leona there, though. So, I mean, you're not completely out of the woodworks here. You can just immediately take that for Mickey and then keep it, but it doesn't matter. G2 just don't want to make any sort of...
I was going to say, what if it's Gragas support?
True.
I mean,
like,
it's possible.
Again, for those unfamiliar, it was Mickey that used to play Gragas Yasuo went alongside Perks back in the day. Something that he's very good. I believe it's actually Mickey's favorite champion, Gragas as well.
He loves it. The Jarvan support as well, a possibility.
Yeah, it's so frustrating because you don't know what is going where.
I was going to say Braum is perfect, though, into this.
Yeah,
if it's Gragas support, you block the barrel, you block any follow-up from the Samira. If it's Jarvan support, a little trickier to deal with, but you can still just put up that Unbreakable. I love this pick from Mad Lions. Hylissang on Braum, not the engage that usually he is known for, but still a very powerful melee support.
Hilly, Medic. It's still going to be an engaged champ.
Is it Varus mid?
No, I
think it could still be.
Okay, it was just the Seraphine of. I was like Varus mid, Braum, Seraphine bot.
No, they were just put the Seraphine.
Said it's the casting. No? Oh, you could. I was just trying to think, how do you neutralize bot lane? You know.
In any case, Braum is a very good pick. I will argue that Mad Lions don't have the easiest team fighting tools. They don't have an easy way to start the fights. They don't have a reliable way to really go 5v5, but at the end of the day, G2 have a lot of tools to force those 5v5s, so they're going to act more as a disengage, as it will be...
Gragas support?
Actually, what will it be?
I think it's Gragas support, Jarvan jungle, Kled mid.
Kled
Why are you surprised? Caps wants to roam, man. This guy roams better than the best.
Kled mid. Caps really has just found his inner Doinby, hasn't he? Yeah. After all these years.
I feel it
lose to a guy one time.
Damn. I mean, yeah, it's... Wow, okay. I mean, we've seen what the Sejuani mid, Zac mids. We've seen... Anything else crazy from Caps?
Swain was the other one.
Yes.
Kind of
Swain. We've also seen traditional mages mid lane. We've seen AD carries from him in mid lane as well.
So I'm going to say, just for G2's sake, two players playing champions they've never played on stage before. Samira and Kled mid. Like, these are obviously they practice on them.
Caps does this all the time, okay? It's not weird for Caps.
Usually he's played it at some point on the Sejuani.
Trust me.
We've got to go Vayne, Dylan, but we'll see what G2's draft can do. We'll see if Mad Lions were able to roll with the punches through that draft phase, because it was a tricky one to navigate and a tricky game one for them as well. Yesterday they bounced back after losing the first game here. They have to do the same.
I think it's actually the Jarvan
support, by the way.
Yeah.
They swapped it back again. So G2 continuing to throw everyone off. They may not even know themselves where they were going. They just decide last minute.
How can Mad Lions know if G2 don't know what they're doing? It's genius.
Jarvan support, spell thieves, poke with E. That's what I'm calling. Might not happen. We'll see if it does as we get onto the Rift for Game 2 of the LEC Winter Finals. And what a game it is shaping up to be. Mad Lions versus G2.
And look at that medic, wow, you're just so smart.
What can I say?
You played Jarvan support before?
No, but I remember when it was played, and this is what you did.
Yeah, we played a lot.
Yeah, this is what you did.
Back in the day. It was like an Emax, right? Some Jarvans would even go like AP early on. Like Zonya's early purchase would often what you see, you know, they engage, they throw
Treats
everything.
was kind of the forefront of playing Jarvan support.
It was Jesu and Treats, wasn't it? Callista and Jarvan. I remember. Now, Dagda.
Vedi, wait. Before you dive into anything big, can I celebrate someone?
Let's celebrate something.
Let's celebrate someone. This guy's been around for a while. His name is Hylissang. He's playing for Mad Lions now, played for Fnatic for a long time, but Hylissang officially has the most games of any LEC player in LEC finals at 33 now. He'll be looking, obviously, to add 4 more games to that list. Alongside Perks and Reckless, he has now overtaken 2 of the greats of the LEC and continues to show his face in the Premier tournament.
A ring, though, to match them.
Yeah. True.
Needs to add that to his collection. But what a veteran in the scene, Hylissang.
Hilly with wife buff would just be OP, though. Just be impossible to play
Very
against.
true. Hilly Doing healing.
Oh, he flashes forward. Mickey has to flash away. The heal as well. They're looking for the concussive blows, but they can't get in range. The ignite popped. All summoners but one have been expended by the mad bot lane.
How can you not love watching Hilly? He wants to ascertain control over this lane from level 1. He's going to take advantage of the low range of this Samira, and they're just going to bully him out. Look at the damage.
But the counter ignite can come out here. Kazi has to flash away himself. Concussive blows procking onto Mickey. Kazi looking for the level 2 here. I don't know if Hansama and Mickey lost too much XP. They did. Hylissang and Kazi will hit level 2 first off this final minion.
I mean, it is 4 summoner spells burned for
Worth
2
it.
onto Mickey.
Worth
So,
it.
I mean, you have to make it worth it somehow, and I feel like that needs to be Elyoya, but look at where he is. Can't really get into the lane here because Kazi and Hilly have already crashed the wave, so they're going to go for a reset. So Elyoya moving back to the top side, and honestly, this kind of sets up for Yike, who is going to be transitioning down to that bottom side eventually.
Ooh,
nice counter
nice
stun
reactions
there.
there.
Pock the Vital
JC.
as well. The Vital.
Yeah.
I'm super excited to see this matchup. Fiora versus Jax is very much about how you try and play around the Counter-Strike with that riposte, and it ends up being so many mind games on how you want to try and play for that, how you can try and get into your head of your opponent and get that extra bit of damage down and get the ultimate from Chasey to try and get the health back up. It's so much fun to watch this trade.
I'm just happy we've got a former LPL caster, because I'll be honest, I don't have a lot of experience in Europe getting to see this top lane matchup.
We have a lot of experience of it losing.
Yeah, true. But yeah, definitely an exciting matchup for sure. We'll see how much of the junglers invest their time there as Yike makes his way towards bot lane. You did mention it earlier, Dagda. No summoner spells now available for Kazi and Hylissang, as Niski now making a roam towards bot.
Already slithering his way down towards that bottom side. Yike and will be spotted as he tries to catch this wave. Niski has the exhaust. Mickey going in underneath the tower. Already one gone. They catch out Kazi. Niski's going to join the party here, though. Hansama dashing through. Hylissang falls for the double, and G2 just decimate them in the bot lane. Niski flashes for one, but Yike is able to dash away. And in the end, it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of G2.
It was nearly there with Niski getting into the lane. Had the exhaust to maybe try and shut down Hansama, but not able to get there in time. Hansama had the cleanse as well. And it means that Elyoya now will have to pick up this mid lane wave as Niski can only get one back.
Wow, what a dive from G2. That early aggression from Mad Lions bot lane ends up getting punished by just a very clean dive from G2. And when G2 make these dives happen, they're very quick to snowball them. So Mad Lions will have to be careful. Bringing Niski down, doing what he can to get something back, as Elyoya now looking to cross map on the top.
Broken Blade still has flash here. Should be able to just get away. You can see Elyoya hugging the wall, trying to make sure he's not spotted on vision, but Broken Blade gives up the pressure with Mickey on the top side. Can pop that Scry's Bloom and see that Elyoya is on the top side of the map.
I like how Elyoya gets spotted for maybe half a second on top side, and you get 4 members of G2 immediately going towards that top side, trying to make sure they can keep Broken Blade in check here. Wants to try and crash this wave and get a nice reset, but Chasey should be able to walk away from this one.
Shouldn't be under too much threat of a kill, but as you say, the wave is just all that G2 want out of this. They get the push in. Broken Blade will be about 10-15 CS down by the time Chasey clears out this wave, but has navigated that early game without dying. Chasey, though, can try and use this leverage his advantage up towards the top side.
He's setting up a bit of a freeze here. He can go back to base and then just TP back to top, and now he can force Broken Blade to be overextended in this top lane 1v1, which then potentially sets up for Elyoya to then look for a gank. You can see Broken Blade has to come and push this wave out. There's very little he can do about it because Chasey can immediately TP back in and catch the wave. So good stuff there from Chasey.
It won't be a full freeze. It does get underneath the tower. Broken Blade, though, did have to expend some mana to make sure that wave went in. Hansama, though, down towards the bottom lane. Might get some attention from Yike soon. You can see Elyoya on the Krugs. Oh, note that Hansama didn't burn either of his summoners in that dive earlier on, so still has the flash and the cleanse. Mickey's flash coming off cooldown, so is Hylissang's, and we know what that means for the Braum. Broken Blade looking perhaps for a mid lane gank here. Yike is in the vicinity as well. Pings from Chasey as he knows that his lane opponent isn't where he should be right now.
He feels something is wrong. He can sense a potential play. He's playing very safe right now as Elyoya now coming to cover. He should spot out Yike.
Charge in onto Niski. Petrifying Gaze possibility, but it doesn't get a stun onto anyone. Caps underneath the tower, claims the kill. And now Elyoya on the wrong side of that fight. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Mickey going in once again. Kazi trying to trade, but Hansama's full HP still. The ignite won't be enough to take down Hylissang. He escapes with his life, but the wave's still not in a good shape. Yike could look for something. Hylissang is backed all the way off towards his tier 2 to make sure But he can't be killed. Kazi could block the body slam. It still connects. Mickey underneath the tower. Hylissang still surviving. Elioya's on his way. Kazi able to kill off one, and they're looking for more. Mickey now not in the best of shapes as Elioya gets on the board. And Hans Summer still just farming the waves. Couldn't quite join his team in time.
Overextension from Yike. He'd used the barrel to try and block off an escape route through the jungle. So when he went in with the body slam, didn't have his key damage ability there to take down Hilly. And great collapse from Mad Lions to get the kills back in their favor.
Over-aggression from G2 is punished in the bot lane. The mid lane dive was very well executed from G2. I expect, we're actually going to start on the bot side of the map because they're able to get that initial kill onto Niski. Hylissang contesting the bot lane of G2 over this ward. The knockup then comes through from Mickey, and G2 saying, hey, we can get this kill, but don't quite have enough damage after Hilly flashes away. But at this point, Yike is saying, you know what, I have more than enough damage to secure this kill. Unfortunately, this is where the damage ends up falling short.
Yeah, as you can see, just using that barrel on the top side meant that they didn't quite have enough to finish off Hilly. And now you're way overextended with those concussive blows, being able to finish off a few, but Elioya coming down to join in on the party.
Hans Summer able to get away with his life, fortunately, for the G2 bot lane, but still in a very strong position on this scenario.
Yeah, Hans Summer 2-0-0 right now. Already has that Noon Quiver. Once again has made his way into an LEC title. Did it on Misfits, did it on Rogue. Last time was reverse swept by Kazi. It's been a long time for Hans Summer without claiming a title either in the LEC or in the LCS, and here with G2, probably his best shot at one, at least in a couple of years.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that Hans only been in 2 finals, Misfits 2017, and then with Rogue 2021. Yes. Where, as you rightly said, he was reverse swept. And remember, they were 2-0 up in that series, and it felt like that it was a foregone conclusion. But Mad were able to team fight their way back in what was an incredible best of 5. One of the best finals I think Europe has seen. Definitely one of the more exciting ones. G2, though, in a very commanding position right now. And Hans Summer looking to claim revenge against his former rival Kazi as Mad begin the dragon.
Yike's still on the way down, though. Caps pretty overextended here.
Miasma coming down. Glacial Prism as well for the follow-up. Now he's going to jump off Skull and try and get away from this one. Concussive blows. He flashes the wall just as the auto connected. Mickey looking for Kazi. Can't quite get in range. The control ward, though. Kazi, great flash away from Yike. But first off is one. And here comes Dante's Inferno. Mad in 7 layers of hell. As Hans Summer just shreds them. Underneath the tower they dive. Hylissang will not survive. A double for Caps and clean up for G2.
G2 keeps the Revolution alive again. They are diving mid. They're getting the kills, and G2 are not slowing down in this finals.
What an unbelievable turnaround from G2. Mad Lions, the pick looked good. They focused down Caps as quickly as they could, but the frustration when playing against this Kled, his remount mechanic, his ability to disengage and re-engage the fight was too much, and Mad Lions couldn't secure the kill. The gold is now ballooning out of control, and already in game 2, G2 are firmly in the lead.
Great to see Yike bouncing back, but Broken Blade has to flash away and bounce away himself. But the fact that Yike playing bot side didn't go too well for him, and then immediately turns around with the flash body slam to make the play happen again. Everyone on G2 resetting here means that Mad's going to look for a play towards Broken Blade in the top side, but he'll just walk this one out.
You can feel the threat of the dive coming. Broken Blades. I will be honest, I was a little surprised to see him voluntarily take the Jax matchup into the Fiora. And you can see Chasey building massive advantages in the isolated 1v1 with a 30 CS lead. But the cross map is happening for G2. They're pushing down that bot lane tower. They're securing plates for their bot lane. And Broken Blade, he's just going to have to rely on the support of his jungler as Matt threatened to dive.
Broken Blade, no flash. Does have the counter-strike, will use it. Elioya locked up underneath the tower, tanking it as well, and Elioya will fall in the dive. Botched now as G2 strike back. Chasey trying to trade in, but really can't put too much more damage down. Concussive blows, Glacial Fissure used as well. They dive onto Broken Blade, but they can't get in range. Chasey unwilling to invest the flash there. Meanwhile, Hans Summer continues to push in that bot lane tower. Mickey also looking for something in the mid lane, can't find it yet. Hylissang continues to poke and to prod as he always does, but the armor of G2 is impenetrable right now.
Feels like Mad is starting to fall apart. Elioya, the minion wave just disappeared underneath that tower, so he was forced to make that dive happen. And Broken Blade had to do very little to help secure that kill. Now Caps has found his way in top lane.
It's just such a big win for G2 already, and they're going to get more off Chasey here.
Chasey still has the flash, uses the riposte as well. Ignite going down. Caps has charge in 2 seconds. He's going to use it immediately. Underneath the tower, Caps locks down Chasey. Chasey trying to heal up to it. Off comes for Skull. Invulnerability for Caps as he does that, loses the start aggro, and he survives the fight.
So G2 turn around the dive on top. They get the Samira to push in and bot to get a ton of plates for herself. She's 2.6k gold ahead of Carsey, and then Caps gets to play on top. I mean, G2, they just won't let up.
It's just, a lot of it is a cascade of the initial play that happened from Carsey and Hilly, investing all of their summoners in the level 1 to try and gain a small advantage in the 2 versus 2, but then the dive from Yike into the follow-up plays, into that, honestly, that massive play in mid where G2 were able to turn the fight around and walk away with 4 kills. G2 are firmly in control of this game now. They have a 4k gold lead, and they are looking convincing once more. And
Oyoi's got to be gritting his teeth at Yike as well. Oyoi, when he came into this split, rookie of the split, wins the season in his first split, joining Mad Lions, and now Yike is looking prim and proper on the opposite side with G2 turning around these plays on the top side, and it's been a bit of a meteoric rise for Yike, but now Caps up on the top side with Chasey here, as not going to quite commit onto the Fiora.
And that's the small shining light for Mad Lions right now, is Chasey in that top lane. When they've played around him through the course of playoffs, they have been able to pick up wins. That Jace against Koi springs to mind immediately, but here he is pretty deep in the hole against someone like Hans Sama, even Caps or Yike. Let's see, behind in gold. Fiora, though, can do a lot of work in a side lane later on, can do a lot of work in a team fight if utilized correctly here by Mad. The question is, can they stem the bleeding elsewhere to get Chasey into a position to carry?
Elyoya recognizes the best place for him to make a play now is in the top lane, so they're going to look for it.
Ooh. That riposte hits, that's a stun. Permafrost being used as well as Broken Blade dives in, the grand challenge put down. And Chasey wins out with the help of his jungler. Mad Lions investing their resources wisely.
Caps moving up to try and cover the wave though, so they can't get too much. Nobody in the mid lane though, because it looks like Yike still moving down towards this bot side to try and support Hansam and Mickey.
Does Caps go in here? Has the charge, can look for it, but Elyoya stayed around. Caps will dismount, charges away, in fact doesn't even need to get off Skull. Manages to escape the tower, falls down towards the bottom side. That's 5 plates there for G2, 4 in the mid lane, 1 in the top. Mad Lions picked up 4, 1, and 0. So they are in the hole there, and that's leading to this gold lead, obviously. Elyoya, Caps just doesn't want him to base, just being a bit of a nuisance.
Caps using his ultimate to actually mitigate the route from Elyoya's E to get him away to safety there. Nice little mechanical demonstration. Caps always surprises me with the number of champions that he can play. Could very well be in a bit of danger here.
Riposte dodged to the side there by Caps. Yike is here. Hansama on his way up as well. Caps flashes away once again, escaping on a sliver. Yike next up though. The Permafrost will get the stun, but Hansama's joined the party. The Inferno trigger will be primed and ready. Just needs one more stack. S-rank. Die, die, die. Yike takes the kill on Elyoya, and G2 continue to find these picks.
And again, we're seeing G2 find these picks right as the big objective spawn on the top side of the map. We got it in game 1, now we get it again in game 2 with the second Rift Herald here. And the big problem is, Chasey is all the gold that Mad Lions have. And now he's not going to have opportunities to try and play with the map because it's getting smaller and smaller with G2 taking more and more of these towers.
It's got to feel so frustrating for Mad. Again, they found a situation where it felt like they had the numbers advantage, but Hansama comes out of nowhere, creates the 3 versus 2, and immediately it's the top side of Mad that find themselves running away from the fight. The gold is ballooning out of control. Another outer tower will fall. The mid is soon to follow, and Mickey looking for a flank.
And someone will have that ultimate once again. Mickey does go in. Cataclysm used. Mickey locked up for a long time. Will be killed off. The flank from Broken Blade. Not in the best of shapes as 4 members of Mad can collapse onto him. He dives forward though with a counter-strike. Miasma going down as well. The barrel being used. Hansama opens up with the Inferno trigger. That's 2. Chasey and Niski now need to escape. Hansama diving in once again. Niski trying to trade back. Conqueror fully stacked. Caps going in with a bear trap on the rope as Yike looks to join the party. Will just be forced away. Niski still steps forward. Good Petra engaged, but the cleanse from Hansama. Perfectly timed from him, and they baited out smart and Mad. Niski thought he could find something, but G2 slammed the door in their face.
Hansama just makes it look easy. The Samira mechanics on full display, even sidestepping the Casio Qs. This man is on a mission as the rest of G2 win every single skirmish. And what is there more to break down? That's all this game is, just skirmish after skirmish that G2 just keep walking away the victors.
I mean, Mickey overextends here, but he sets up a good time for G2, even if he's not there for a long time. Great setup here from Hansam as well, knowing that he's able to go in over the wall with the Inferno trigger, immediately follows over once more. And the cooldown is so short as well on this ultimate, so immediately able to get that one back up as soon as he gets that S rank stack.
And you think at this point that they're not going to keep diving, but Caps knows that he has the remount, he has the exhaust as well, and the second that Nisqy looks for a re-engage in what was a fantastic ultimate, it's just not enough. Caps knows he can set up the dive, he tanks the tower, the aggro then shifts over to Yike, which makes it easy for Hans Sommer to secure the kills, and a bit of a Misfits flair as he shows back from the 2017 roster where he made his first finals.
And it's so hard to play against G2 when they get a lead like this. 4 out of the 5 largest gold leads that we've seen in Winter Split so far belong to G2 because they're just so good at snowballing those big leads, and now you're starting to see it once more. They're looking for the mid lane tower, you've got the Ocean Dragon available in just a few moments for them as well, and they just continue to stack and play for these big advantages around Hans Sommer.
And once again, we're in a position where for Mad Lions, you need to find a good team fight, you need to find a way to navigate these battles, and they do have the tools to do so. You know, Chasey is strong. If he can keep Broken Blade in the side lane, that's one less player to deal with. Perhaps he can even win that 1v1. Nisqy on the Cassio can do a huge amount of work later on. It's Kazi playing on-hit Bamis as well, so it's not the poke variant that we often see. Hylissang trading with Caps here. Mickey could look for something, won't find it. Mad have the tools. The problem is using tools when your hands are tied behind your back and you're blindfolded. They're 8,000 gold in the hole right now, and it's such a tricky situation to be in once again.
I mean, yeah, I always consider that in a game of League, you'll always have windows. There's always an opportunity as long as you're good enough, and there's this window where an opportunity, or your opponent rather, makes a mistake, then you can find ways back into the game. However, when you have a 5k gold advantage over the counter AD carry, there is a bit of luxury room for error that G2 have built for themselves, which means that Mad don't have to just find one play or even two. They're going to have to keep finding these plays to bounce back in game 2 against G2.
And it does feel like a huge amount of that relies on Nisqy here in the Cassiopeia. Nerdy got that Rod of Ages completed, should pump him up another level there just momentarily. And then as well, the late game scaling that can come through with the relatively short range composition of G2. Maybe he can find those opportunities, but you need to try and keep him safe. And when there's just so many things that are gunning for this Cassiopeia, Nisqy will have to play his heart out in these fights if he wants to stand a chance.
This is not just Caps, it's not just Yike. It's how do you deal with a problem called Hans Sommer as well on this Samira. Already Infinity Edge complete for him. Building up that Vampiric Scepter as well, getting himself a little bit more lifesteal. 6-1 and 5 currently. First time we've seen this Samira come out from him, but there have been rumors, there have been rumblings in the scrim at meta. Second Dragon of the game already secured for G2, still 3 minutes before we see our second Cloud Soul of the LEC finals. And for the moment, Mad Lions willing just to step back. Broken Blade lands the Counter-Strike stun, and even though Chasey is, 1.8k ahead, he's only got a Core Fields over Broken Blade right now. It's not actually a huge item differential. It will help him, obviously, in the fights, and he should win out a 1v1, but so far a lot of these battles haven't been mano a mano. As we see G2 pushing into this jungle. The charge coming out onto Elioya, Caps looking for the flank position, and once again it's Nisqy that they dive on towards. Nisqy trying to survive, locked up in the Cataclysm. In goes Hans Sommer, who is stunned immediately, but they just can't get the damage onto him. The Inferno trigger finds its marks once again. It's a 1 for 3 so far. Elioya and Chasey trying to run for the wind, trying to find some solace in their base, but G2 once again collapse. And in what was a very mess of a fight, G2 come out on top.
G2 used the Herald that they dropped in their base as a means to start a fight in bot lane. And the crazy thing is they even keep it alive. A massive collapse as Mad fall short once again in the fight. And it feels like that this game is done and dusted.
And at game 2 as well at that, Mad Lions going to be one potentially step away from being knocked out here in the finals as G2 just do not want to let up. Fantastic engages, prioritizing the Cassiopeia, making sure that there is no way for Nisqy to try and survive these fights. And Nisqy, you even see with the Giant Spell, going to try and go for something like a Demonic Embrace, just to have that little bit of a health stack there to keep himself topped up, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
No TP on Chasey, you can see G2 barreling towards this Baron. They try and set up some vision control around it. Hylissang doing his darndest to deny it. Can jump across that wall, but G2, 4 players strong, just step in. Unrelenting force right now. No vision, really. That's one ward for Mad Lions by where the Baron pit is, so they kind of know that G2 aren't starting it right now, but G2 can wait for that to expire, put the control ward down, Elioya dashes across the wall, Yike continues to step in, Caps coming in from the side as well, and Chasey has joined up with his team once again in the mid lane. Chain of Corruption onto Mickey, but he can still EQ buffer away the prison short. and the Jarvan escapes to fight another day.
So many of your ultimates used there by Mad Lions to try and just keep G2 at bay. And now, yes, they're going to try and move in, but Chasey's now in trouble.
EQ flash onto Chasey, no flash on the Fiora. Cataclysm, a possibility as well. They're trying to hold it, they don't even need it. Hansama unstoppable, 8-1 on Samira.
That's why Fioras don't want to be in team fights. They don't have an opportunity to do anything, and G2 will turn immediately over towards the Baron, and Mad Lions are just left to try and get some vision around Dragon, if and even that.
There's little to nothing that Mad can really cross-map. Look, you can see question mark pings on the bot lane tower, but by the time they get there, the Baron will already be secured. G2 will be able to reset and make their way back out onto the map. Mad Lions are struggling once again. In game 1, it was all about the top side of the map. In game 2, it's been all about the bot side. And the consistent factor has been this mid-jungle duo of Caps and Yike. They have been ever-present everywhere on the map, whether it be by playing around Caps and the action in the mid lane, or whether it be bringing him to side lanes and he and Yike setting up these plays on the sides. This mid-jungle of G2, as it often always has been so integral to their early game strength and giving them the massive gold lead that they now find themselves with.
And I mean, talking about the mid-jungle, it's incredible to see how Yike has just exploded onto the scene. Qualifies for the LFL, immediately joins LDLC, wins Spring, wins Summer in his first year, gets the EU Masters Finals now, doesn't net himself a Finals, but now, immediately after his first year in the LFL, joins G2, now finds himself almost at the steps to take that win in the LEC in his very rookie split. This guy has been incredible when it comes to his meteoric rise when it comes to competitive league.
Pretty sure he'll be willing to take an EU final over an EMEA Masters final, as they are looking to go 2-0 up in this one. Chasey takes a tower up towards the top lane. Caps looking for the chase here. Chasey could turn this around, doesn't really know where the rest of G2 are. Grand challenge has been issued. Chasey, couldn't quite get the vital, and now Hansama closing in and closing the door on Chasey once again.
Hansama very quick with the collapses this game. 9-1-7. He has been involved in 16 of G2's 19 kills. He has a higher KP than both the mid and jungle. Like, the man has been a monster this game, and showcasing that he's not just a Draven one-trick. This man is unbelievably talented as G2 look to pressure the top tier 2.
Glacial Prison was used there. Hylissang trying to defend the tower, needs to dash over to Elioya, but Like's going to try and stop him. Glacial Fissure being used as well, but not enough to distract G2 from their target. Chain of Corruption was issued. That didn't really find too much there for Mad. Now 2 waves pushing in. Yike's going to shepherd in these 3 caster minions up towards the top lane. Mid lane inhibitor forfeit as G2 continue the pressure. Continue to raise Mad Lions base to the ground. Another wave coming in top as Mickey pokes and prods at Elioya. G2 will work their way up towards this top lane. Double inhibitors at 25 minutes sounds pretty good to them.
25 minutes in game 1, they were hitting the Nexus of Mad. Game 2, as we approach 25 minutes, G2 is looking to do the same thing. Mad's last final fight to protect this game.
You're going in, Chasey looking for the damage here onto Mickey. Concussive blows. Wasn't procced. No permafrost there either. Hansama just standing in their faces. The AD carry on the front lines, not something we often see, but a joy to behold when we do. And Mad Lions didn't have the tools to close in. No Glacial Fissure, no Glacial Prison. Petrifying Gaze possible, but there's Cleanse on Hansama, so you really can't close that gap quickly enough.
Botline Tower is the only thing left standing, and I imagine you're very quickly going to see Broken Blade take to the mid lane, continue to escort waves in, and just have the rest of G2 constantly put pressure onto that bot side. And if you ever try and have members of Mad Lions leave to deal with the 2 super creeps that are moving in on either waves, you just immediately dive as G2. You have so much threat underneath these towers from the dive perspective.
It's a really difficult puzzle for Mad to solve, because it feels like that we never actually get to see their comp do what their comp is supposed to do. Like, the early game, they're just losing in the skirmishes, they're finding themselves in massive deficits, and they're gonna have to match G2 in the early game if they're gonna want to stand a chance of beating this team.
And part of that is you get rid of all the meta stuff, and then G2 say, oh, we're just first time 2 champs on stage in the finals. Sure, we'll just play Kled Samira, you know, we're good enough to do it, and it's so difficult to, as you say, unlock that box, find a solution to the puzzle.
And the problem was that they just insta-locked Kled and Gragas. It wasn't like we didn't see this coming. They knew that this was what they wanted to play, but I gotta say, if you're looking for G2 winning this, they get towards MSI. It's an exciting prospect to see them bring this to the table.
Definitely is. Broken Blade flashing away from Hylissang, who flashed forward. Caps and Hansama Shepherding in the mid lane wave. Hansama looking for the damage on Elioya. Oh, the blade well to dodge the glacial prison stops the engage in his tracks. Mickey low as well, but only down to half HP. Not as low as Mad Lions hopes. You feel the Radiant Virtue healing them up a little bit, but might not be enough to defend their base. The Nexus Tower's under siege. Shots from the minions. G2 stepping forward once again. Hansama tanking Nexus Tower shots. Inferno Trigger used to heal up the minions a little bit there. Niski still trying to trade in, but 3 inhibitors down now. Mad Lions, the last dregs of hope. Trying to find something at the bottom of the barrel, but G2 don't even push for the win. They can turn back, they can go for the soul. They can even look for a catch here.
Mad, they know the Hansama's there, but G2's ready.
In the Glen charge as well. Hansama locked up for a second, doesn't have the S rank, but he still has the GA. He'll be resurrected, but all the Mad Lions might be dead by the time he comes back alive. Kazi underneath the tower trying to survive, but he's locked up. Chasey trying to do what he can, but there's not much you can. And they are climbing back superbly to survive the fight. It's a 1 for 3 so far. Can Chasey and Elioya defend? The minions pushing in, not much mana on G2, not much health either, but they have enough, it seems, to lock Chasey underneath the tower, take the Nexus turrets, and go 1 win away from their 10th title in Europe.
Another dominant victory from G2. And this team just seems to be on form. Mad have made an incredible run throughout the gauntlet. They took down SK in 5 games. They took Rogue down in 4. And it felt like that coming into today, they had a clear game plan of how they wanted to approach. And then they hit the wall that is G2 Esports. This team seems to have no weaknesses right now. They seem to be unbreakable in draft. And the early game, it feels like the Mad just can't find a weakness to exploit.
But that's the thing. Yesterday we're like, this is so cool. We're getting Gragas mid. It's meta breaking. This is awesome. And G2 just go, I raise you.
Yeah.
Just bring more. And I think that's where Mad Lions, you can see Elioya scratching his head. It does feel like a head scratcher right now. What do you try to do to break this when you saw everything that was coming?
Mad Lions have never gone through G2 in a finals. They beat Fnatic and they beat Rogue, and here G2 looking to make that bit of history continue just a little bit longer. G2 have never gone through Mad Lions either, but it's looking like they might do it this time.
And Hansama may very well secure his first ever title in LEC, which is a massive accomplishment for him, especially after what was a very difficult year in North America last year. Let's see if he can do it with only 1 game away.
That we will. We'll see if he can do it. Sorry, I've been told I have to hand it over to Goldberg. He is chomping at the bit to hear what we're going to hear from him. Goldberg, take it away, man, dude.
Better be important.
So sorry, gentlemen. I will let you talk in the next game, but I have to talk about Samira. I've been waiting for this champion for weeks now. But I will let you in on a little secret. There was only one reason I ever thought that Samira would get played in the LEC, and that was because we had 1 player in our league. And that player was Hansama. What do you do when you play an aggressive champion like Draven and it gets banned? You bring out the next champion in line, and that would have been Samira. Now, going into this matchup, I'll be honest, I didn't think it was going to go as well as it did. Reason for that is normally Samira is really good into the squishies, when you see the enchanters, double range, lady carry, all of that. Braum, usually a counter to her. Whenever she dashes in, Braum ultimate, right clicks on the teammates, it's a bit difficult. You can see it here in the beginning as well, with how the lane pans out. Javan does not have a good level 2, right? He's only got the flash. Samira, there's nothing she can really attach her passive to either, so they blow all their summoned spells. But this is actually really good, because they retain their ignite. Hansama still has his flash, and I believe his cleanse as well, actually. And now, with a wave being bounced in, you can see that they're the one who's pushing forward. On the minimap, Elioya is up towards the top side. Niski knows he needs to come down and cover, but this is where I'm so impressed by G2 and their understanding of this champion, because they know they can facilitate this dive. They know that Niski is coming. You can see it on the barrel there. And as we go in, look at Hansama. He goes for the instant S-rank park on the Samira. Now, normally this doesn't matter when you're not level 6 yet, but when I saw this dive happen and I saw he does this, well, I know when you get into the mid game, it's only gonna get worse. Specifically when this is allowed in a lane where, let's be honest, it shouldn't really happen like this. And, you know, keep that in mind that I just spoke about that S rank, because we are about to come into a situation where you're going to see it to its full fruition here. Yike starts out the team fight. Hansama immediately, once again, has the W. Once it times out, you're going to see that full S rank once again. 3 members, and splits the fight up completely. Single-handedly almost sets up G2. And honestly, this was really just beyond my expectations for this champion as well. I think this should be regarded almost as a Hans Sommer classic in the way he plays, because he was insane. And I do believe I also have some stats we can look over just to fully get the picture of how good he was. Damage per minute, 971 at 14, 3.4k, and let's not, I mean, that KDA, that kills plus assist. The man's insane. There's only one way to say it. I really think Mad Lions, they have their work cut out for them, because I really don't see a way where you shut down the G2 bot lane. So it's going to be really interesting. Maybe the analyst desk have some answers, but I'm going to toss it to a break, and then afterwards, we'll hear from them.
That was such a great game.
It was amazing. I can't wait to see what happens in
Right?
Picks and Bans in the next one.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
What's up, guys? Guys, I was saving that for later. I called dibs.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Maybe I was blinded by blessings, but I know that no go back. Never gonna know, but I guess that we were gold dust. Whoa. And she said, remember when we're done, life goes on, and I love the moonlight, the sunshine, your sweet, sweet goodbye. Yeah. Sunshine, your sweet, sweet goodbye. Yeah, I love the moonlight underneath the sad sky. I'm on a high, sweet, sweet goodbye.
We should fight, we should fight. Them, okay? Bring Gragas the caps and we win. Bring Gragas.
How long them, okay?
Probably not. I'm coming.
Maybe I can flash.
Oh, nice. I'm coming.
We can fight this maybe. Though.
I can flash. Can you see someone?
Nice, looks good. We have ult. Oh, nice dodge.
Go.
I can hold. Go. All in.
Nice.
I tank.
Niski has the exhaust. Mickey going in underneath the tower. Already one gone. They catch out Kazi. Niski's going to join the party here though. Hansama dashing through. Helisack falls with a double and G2. Just be forced away. Niski still stands forward. Good Petra engaged with a cleanse from Hansama. Perfectly timed from him and they baited out smart and mad. Niski thought he could find something, but G2 slammed the door in their face and go one win away from their 10th title in Europe.
I'm kidding, I'm not gonna do it. G2 is on match point and they could be taking home the trophy today. We have our beautiful Winter Split trophy right here. By the way, there's a different themed one for the winter, the spring, and the summer split. And then of course there's our traditional lovely big LEC trophy for the seasonal champion as well. And how cool would it be if someone got them all? Probably not so much if we want to keep it competitive. And unfortunately for the Mad Lions, it hasn't been that competitive yet.
No, it's been really, really tough for them. And I just think, like, the breakout for me was watching that Hansama Samira come through the Jarvan as well for Mickey down the bot side. Absolutely ran away with that last game. And for two players that had really disappointing, I think, 2022s, they joined this G2 roster with a lot of expectations, try and step up after that year after Hans' exile back in NA, returning over the team, Mickey joining the team he won an MSI with, and now they are on match point to winning their first split.
And we heard it in the pregame as well. Hansama mentioned that he felt like it was so nice now finally being able to play really aggressive as he's always wanted. So that surely showed a lot of aggression. I also want to point out, I think it's pretty funny, Caps played Kled mid, because I remember back in 2017, he was playing Kled mid in our scrims. Dylan, his current coach, didn't allow him to play it on stage. And now, all those years later, it has finally appeared right here.
That's an amazing story. That's so lovely. And I think it goes to show how comfortable they're all feeling on stage right now. And let's talk about Yike a little bit as well and the parallels with his enemy jungler, who was rookie of the split in his first season.
I mean, this has just been an unreal month for Yike. It's been 37 days since he first stepped onto the LEC stage, and now he needs one win to become a champion. That is absolutely absurd. And the way G2 of a team have rallied behind him throughout all of it. They let him play the unique picks that are his style. All the lanes work to assist him in the jungle. It goes both ways there. It has been a completely brand new roster switch up from him stepping into Jankos' shoes.
I think it's so impressive as well that he can play this way already right now, because normally players need like a split or two to ramp up to deal with the pressure and stress, but this guy from the very first game has just been dominating whoever's on the other side of the rift.
And Broxa, we talked so much about the fact that G2 has the ability to be flexible and that Caps will go on something like I said, Juwani, but they want to enable Yike to be that carry jungler that he can be. But that also brings a lot of stress with it, of course, because that means all of a sudden he is the guy that has to perform on this roster as well.
Yeah, for sure. Like, as I mentioned, he's new. He's dealing with so much stress, pressure, different factors, and also having to deal with having a massive champion pool. Now playing Gragas, playing Belva, playing Lilia. All these champions that a lot of other junglers haven't been able to, make work. He just plays amazing right from the get-go.
It's also like such a demanding team, I think, to join in terms of G2 and how they play the game, because they're always looking for an edge. They're always looking for a fight, trying to take it. So you have to be absolutely on your money, or you're going to get left in the dust to the tempo that G2 play at. But he has been at the front through and through since day one. One of the best rookies we've ever seen join the LEC.
Demanding team to play for, but they will repay you in kind and in gold and in kills if you show up for them. And I think Caps has been having a phenomenal series overall. The Kled was mentioned, the Cassiopeia earlier as well. I think the whole team is firing on all cylinders, and that's leaving Mad in the dust for now. I want to say, luckily, we have a couple of members on that team like Elyoya and Karzi who have been down in a final 2-0 before. They turned it around, Broxa. What do they have to do to make that miracle happen today?
I think sometimes it can actually be, I mean, it's going to sound weird, but it can be useful being in the position Mad is in right now, because now they have the backs against the wall. There shouldn't be any pressure anymore. They're expected to lose, and this is where they can really shine. Take some risks, try something different, because at this point you have no other choice. And if it fails, it is what it is.
Karzi and Elyoya will remember that 2021 spring finals. They have to be able to tap into that. One of the biggest things we saw with Mad Lions is how together they play. It's all about the environment for them. So even backs against the wall, they have to stay positive heading into this final match, and they have to beat G2 in the early game. It is all out for G2 early on, and Mad Lions have to step up in those first 15 minutes, or it's going to be lights out here.
Have to stop that G2 battering ram for Mad Lions if they want to have a chance in this series and to take the trophy home today. Or will it be G2 with their 10th? Over to Verius, Dagda, and Medic for Game 3.
Thank you very much, Shox. As we get ready for what could be the final game of the LEC Winter Split. 37 days ago we started this, and we're already here ready to crown a champion. It feels very quick. And we do obviously still have spring and summer left to go, but the winner today locks their spot at MSI, the first team to do it. They would be the second seed, or unless obviously they win spring, then they'd still be the first seed.
I mean, what I will say is that the thing that excites me the most is that the fact that we have a team at G2's level already makes me even more excited for spring to see how much the rest of Europe can level up to match the current titans that are G2.
So into the draft we go. I think I saw Mad Lions have elected to be blue side again. Blue side has a huge win rate at the moment. 11 wins, 4 losses. Obviously Mad inflicted a couple of those, as have G2 so far through the course of playoffs. There's the Draven ban, Maokai removed by G2. Now Mad decided to ban Ashe on blue side, and they will get rid of the Kled.
So they basically said, G2, you've played Kled top, you've played Kled mid, you're blind Kled. For some reason, you've decided that Kled is OP, and we've decided we don't want to deal with it anymore, so we're going to ban it. No more Olaf ban. Wouldn't it be really funny if G2 now, like, we're locking in Olaf, they just flex it?
Look, I think the big thing is I want to see them go away from this Faris first pick. Faris has not been it at all in playoffs, and I think going towards something like the Sejuani in last game, or even picking up something that's a little bit stronger for yourself there, could have been the better option, although they did end up getting the Sejuani in the end. But now Ash is going to be banned away instead by G2, and it is the Varus ban for Mad Lions, so more than likely see the Sejuani immediately locked in here for Yoyo.
That likely means that the Gragas response will come out from G2. We know that the Gragas can be flexed, assuming that this is, of course, locked in for Mad. We saw them hover the Sejuani last game, and they may very well pivot.
They pivoted to the Varus last time, and it's banned out this time.
So we'll have to wait and see. But there's the pivot. They've decided on the Gragas. See, that's why you got to be careful about the hovers, lads.
It's true.
But Gragas is a champion that has proven to be very valuable throughout playoffs, largely due to the introduction of Mad, prioritizing it a lot and flexing it between Elyoya and Niski. I expect this to be mid. I expect them to give something like the Vi over to Mad, and that's why I think this hover from G2 Esports and a lock-in could be very good to deny that away from Elyoya.
Especially if you want to still go for the Sejuani here for Elyoya, I think that's still pretty nice, where as Vi goes in, you get to ult the back line and prevent that follow-up, plus you've also got the Barrow to prevent a lot of that as well, so I think you've already got a nice setup there for Mad Lions with those first few picks, and then I imagine they just go towards an AD carry on that third rotation as well, unless they just want to secure entirely their top side of the map, which we did see them actually do yesterday as well, so it may just be a case of, hey, triple melee top, let's try and make things happen.
They just blinded Heimerdinger.
Yeah, because Ashe is banned, and Ashe is obviously one of the counters to the Heimer. How else do you get on top of this?
Is it my fault for being suspicious that this might not be support?
You think it's Heimer mid?
Yeah,
you said it yesterday.
I don't know, man.
It's possible. It's possible. We'll see.
You expect it to be in that support position, but as you rightly said, we'll have to wait and see. Now, we are seeing Mad default to comfort. This Gragas Jace duo is something we've seen pretty consistently, especially from them yesterday in their series versus Koi, and it's something that they're falling back on. And they're now challenging G2 with the, listen, you don't have Kled anymore, surely you don't have any other picks that can go into Jace. But knowing Broken Blade, knowing Caps, they'll find a way to make Mad's life rather difficult.
I think the hard part here is, okay, jungler locked in, they're actually going to go for the Wukong. The biggest problem now is that there aren't a lot of AD carries that can safely farm against something like a Heimerdinger, right? We saw Karzi default back towards things like the Aphelios yesterday, but I don't want to play Aphelios into something like a Heimer because he's going to just outrange me, poke me down, make my life an ever-living hell. So I think the big question now is, if these bans are going to start moving down towards the bottom lane here for G2, what do they actually bring out for cards in that bot lane? Because I'd ban an Ezreal, I'd ban things that can have that range or that at least escape option for Karzi.
That's smart, I agree. I think that Ezreal Karma is your instinct, right? Like, you look at that bot side of the map and you're thinking something very safe, something that can try to avoid dives and can basically just scale up later on to the game, as Mad Lions is very likely going to be focused more on the top side of the map. I was thinking to myself maybe a Sivir, and then G2 decided to lock that one instantly, so they're going to have an incredible amount of push towards the bot side of the map. My only other question is, what about a Caitlyn? We haven't been seeing Caitlyn a lot so far in playoffs. Does offer you a lot of range. The Rel ban going to come out from G2. They've been seeing it from Hylissang recently, and this is, of course, a very powerful engaged champion that synergizes well with the engage of the Wukong.
Because that's your option if you're playing into a Heimerdinger Sivir lane. You can go in, you can look to try and fight them and take them out in a pure straight-up battle, or you can try and play range. The Karma, as you say, a possibility. Ezreal as well, alongside that for Mad Lions. Cassio banned by Mad. They don't want that playing into the Gragas in the mid lane, and G2 might look to remove the Karma from the pool here, or take away the Ezreal from Karzi.
I wonder if we see something like the Misfortune that we got from Hansama actually go towards Karzi. At least then you can try and outrange a lot of this pressure on the bottom side. Quite like a lot of opportunities to set up with the Wukong, with the Gragas as well. I think that's probably going to be your best bet here. Lucian now taken off the board. Ezreal, though, still up and available, which I did think we banned away. So it may just be an Ezreal angle for Karzi.
Yeah, Mad Lions really... I'm trying to work out where they would go in terms of support here. You can just go for the pushing lane, but do you really want Hylissang on something like Karma when you are playing for your lives in this final? Alistair also a possibility into the Sivir, but into the Heimerdinger it really struggles in the early game. You just get constantly harassed. We'll see where Mad Lions decide to go. They get rid of Cassio and Akali, trying to cause Caps to play something different once again. But Caps is very willing to do that, it seems, across the course of this winter split. G2 now likely looking towards the top side of the map. Give Caps counter finally, or maybe give support counter. They can't play it, or they can play it, it's just old Aurelion Soul, guys. It's old Aurelion Soul if it's locked, but there's the Olaf.
He's shaking his head. but I guess that was for the Aurelion Soul.
It's locked.
So we will be seeing the Olaf has been banned in games 1 and 2, but we're expecting that to go into the top lane as an answer to the Jace.
The interesting thing, though, is they still left open where the Heimerdinger is going, so maybe you do get your mid-Heimer, but Zeri Lulu going to be the answer here for Mad Lions, and we'll finally get to figure out exactly what G2 want to do. I'm not the biggest fan of if it is going to be a Lulu, I think you just get shoved in so incredibly well. The Lulu won't really have too much of effect as it comes to trying to shove that wave back. And
from Hilly's face, I think it might be a Lulu, guys. Yeah. Didn't look too enthralled by that one. Could even be the Yuumi on 13.1B. And she was nerfed a little bit on this patch, if I recall correctly. Obviously, heavily nerfed on 13.1, 13.3, but that's not the patch we are playing on. And now G2 looking for either their mid lane or their support. I'm gonna give, it could, oh, it's, no way is it Talia. Oh, it's Heimer mid, Betty. It's Talia support. It's Talia support. He did this before. Remember, it went really badly for me.
I do remember. It could just be Talia mid.
It could just be Talia mid.
Could just be Talia
I mean,
probably Talia mid.
It's probably Talia mid, but I was excited there for a second.
I know, that's why I wanted to bring you back down.
Thank you.
I just enjoy ruining your day. Yeah.
So, let's start off by talking about Yuumi. She was pretty heavily nerfed on 13.1p. All of her base stats got reduced. They did make a small change to how her passive works. They also kind of affected her heal, and then they basically changed a bunch of stuff.
Oh, was this the really big hit?
Yes, this is the big.
Okay, so this is the one that took it to 41%.
Yeah. This was the massive patch change. And that's mainly why she fell out of pro play, right? Yep. It's a large part of why teams moved away from her, but Mad is saying that they still believe in the scaling element that Yuumi can provide. The 2v2 is rough. They're going to get pushed in, they're going to struggle, and they're going to fall behind. And it's something that Mad are going to have to find a way to mitigate because they're going to be focusing more towards the top side of the map. Kazi and Hylissang will be left on an island, and G2 is definitely going to look to capitalize on that.
I think it's going to be a case of, can you get this Yuumi to interact with Oyoya and Niski in the early stages? You know, belly slam into the ultimate from the Yuumi could end up setting up some great engages, but it is going to be very, very tough with how much pressure this bot lane is going to be under.
Trying to win in the early game versus G2 is a struggle, to say the least. Both these two games, they have kept Mad Lions on a rope, and Mad Lions have struggled to find anything. Can Mad Lions bite back in game 3, or will G2 be crowned champions? It's lights out, and away we go onto Summoner's Rift for what could be the final time of the day. Yuumi locked in for Hylissang, gutted on this patch, as we noted in the draft. We'll see what that cat can do.
And as a reminder, if G2 win this game, they will lock a spot in the season finals. That happens after Summer Split. They will also lock a spot at MSI.
Yep.
Because now, there's an article that talks all about the changes to international events, but basically Europe will be sending 2 seeds, and this will guarantee you at least 2nd seed. If they win spring, then obviously they can move into 1st seed, but that's still a ways away. So important stakes for the winner, on top obviously any winter, right? Shocker. But yeah, there's a lot on the line here for both these teams, and the last time Hans Sama found himself in this position in a final, he did get reverse sweeped. It was, in fact, by the Mad Lions, and it was, in fact, by Kazi. The roster was somewhat different back then, but Elyoya and Kazi, 2 names that Hans Sama is very familiar with. And I wouldn't be surprised if he came into this game telling his team, hey guys, we need to focus, and we need to make sure that we don't give Mad Lions any room to breathe as we move here into game 3.
It doesn't feel like you're going to get much move on this, or breathing room on this bot side from Mad. Already you've got the turret set up by Mickey, going to get that push in. Yike going up towards his top side, so going to take his Krugs, red, and then move back down to the bottom end of the map, which I think should be fine. It's more of a case of if Elyoya wants to try and go for something sneaky, where he tries to go for an early gank on bot side, but realistically, as Wukong, you need level 3 to go for it, so it'll be a 3-camp start, potentially then into a bot lane play.
And we'll see how well Chasey is able to pilot this Jace. And against the Olaf, it's been banned out of the first 2 games. Broken Blades gets his hands on it once again, was one of the reasons that they managed to take down Koi last Monday. And obviously Mad trying to respect it, but in the end you can only ban so many champs, and Kled rose up that priority list as the series has gone on.
I see a bit of vision invested from G2 into the top side of Mad's jungle. try to get a bit of information as to what Eljoya is up to. He will be pathing, well, doing a full clear rather, full clear from bot side up towards top. We talked about how Mad is very much expected to play to the top side of the map. Oh, can we see G2's vision? They will spot him out. All right. So thank you very much, observers. Quick reflexes there. But now they have information. Broken Blade can respond. Eljoya sees the reaction, and therefore he knows that he has been spotted on some wards. This now gives Yike information, and he could be looking to set up a play on the bot side of the map.
The thing is, even if he doesn't manage to make a play on the bot side, Carzzy already taken a bit of damage. You're still getting the push down in this bottom lane. Caps is going to be able to roam. And I think that's been the big standout thing for me for G2 is how good Caps has been at roaming, and it looks like a dive on bot as Eljoya goes top.
Broken Blade pops the Ghost early on here. Knockback flashes forward. Chasey flashes away from the axe. The Undertow was used. Broken Blade trying to get his way out of this one, but the red buff slow should be enough. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Hylissang getting dived. Carzzy trying to get the kill onto Mickey. Carzzy surviving! Hansama flashes forward. Niski gets one. It's 2 kills across the map for Mad Lions in answer for 1. Hylissang, I think, can't jump back on. Now can. Back onto Niski. And in the end, a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Mad Lions. Hansama trying to survive this one. Niski actually might have enough mana to go back in. Didn't know where Mickey was, and that turret down means they'll back away. The pause comes out. We got to have one. It's the LEC, guys.
You'll take that as Mad Lions, though. You get the kill onto top side with a good flash away from Chasey, and you get the trade back on the bot side. It was unfortunate Carzzy couldn't quite get the kill on towards onto Caps on the way out as well, but still happy as you go.
Yeah. That was one of the best things that you could do as Mad, especially when you come into a game 3 when you're down 2 games. We talked about how they needed to control G2 in the early game to some degree, and the play was, I would say, predictable is like not a nice word, but it was very clear what G2 was going to do, right? They did a full clear from top side into bot. Obviously, we had full insight into that, but Niski also pushed in through mid, sorry, not Niski, Caps, pushed in through mid, and then made an immediately roam down towards the bot lane. And so they wanted to try and shut down Carzzy and Hylissang right from the get-go, and this is something that G2 often relied on during the regular season to take advantage of. So the fact that Niski was able to respond with the teleport, able to mitigate a lot of what they could and end up trading 1-for-1, I would argue one of the best case scenarios.
And it's really cool to see that step up from Caps and how well he has been at controlling that space in the mid lane and always trying to lean to cover potential plays, also lean to set up potential plays. Because remember back at MSI 2021, this was one of the big talking points around people like Faker and Xiaohu and how they transitioned into this more facilitator, supportive style as they went on in their years and became one of the best mid laners or the best mid laner of their respective regions. And this is where we're starting to see Caps kind of fall into that style as well now, where he's not only playing mechanically fantastically as we saw in game 1 on the Cassiopeia, but now also being more of an omnipresence on the map as well, helping to secure his team and leading from the forefront when it comes to these early games.
Yeah, I will say, although Pedro is unwell at home, I think we have the start the game button here on the studio, so I'm going to press that one now and we go back in to the game. There was a visual bug reported by Mad Lions. It was confirmed by the referees, and we're going to play on through it. So you can see what is the end state of that sequence of events? Well, Mad Lions got 2 kills. One went to Eljoya, one went to Niski. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we did see this dive happening. We'll watch it again on the replay here.
So the big thing is the level advantage the G2 bot lane have. The immediate teleport comes through. The Ignite drops onto Carzzy to mitigate whatever healing that he has. They're able to sidestep and dodge that initial play set up by Yike. You can see Carzzy doing his best to get that kill onto Mickey, but Yike, thanks to the Ignite that comes down and the tower shots that he's tanking, ends up taking a lot of damage. Hansama, with the Ghost, tries to chip away at Hilly's health as much as he can, but able to jump on top of Niski to keep stay alive.
Yeah, a bit of credit to Yike there. Flashing with the Q, actually knocked up Hylissang before he could get back onto Carzzy, which meant that Hylissang couldn't remount for the entirety of the play. You can see Hansama trying to trade, thinking, can Hylissang remount, can Hylissang remount, and just did it right at the last moment to jump onto Niski. So Yike there was able to isolate the cat, and as much as the fans hate him, it seems like the players seem to hate that Yuumi as well.
But you can see, even though after that play, and Carzzy was the one that died, still has a small gold lead, at the very least going even after Hansama picks up this wave. Mad, they're looking for another play top.
Broken Blade has no summoners here, nowhere for him to go, and Chasey should be able to secure this one. Runs away, Eljoya takes it instead. With Yike in the area, Chasey didn't want to give anything up, and just backs away from the play.
Finally, we're getting to see Mad Lions come alive in the early stages. That's another kill now for Chasey, and it's feeling quite reminiscent of yesterday with, okay, Carzzy, Hilly getting help from Niski, but Eljoya helping to facilitate Chasey on this Jace in the top side. Yesterday, he set the record for the most damage of any player this split on Jace in game 2 against Koi. We'll have to see if he can do it again now coming into this.
And when Mad Lions were successful, it was playing through Chasey. Look at the jump in jungle proximity from regular season and groups into playoffs. It's almost 8%. That is a huge amount of time that Elyoya spent around Chasey trying to get this Jace ahead, and it worked so well for them across the course of this weekend.
Give the man resources and he will use them effectively. It's a great start for the Mad Lions. A 1k gold lead is definitely where you want to be. G2 though, you can't afford to underestimate them at any point in the game. Nisqy did look for a roam, will be spotted out by some vision. Yike, thank you observers for highlighting the vision. Mad will not see Yike as he makes his way into the jungle. No pings have come down, and he's making. You can see
did they just see him?
Should have spotted that.
Maybe just saw the edge of him. Kazi has no way to dodge away. Hylissang needs to jump back on, but he can't get there in time. Yike takes the kill. Kazi caught out a little bit in that bottom lane.
Just a nice job there. Now Elyoya going to move in to try and free up this minion wave, but again falling further and further behind Kazi is on the CS numbers. Really nice job from G2 to sneak Yike in and get that kill.
Just a very straightforward gank. Yike comes in, leverages the fog of war, and without hesitation able to pick up Kazi, who has no summoners. So really good play from G2. And again, this is what I'm talking about. You can't afford to underestimate this team. The second that you have a gold lead over G2, they find these creative plays and they're immediately back on the board. So Kazi at a small deficit for now. The biggest hit to his experience bar. Very close to level 5. But Mad Lions definitely in a better position compared to what we've seen from them so far this series.
I think it's going to become more and more difficult for Mad to keep control over this bot side. Obviously, Hansam and Mickey are doing a good job of keeping the push in and keeping that CS number high, but Cap's having control now as well.
Fancy feet there from Nisqy, using the phase rush to make sure that Caps couldn't land the seismic shove. Broken Blade was waiting. Nisqy just chipping away at Caps' health bar, reminding him that this Gragas can put down quite a lot of damage in the right circumstances. Pushes out the wave as well. Caps with low mana really can't trade too much more.
The obnoxious thing about a Gragas is not only is the durability that he gets from his W, but they're just the consistent wave clear that he has, relatively low cooldowns, and every time you try to trade into him, he just has so much damage and chip damage that Caps struggling a little bit in terms of the isolated 1v1 for now. Obviously, he doesn't find himself at a massive deficit, only behind largely because of that kill that Nisqy was able to pick up. But yeah, will be forced back to base, has the TP up any second now, so he can just return to the mid lane and catch that wave.
Mad doing a nice job of starting up the Rift Herald before Yike hits level 6. Should hit it off the camp that he's on at the moment, but you've already got people in position here from Mad to try and press this one down. Still level 5, big advantage for Mad here.
But Nisqy has no mana and no ultimate as well. If G2 wanted to fight it, Caps could step forward, as obviously just teleport back into the lane, but as you say, 4-member strong Mad Lions will be able to take the Rift Herald. Plates going down to Hansama, down towards the bottom lane. Mad Lions secure the Herald. And you can see G2 trying to answer on the other side of the map. Can Kazi survive a dive? Well, he doesn't think he can, so he just backs all the way away.
Yike hit level 6 on the transition down, so definitely needed to be wary of that one. Dragon should be taken here in answer, though, for G2, and could potentially see an immediate play on the top side here from Matt.
Exactly. They're aware that the Dragon is going down. Caps is going to try and respond. He makes a roam of his own. Nisqy going back to base, so he's unlikely able to match.
So Caps is waiting for Elyoya to show, because then he can go in and use that Weaver's Wall to trap them. However, Kazi stepped forward once again down towards this bottom lane. Hylissang still only level 4, doesn't have that ultimate. Lightning Crash coming out, the TP being used as well. Like, Yike locks them up underneath the tower. Kazi surviving for so long, but Hylissang just can't get the damage down. Yike now on the wrong side of the map. Flashes away from the explosive castle. Look at the Q as well. Can he get over the wall? He can't get close enough. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Broken Blade trying to survive the dive. He takes a 1-for-1 in the top. Chasey on the board, 1-0-2 now. Caps on his way up the Weaver's Wall, a possibility. Chasey does still have the flash and will back away. There's the Weaver's Wall. Chasey looking for the knockback. What can you do here? Chasey dives in, seismic shove just wide. Chasey can turn this one. Caps has to ghost. Caps clapped in the top lane, and Chasey has arrived in the LEC finals.
Chasey does what he needs to and finds the outplay onto Caps. It was an awkward situation for Mad, losing a member down in the bot lane. Only going 1-for-1 in the top lane dive. Securing that kill now gives them a much needed advantage. Extending that gold lead ever so slightly and relieving some of the pressure that is constantly being thrown down onto Kazi's head.
Lovely, lovely stuff from Chasey. Now with the Eclipse complete as well, should be able to get a little bit more pressure up towards his top side. And I think a bit of a mistake from Caps, which we'll get to in just a second, but Elyoya goes underneath the tower. Great job here from Broken Blade to actually manage to turn one of these back around. Having that Ragnarok means he doesn't get locked up while Elyoya gets the flash for just enough to finish off the Wukong as they go through. And then we get this dive onto the bottom side as well, which Karzi again feeling the brunt of that one.
Very little he can do. Good ultimate from Yike. The chain CC is strong, and the timing from Niski's TP, right place, right time, able to at least trade, as we see now an engage from Karzi.
Onto Hans Sama. Karzi looking for the damage here. Does have the lightning crash as well, but can't quite put it down. The grenade's going to connect though, and Hylissang unable to do anything about it. Karzi falls for the 4th time this game.
Mickey with a beautiful stun onto Karzi. Doesn't flash out of the way, which means that he loses his life. And this bot side is growing ever greater in favor of Hans Sama once more.
Keep your eyes on top though. Elyoya here with the Rift Herald in tow. They want to try and trade 2 towers for the bot lane turret at the moment. And with only Broken Blade here, Caps trying to help out.
It's a tale of 2 carries right now in this game. Chasey knocked back with the seismic shove. They're going to try and turn onto him, and he's taken out, shut down. Over to Broken Blade. Chasey just a little bit too far forward there. And G2 were able to pounce. Niski looking for something. No Ragnarok available for the Olaf, but Caps on his way once again. No seismic shove. So no Weaver's Wall for him right now. The Antiso connects onto Niski. Cease and desist being used as well. There's the shove back into the unraveled earth. Niski trying to survive. Elyoya turning it back around with the Cyclone. One knock-up. They try and take out Broken Blade. They'll find him. Caps has splash. Yike goes in. Niski low. Elyoya 2. Caps has the stopwatch. And Mickey comes in to secure the kill.
Mickey continues to have impact on the map with his Heimerdinger. He lands the grenade in bot lane. He makes the roam up to top, and Mad are quickly losing control. They had such a good early game lead, but now they're getting overconfident. They're going for plays that they don't have the right to make, and G2 is quick to punish.
Mickey still on the way down here, trying to see if he can get onto Karzi. Hans Sama does have the ultimate if he wants to follow. Mickey, can he get the stun?
Has the flash, doesn't have the upgraded grenade right now. 2 seconds on that ultimate. Karzi will just tank a little bit of damage, and Mickey currently sitting 3-0-2. Sork Boots already complete on his way towards a Rylai's. G2 should be able to secure this tower. Mickey going behind them. Elyoya's on the way though. Final chapter being used. Karzi low, lightning crash, not enough. Hylissang now needs to survive. The tower's still standing though, and Elyoya is here to counteract this dive. Hans Sama spell shields. Mickey tanks a shot. The grenade again from Mickey. This man just refuses to lose as Mickey lands grenade after grenade and keeps Mad Lions at bay.
Mickey showing that he is the carry in the bot lane now. 3-0-3. He's incredibly strong and showcases the difference between him and the Yuumi in the bot lane. He has the most damage dealt this game. An incredible performance in Game 3 for Mickey. And now look at the gold difference, barely 300. As G2 have clawed back the deficit they found themselves in.
And you've got Dragon now in 20 seconds, so look at the rest of the map. G2 are already starting to move their way down towards that objective. Vision galore for them set up on this bottom side of the map. It should be an easy take for them, especially with the Kraken Slayer advantage there for Hans Sama. You have Caps, who should be able to reset now as well if he wants to, and try and make his way over towards this with his Mythic completed as well.
And it's the battle of the 2 carries in this game, you have to feel. Chasey is 2,500 gold ahead with 2 items complete on this Jace. If he is there to poke before a team fight begins, he can absolutely shred through this G2 lineup. But Hans Sama and Mickey doing such a good job of getting leads in that bottom lane as well.
And I think Elyoya is kind of going, right, screw the Dragon. We're just going to try and go for top tier 2, get more gold onto Chasey and see if he can carry. But then Yike is here to match, and G2 are like, cool, we can just solo this out as long as we know jungler's on top side.
Broken Blade has the flash, Ghost up, Ragnarok is well available for him. The Dragon resets, but Hans Sama will walk back in, and Mickey takes it. He's doing it all this game. Takes the Dragon as well. Mad Lions don't look for the dive. Mickey coming across towards the side here. Grenade short, flash away, upgraded turret. Seismic shove coming out as well as the Ragnarok up towards the top side. Chasey's being locked up. The shutdown goes over to Elyoya. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Niski looking for something. Might not want to go any further because Hans Sama's in the area. And in the end, it is just a 1-for-1 trade. But with Rift held up, Mad Lions will turn their eyes towards it.
So kills coming out from either team as Broken Blade and Yike are able to shut down Chasey. A bit of relief from the topside pressure that Mad keeps inflicting. Meanwhile, Mad are able to find that pick onto Mickey, the man that's been a menace on the Rift so far. While Caps has tried to assist, it wasn't quite enough. You can see here Chasey trying to collapse come help his team out. Tries to sidestep the Q, the wall in his way, perhaps?
Just maybe a little bit, but cease and desist is going to lock him up anyway there. I don't think he had a route away.
Yeah, felt like that regardless, he was definitely chain CC'd, and there was little he could do to get out of that one.
At this stage, it feels like a huge amount of this game for Mad Lions relies on Elyoya. 4-2 in the jungle. If he has the cat on his back, maybe he can make things work, but has to be looking for picks and Elyoya with Chasey trying to play around his strong part of the map.
I mean, I think that they've got a very similar dive comp to what they had yesterday, right? You've got this whole mid-jungle top trio that's very effective at basically creating chaos in a fight, isolating a target, and then one-shotting them before moving on to the next. The question is, which target will that be? It's difficult to lock down the Vi or the Olaf, but they're not going to be your primary targets. Han Sama and Caps will be the people that Mad try to catch off guards and shut down before the fight really gets going.
I think it has to be Han Sama as well. Has that Cole nearly completed already with the Kraken Slayer. He is fast approaching his break point. I mean, you get the Navori Quick Blades coming in second, and then another attack speed item on top of that, and he'll be good to go. Elyoya?
Mickey's a menace.
It's terrifying.
Just always in the right position to land some of that poke, and it's not just the damage, it's the slow as well. Stops Mad Lions getting into the positions that they want. And setting up towards this top side of the map once again. Cap stepping forward, looking for Kazi, seismic shot. Shove dodged there. Chasey, though, with Elyoya, could catch out Broken Blade. Now, Broken Blade was trying to deal with Niski up towards this top side. Broken Blade pops the ultimate, but you get reduced resistances when you do so. Flashes away, and you can see that's just a couple of seconds of Chasey wailing away on Broken Blade, forces him back to the fountain.
Chasey is obviously very strong, and Mad are taking advantage of that, full advantage of that. The Herald is available for Elyoya. I don't know if he needs to use it here, though.
I think you go mid with it, right?
Yeah, I think it makes more sense. There's a lot of wave clear on the side of G2 when you have the Talia and the Sivir, so leverage that to help Siege, because the reality is Mad, when they have, well, a short-range top side and then a Zeri who's very far behind, their sieging tools are not that effective, so the Herald can definitely lighten that load if they're able to unlock that mid lane tower.
The hard part for this, though, for Mad Lions is that they just auto-lose the mid lane push, right? Han Sama going to auto-clear waves against Karzi. Cap's now in a position where he can one-shot waves with the Luden's Echo as well. It makes it difficult for Niski to keep control there. So trying to find these moments where Mad Lions have an advantage to use their tempo to play around Chasey is going to become harder and harder to find, especially as these dragons are stacking and racking for G2. Minute 45 until the next one. Feels like Mad need to make a quick play before they can really set up properly for this mid lane turret.
Well, they are going to set up for it. They have the wave. Niski and Yike will run into each other, but they're going to quickly split off. Elyoya has found Mickey.
Mickey locked up with the Cyclone here. Final chapter coming out as well. No flash on Mickey, and he is locked up and taken out. Cease and desist now used. Elyoya still surviving, though. The power of Yuumi on his shoulders doing everything the Mad Lions needed. G2 scattered to the winds. Rift Elder's used in the mid lane, takes the tower. Elyoya low on HP, but Broken Blade's going to feel a bit of hurt here as Chasey continues to chase forward onto him. Chasey going in, Yike charging up the Vault Breaker just to keep Chasey at bay. Niski, is it a bomber moment? Not quite. The body slam goes short. Niski looking for the barrel toss. We'll get it out, Caps at half HP. Niski so sustainable in these fights. More damage, touches away. Niski thinking that Caps would go up towards the top side. Chasey on the flank here. Niski low, flashes away, but Chasey can tank those towers for days. Caps, how you getting out of this one? The flash, the knockback, it's not enough to kill off Chasey. It is enough to survive. In the end, though, Mad Lions send 4 and Caps falls.
And that's the play that we were talking about for Mad. They get the pick on Mickey, they get the play onto Caps, and now they can actually set up control in this bot side for the Dragon. Caps will not be up and available. They'll have to use that Weaver's Watt to get in range. Broken Blade's here.
Broken Blade behind them. Ragnarok available. No Ghost for him, though, and he's caught in the midst of 2 players. Kazi jumps away. Elyoya and Niski will secure that one. And it's all falling apart a little bit here for G2 Mad Lions. 3,000 gold ahead now, Betty.
Broken Blade tried to make the flank happen, but didn't realize that many members of Mad were still lying in wait. Yike will now begin the Drake as Elyoya gets healed up by the Yuumi in the red buff. And Mad are in a position to contest.
Deep TP coming through from Niski, though. They want to fight this.
Final chapter being used. Yike goes in with a cease and desist. Kazi on the flank, trying to catch out Mickey. Yike already down, shot down by Chasey. Mickey next up as Mad Lions take 2. Niski on the flank. There's a tower there, my dude. Probably don't want to go for that dive, but Mad get everything they wanted out of the play. Third Drake of the game, 2 kills, 3 kills in fact, as Broken Blade was still dead, and a 4,000 gold lead.
And we're really starting to see Mad Lions come alive right now. The Weavers were all going to buy time to try and
block them from
delay Mad Lions, as you say, from the Baron. Just to buy a couple more seconds for Yike to respawn. 5 now until he is alive, but the Baron will begin. Let's see if G2 can stall long enough for Yike to arrive.
I don't think they're even going to contest it. They will back away. Mad Lions at 5,000 HP on this Baron. Would be their first of the series. Caps knocked away with the explosive cards. Caps looking for the steal, can't find it. And now Mad Lions well and truly in the driver's seat. They've been slumbering in the jungle up until now. As we know, in the jungle, the mighty jungle, the Lion has been sleeping, but they have awoken, they have arisen. And they're going to Hakuna Matata their way all the way through the rest of this game. It means no worries, Vedius, for Mad Lions.
You had to just get the whole song in, didn't you, Medic? Had to get the whole one. Mad, when backs were against the wall, have found a much-needed advantage over G2 Esports. 21 minutes in, and, you know, they still have an inhibitor up, so that's good news for them. The reality is that this is Mad's game to lose, and they keep finding picks. Perhaps they'll find another one. Yike.
And does Bolt Breaker away, but the chase with the Prowling Projectile, and you're looking for that chase there. Final chapter coming out as well. Cease and desist turning it around though, and G2 are ready to pounce on this. Elioya dodging away as the fake, as G2 will take it down. Elioya with that Yumi on his shoulders, pretty unkillable right now. And you said it, Dagda. It's all about this Wukong with the cat.
I think it's a good call from Mad to group up as 5, though. This is one of those rare moments that we're kind of alluding to is, hey, we got pushing mid, we don't have to worry about top side, we can drop mid wave and immediately collapse onto a side, just overload one point, so G2 are a man down. You can see Hansama was actually trying to deal with the wave in mid, and now Mad trying to siege up again with this Baron as Niski is threatening the tier 2 in mid.
Weaver's Wall could close the gap here. Caps has about 20 seconds left before that cooldown. That ultimate is back available, but Mad Lions doing a very good job of 1-4 splitting. Elioya just dodging through the jungle, making sure that he can beat wherever he's needed at a moment's notice. Chase is going to chip out Mickey. And that's what we saw against Trimby yesterday. Jace, in this position with 3 items, is so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, 1,300 damage per minute yesterday on that Jace, and trying to see if you can do it just again. G2 stuck underneath their towers, and this is where it starts to come back to bite you, that you don't have that super long range. Caps kind of needs to be the one to help out, because if Hansam is here, he can start to get nuked by things like Niski, by those accelerated shock blasts from Chasey as well.
The last time Hansama was in a final, he was 2-0 up. Oh, no. Rogue versus Mad Lions.
What happened, Betty?
Funnily enough, I think it was game 3 or game 5, I forget exactly which one. Hansama and Rogue found themselves with a 10k gold lead. 10k! And then Humanoid's Victor, Elioya's Volley Bear, did some damage. Speaking of damage, Niski, Bomber.
Flashes away from the seismic shove, but the cease and desist will lock him up for the moment. How long can this Gragas survive? Mickey caught off towards the bottom side as Elioya once again looks to make the Heimerdinger his target. Niski still alive, the Seraph Shield doing everything they needed it to. Elioya dives in, Mickey falls, and now Chasey's in the midst of them all. Very low, Hansama flashing for it. Hansama's going to open up here. The ricochets can do so much work in this sort of situation, and Mad Lions just dived into their demise. 4 kills over to G2.
Karzi was mid, and he's the only one left standing. G2 find their moment to shut Mad Lions down and get control back on the map.
Hansama is pretty determined not to get reverse swept again. 3-0-6 on the Civet, and he still has all the damage he needs to be the carry for G2. Mad need to calm down. They keep finding themselves in winning positions and then they get over eager. Why was Niski trying to solo kill Caps? Completely isolated from his team. You can see that this play just seems to look at where his team is and look at where he is. Team, him. There's just no real assistance, and there's this big G2 that separates the two teams. Like, Niski has to invest so much just to disengage. Elioya does find an initial good pick, but now all this damage, 2 ultimates were invested onto Mickey alone. And I think that Mad could still win this fight, but now there's no threat onto Hansama. What does he have to be afraid of? Oh, right, the guy that's just been knocked back by Caps into all of the damage of the Talia. Over-aggressive fight for Mad that is aptly punished by G2.
Just a great spell shield from Hansama's there. Blocking the slow from the Gragas barrel means that he's actually able to follow up super effectively on this fight. Now though, Mad, we got Dragon up again. They're in position here, and you can see G2 don't even look like they're going to attempt this. Instead, they're going to be looking for the bounties that are on those turrets on the top side.
Mad Lions still in prime position to win this game. Still 3,500 gold ahead. Second Dragon as well. Those mountains stacking up. Not going to be too impactful. I mean, it is good to get extra armor and magic resist, but no one's really building it on the side of Mad, so it's not going to give you as much of a buff as something like an Ornn or a Scion or, you know, a Malphite in the top lane. The Mad Lions will get in control of this bottom side of the Rift.
You do have to be nervous about Hansama and Caps, though, finishing the third item. Infinity Edge on the way for Hansama. Caps going to have his items coming through now, going for that Rabadon's Death Cap. So, yes, you have that little bit of a gold lead, but it can be flipped around very, very quickly, as you've seen from G2. And a lot of that damage has been going on to Mickey, which is nice. Obviously, the Heimerdinger support can do a lot of work, but I'm starting to now get nervous about how heavy Caps and Hansama will start to hit.
Yeah, I think that it's more like the Bloodthirster is probably what he's going to work towards third.
Yeah.
To have that extra
apologies,
survivability. Yeah. But it's all good. It happens. You know, like those are Infinity Edge items. It's the common happen stance. Keep my eyes on Caps and Yike right now as they look for, well, potentially a pick. You can see them sweeping out the vision. They want to see if Chasey will push out that wave. But Mad, though, grouping up, moving into their jungle together.
Yeah, make sure that you're in a 3, in a 4, looking for something. Chasey's going to be given the blue buff for the extra accelerated shock blasts. He'll join his team as well. No one's going to that top lane. Caps and Yike lying in wait, but they won't find any prey tonight. As Mad Lions group up towards mid. Baron up. Maybe they just wait for the Baron call from Mad Lions. It's a very strong flank position if they can find it. An Unraveled Earth, a seismic shove on Mad as they set up around the Baron. A possibility. Will Mad pull the trigger on the objective that has been the cause of so many teams' woes? Starting a Baron without proper control can cost you a lot. Hansama down to half Sterildas as well. Working there for Chasey, and
they will give up.
Nope, they're going to wait in the next bush, Fetty. There's more bushes to hide in. Okay, maybe they'll give up.
I said they're going to give up. Yep. No pick will be found. Good respect from Mad Lions. Eljoya and Niski trying to make their way into the enemy jungle, but Mickey continues to be annoying. But Mad, this will not slow them down. They will continue to gain deeper vision and set up for this Baron. They don't have the fastest Baron take, and I doubt they're just going to flip it. And G2 now completing those items. There's the Bloodthirster for Hansama. His third major item completed. And now they're actually going to start this one off.
Under control now. Caps is off towards the side here. Seismic Shove gets them both back. A double stun, and the Threaded Volley doing a lot of work here. Elioya's going to have to back away. And the question is, can Elioya sustain enough? There's no jungle camps for him to get it off. Now, do Jiu-Jitsu just start the Baron? Do they just say, oh, well, Elioya has to back away. We can just go for the Baron. Elioya down to half HP, only has a Gromp. Cap's going to try and do a little bit more work here. Seismic Shove. He's got it. Volley. He finds him, but Elioya ticking and will go down. Caps with the blind prediction, and now G2 will well and truly start up the big purple worm.
Such a massive pick from Caps. The man finds the enemy jungler. There was no flash on Eljoya. And now Mad, they're going to lose the Baron. And just like that, G2 have flipped the game on its head.
Mad might look for something in a 5v4. Engage from Yike, only mates onto Niski. Season assist all the way onto the backline. The lightning crash coming out from Kazi. The final chapter being used as well. But Hansama gets to open up. And Hansama will not be denied. Kazi trying to survive, dashing back. Zeri and Yumi can do so much. But Hansama has had enough. A triple for Sivir. And G2 with the Baron will barrel down mid.
How did G2 get away with this? This was Mad Lions' game. This was their moment to take us to a game 4. But Hansama refuses to be denied his title.
It all comes off the back of one of the most successful players in Europe in Caps. Eljoya is back on the map and he wants revenge.
Looking behind Hansama, knows he has no summoners. The Cyclone will get the shutdown. Eljoya with 1,000 extra gold to go and buy something pretty. The question is, will it be impactful enough for Mad Lions to bounce back in this game? The gold even. G2 with Baron
TP.
for 2 minutes. TP coming behind here. Niski looks for Mickey. Mickey has the flash and will get away, but Eljoya not having any of that, chases him down. A solo for Eljoya in the end. Caps looking for something off towards the side here, but he's not going to be able to find too much as Mad do get 2 picks off the end of that battle.
I feel like I can feel Elyoya's frustration. He seems so angry right now. He chose to base in the middle of the river as his team backed off, and that was the beginning of what allowed Caps to find that pick. He is the reason why the Baron was
Chasey's
lost.
won this before. He has the flash. Caps looking for the size of the shot. Flash away by Chasey, and Chasey almost gets him. That final shot may have been enough. Caps survives though. 4, 2, and 9 now on the Talia. 3 items complete. Elyoya, the Dragon up in 9 seconds. No top laner for them. The last time they took a fight around a Baron without a teammate, it did not work for them, but this Dragon uncontested, it seems, by G2. Third mountain of the game, and everything comes back to an equal state. Gold even, 3 Dragons to 2 in favor of Mad Lions. Still, 2 games to 0 in favor of G2. Just 1 fight away from their 10th LEC title.
And there's not really much that G2 can do to cross map here. Yes, they'll push in topside, but you can see the rest of the team has already backed away to clear out their own jungle. So nice job from Mad Lions to get themselves third Dragon, because honestly, Hansama the only one with real penetration here. Cap's still a ways off of his Void Staff.
I mean, it feels like G2, just like that, have neutralized the game. Medic, if you could flip up the gold graph for us so that we can...
Oh, sorry, wrong
graph, you know, the
right at the roller
there we
coaster.
go, that's
Yeah,
what I wanted to showcase. Look at how hectic this game has been. A lot of the degrees have been like quite small in the early game, the first 20 minutes, but then the moment that Mad built that lead, it felt like that this was their game to lose, and now look at how quickly G2 have turned this game around.
It's nice to get an LPL matchup in, you know, the Fiora and the Jax, and get an LPL goal graph. I'm really feeling like I'm going along here in this finals.
Oh my words.
We'll have an LPL result as well. G2 lose to a Chinese team. Perhaps not, as they are currently controlling the jungle. Niski going to try and defend this, but he's all on his lonesome. The rest of Mad Lions are in the mid lane, and Yike is looking for him. Cease and desist going to be used onto Niski. No stopwatch for him. Knocked back, and Niski just locked down underneath this tower. Broken Blade tanking it. And Mad Lions, not a moment to react. G2 now continue to find picks.
The chain CC was just clean there from G2. Niski literally didn't get to move. He doesn't have the Zhonya's. But Elyoya, he sees a target and he's going.
Final chapter being used. Broken Blade still in the bush though. Do they know he hasn't backed? The Ragnarok turning this one around. Yike coming forward as well. Elyoya shut down by Mickey. So many times the prey, this time the predator. Mickey takes down the enemy jungler.
And the timing was nearly so close to being perfect. One member of G2 was gone, and they thought they could turn onto Mickey, but with Broken Blade still just being left behind in the bush, they're able to turn it around, and now G2 can continue to push.
Exactly that, Dagda. 30 seconds on Elyoya means the Hansama and Caps can just make a beeline for mid lane. Level 18 on the Talia now. 3 items fully completed. Hansama with 4. They're looking to take these towers down.
So we got the opposite side of the LPL maybe coming through with 3-0. Might be the case here with G2 with the way that they're playing right now. So hard for Mad Lions to try and hold on. And Elyoya, as you said, Medic, earlier on, desperation. He knows he's got so much damage in his pocket if he can actually get onto carries, but just getting caught out every time he tries to make it happen with multiple members of G2 being there.
And this is the thing, the gold difference I think is quite deceptive because you can see that it looks relatively close for this late in the game, but when you look at the bottom of your screen, a 4k gold advantage for Hansama means that he is a full item and a half over his counterpart. In the mid lane, the experience difference between the 2 mid laners, along with the fact that Caps on his next back, very likely to just secure another item as well, whereas Elyoya is making up a lot of the gold advantage for Mad. So the 2 main carries of Mad, outside of Chasey, find themselves in a very difficult position.
And you can see Chasey is trying, but it's very hard to try and get on towards Hansama. Not only just a case of having the opportunity to take pop shots because you're being threatened inside lane so consistently you're being drawn away, but also you have that spell shield there for Hansama. Now with the Baron up, vision in G2's favor, they're looking to reclaim this top side jungle as their own.
Mad Lions could sack the Baron, could look for the Mountain Soul in a minute and a half. Guardian Angel complete on Yike means that he has no fear, doesn't need to be cautious at all with his engages, not that he has been so far this game. And what a story it would be for him, claiming a title in his rookie split. Chasey trying to do the same. Chasey here, the carry for Mad. Kazi is still scaling up 3 items there, nothing to be trifled with. The poke possibly from Mad. They have a single minion. Seismic shaft. Oh, good dodge there from Elyoya with the decoy. Baron started. Do you push mid, Mad Lions, or do you go for the fight? Vision goes in with the far side alteration. Weaver's wall has been used as well in the Baron, already down to 7,000 HP. Niski trying to get in. Elyoya can jump into the back, and he steals it! And Elyoya steals it and gets the hell out of there! Season desist will lock him up. Mad Lions now need to take the party, take the fight, Mad Lions, you need to retreat, you need to get out. A flash forward from Yike. Kazi trying to put the damage down, rattling through with the burst fire. Mad Lions might try and turn it around, but they can't quite find it. A steal on the Baron for Elyoya. He is not willing to give this one up. Niski looking for more, but he will not find it as he just clears out the control ward.
Elyoya lost the first Baron, but he would be damned as hell to give up the second one. A massive steal keeps Mad still in the game with the soul point on the horizon as well. We're gonna have to get a slow-mo of this one. He's going in there blind. He W's over oh, he gets the control ward at the last second, W's over the wall and secures the steal. Clutch stuff and a sigh of relief on Elyoya as he knows that he's bought more time for Mad to still turn this series around.
A hero play, and the fact that Mad Lions managed to get away as well so they don't end up just falling apart and losing their base. G2 will get a dragon, so now we're 3 dragons apiece. This next one will be massive for either side, but you can see how close these are. One step wrong from either side can cost them this entire game.
Tensions couldn't be closer. Both teams have made their fair share of great plays and mistakes, but it is G2 who is still 2-0 up in this series, and Mad, with their backs against the wall, are looking for every opportunity to win this game and keep the series going. Stopwatches have been bought across the board for the Mad Lions. They are ready for the next fight, but so is Hans Summer. The Zhonya's completed for the level 18 caps, and with GAs also primed and ready to go, this next fight could very well be the one that determines the game.
Also the G2 special, multiple Radiant Virtues coming out. Broken Blade picking that one up for himself on the top side as well, alongside Yike. A lot of healing provided as it does end up stacking, so you're going to have to see if Mad Lions can try and burst through that, especially if you end up with the Mountain Dragon on top of that. Just makes it that little bit more annoying to deal with, but 3.5 minutes until that one comes up, and you can see both sides just posturing on the map, but not really going to be overcommitting for anything, knowing that that is really going to be the objective that they look for.
Yeah, Caps and Yike playing the buddy system there in the top lane as well. They knew that Mad Lions were pushing in bot lane, so like, well, we'll get the minions up towards the inhibitor, so Mad have to react. Mad off this Baron, you can see it's all just been about delaying the game. It's all just been about buying a little bit more time for another outplay, for another miraculous moment perhaps from Elyoya. This guy, after winning 2 titles with Mad Lions, has been denied across the course of the last couple of years. And here he is making a name for himself once again. Mac tweeted before the series started, he said, is this Elyoya's reckoning? Is it time for Elyoya to be known as the best European jungler? I think Jankos still the GOAT in terms of longevity, but Elyoya definitely up there in terms of the best right now. Mad though, players up towards the top side. G2 just walk in the middle of the base here, and Mad Lions spend a little bit too long up towards top. They'll lose their inhibitor in mid lane. G2, it's a heist, it's a theft as the final chapter comes out, but Ragnarok will stop any CC. Seismic Shove goes wide. Mad Lions might want to look for a little bit more out of this. They know that Broken Blade doesn't have that ultimate, but G2 able to walk out and get the inhibitor.
Both teams right now largely just waiting for the next objectives to spawn, but you're right, Medic. Honestly, bit of a blunder there from Mad. Weren't in a position to defend, and G2 gain a small advantage. This means that G2 will constantly have this wave pushing in their favor. And while they can go and catch the top lane, they're still a ways away before these next objectives, and many have played League in these situations. It's incredibly tense. You don't want to be the player that gets caught out. You don't want to be that individual that makes the mistake that determines the game. It's been hard fought from both sides. And Mad, if they can just get on top of Hans Summer, there's a real world where they can win these fights. But look at this, the GA now finished for Hans, level 18 as well. Kazi, he doesn't even have a 4th item. He's been put so far behind this game, whereas Hans Summer is full build. Pots are going to start coming out. He will be the problem that Mad have to overcome. Elyoya, though, has found the flank.
Looking for something, but Yike is also behind them here. Kazi could be caught out. Caps can get in with Weaver's Wall. It could be desperation, it could be despair for Mad Lions. Final chapter being used, Weaver's Wall as well. The TP in from Niski, it's a short range, but he needed to be here with his team. A minute left on the Soul, a minute left on the Baron. It could delight or desperation for one of these two teams.
It's a good job from Mad Lions, though. They're trying to keep their vision that they have on this bottom side to make sure that G2 have to try and contest this Dragon blind. The fact that they've managed to draw G2 out, keep them away is great.
Elyoya Seismic shove was a possibility there. He's able to dodge across the wall, but we saw him caught out there already once. We've seen finals defined by players being caught out there. You just think to Sven over in the LCS, caught out on the Ezreal, and it was what lost the series for his team. And Leo was able to dodge away though, and now the question comes, Vedi, Dagda, what do you fight for? Do you go for Soul? Do you go for Baron? Where do you draw your battle lines? Because they spawn at the same time.
I think the easiest thing is for Mad Lions to try and keep pressure on this bottom side so they can have one person solo out, probably Chasey this dragon, and just keep G2 backed away. G2, they have a lot of damage, but you can always come across very quickly, try and answer for, especially since Chasey has that TP, but G2 starting to set themselves up on bot side.
I would actually consider having Kazi try and solo it, given that right now when you look at the damage profile, Chasey's one of the big poke factors that can hold G2 at bay. Pressure continues to mount though. Mad continue to try and control the wave. And Yike trying to gain access into the fog of war, but Mad doing a great job of denying that vision. Good damage on the Mickey.
Already down to half, Broken Blade stepping forward.
Elioya
looking for him, gets onto Mickey! The stopwatch to stop the explosive cast. Elioya able to get out, the final chapter coming in as well, but Cass is going to get the seismic shove up towards the bottom side. Kazi in the GA, Mad, all hell the retreat, they've already lost one, they've lost two! And G2 open up a double for Hansama! Looking for three, looking for four, looking to take all five! Mickey takes one, G2 take the fight, and it's despair for the Lions, and delight for G2!
G2 will find the fight that they needed. Caps will go back to pick up the wave, and it is everything that they could have hoped for.
Absolute domination from G2. The fight was too split from Mad, and G2 are looking to take it.
9 titles before today. History and Historia for G2 as they claim their 10th title.
Massive congratulations to G2. It was a hard-fought game 3, and the Mad Lions showcased what they could do, but it was not enough against the Titans of G2.
G2 once again take their position on center stage and look towards the LEC Winter Shield. They are your LEC 2023 Winter Champions, G2! Mickey with his 5th title now. Matches up with Yellow Star and Soaz. And Hansama, for the first time ever, after 6 years of trying. Broken Blade with his 2nd. And next up, the man in the mid lane, Caps, matching perks, 8 titles. Today we truly saw Claps rise to the front. And of course, Dylan Falco raising the shield once again, instrumental to the way that G2 have played. And what a performance it was from G2 all round.
An incredible series, 3-0. G2 have a number of them throughout their long history. And G2 find themselves back on top. They lost 0-3 in the finals last split. You could see the frustration on Caps' face as G2 once again celebrate being at the top of the LEC. The goal of this team was to dominate Europe, and they've done just that.
And by winning, unlock themselves a spot in MSI as well. 2nd seed at least, but the way they're playing, I think 1st seed will be very much on their mind. If they win spring, they claim that. Yike, of course, didn't see him at the trophy. I was slightly distracted, but he's in his rookie split to do so well, to be so dominant, to take down Elioya.
And that's exactly it. Yike comes in rookie this split in 2021, manages to win with Mad Lions his 1st split, and Yike now looking to do the exact same, having lifted the trophy himself after seeing him pick up rookie this split. But what a fantastic performance from him, stepping up alongside Caps. And I think that's the beauty of a team like G2. You can see how well all the pieces work together, the friends that are on this team, and now going towards an international stage with the flexibility that they have, the fact that they've been able to showcase just how individually strong they are. It feels like they're ready to take on the world.
Reminder, this is of course Winter Split. We'll be back for spring.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
And G2 will be the team to beat. Everyone in Europe will have their eyes on them, the dominant performance that they have had, and everyone will be looking to level up to rival this team in such a short time. G2 has risen to the top, but now there are many hungry teams looking to take that title away from them. Winter Split champions, they will secure a spot at the season finals at the end of the year. They will lock a spot at MSI, and right now they are the champions of the LEC.
And in 2 weeks, we start it all again, another 6 weeks of madness. The Spring Split starts on the 11th of March. And it's gonna be
no rest for the wicked.
No rest for any of us. And I think you look at some of the teams that have risen up across the course of this split, and I'm very excited to see what happens. SK, Astralis, BDS, all having great performances. Mad Lions making it to the finals. I don't think many people expected that, but someone perhaps who did expect the result of today is standing by. Law, take it away.
Thank you, Medic. Mickey, Hans, congrats on taking down Mad Lions in the final. Berlin, once again, please, for the winners. That was a rather fast and one-sided series, but I don't think we can say this about the last game, especially Mickey. How did you come back from this one?
Well, it was a bit rough. They pulled out the Yumi. I didn't think that was gonna happen. I thought the champion was dead, but I guess it's not yet. And it was a bit hard of a game.
Yeah.
Luckily, we got a huge lead bot, so we could equalize the lead that they got top. And then, yeah, we just felt like we had a better late game, a better comp, so we just kind of won, yeah.
It was an amazing game, and Hans, I have to talk about this series as a whole. I was waiting for you to play Samira, but I have to say, with this draft especially, I didn't think it was an ideal scenario to play Samira. But tell me about the champion, how much you like it, and why did you think it was the right time to pick it?
I think it was the right time to pick it, especially of the, well, there was a pocket pick of Mickey. I like the Javan, and everyone in my team had like knock-ups. And in me, they didn't really have much CC to cancel my ulti or whenever I dash in. So it felt really like the perfect Samira game for me. And I was grinding her a lot during the off-season. I was maybe more than 200 games with her. I'm smurfing every game, and I'm really glad to be able to pull this champion off. For me, she's like honestly the female driven. She does so much damage. She's really strong. Yeah, and she's in this patch that we just played. She's really broken.
The champion fits you so well. An amazing performance from you on this Samira. Mickey, another title for you. It's been quite a while since the last one. How does this one feel, especially when you consider the new format and everything? Thank you, Mr. Romain, for the shield. But yeah, tell me how this one feels and how different it rings compared to the other ones you had.
Yeah, I mean, it feels really nice, especially since I haven't gotten one in quite a long time. It's also the first time I've won in like the studio, I guess.
Yeah.
So, no, it was nice overall. I was really confident going into it as well, because I think our team is just way too insane. So, yeah, feels good.
Feels good to see you again on the winning side. And Hans, coming in today, I couldn't believe that you never actually won a title. And this is actually your first, right? Thank you. I think it's deserved to have so many cheers from the fan, especially how long you've been waiting for this one. Tell me about first impressions about being the champ, finally.
It feels amazing. I was really close to it a few years ago against Mad Lions.
Right.
But I ended up being reverse swept. But yeah, it feels really amazing. That I can't believe for so many years I haven't got the title. I was just doing finals. I'm really glad that I won today. We won, and yeah, my team is really amazing, and it's been a really great journey so far. Yeah.
The sweet, sweet taste of revenge here. Mickey, being reunited with this kid. Back to the Misfits days, actually. I know I talked to you at the beginning of the split. You were telling me, Hansama is driving me in the lane, and it's actually good to be reunited with him. But how different is the duo now that you had a couple of weeks on stage to play together?
Well, I felt like we were really good back in Misfits already, but I think now we're even better, even though that could be impossible, but we made it. No, but I think we're just really good. I think we both bring a lot more to the team compared to our Misfits days. We both talk a lot more. Yeah, I think it's also just really nice to play lane. It always feels really free. We always have a lot of plans going into it, and we're just both really motivated to get better. So I really like it, yeah.
Is there anything you want to add to this, Steven? To the synergy and being reunited with Mickey on the Rift?
It's really amazing to be working with Mickey every day. We together, we are really like whenever we go to everyday scrim, it feels like so nice because we understand each other very well. We always review every single game. We get to talk to each other, like what do we want to do, like what do we want to achieve and stuff. It feels very nice to be with Mickey because I can be myself, he can be himself. And yeah, we have experience before, and definitely is better this year because we talk more and bring more to the table, which is a very nice feeling. And every day just a blessing to be able to play with Mickey.
You were mentioning achievements, and I know that at the beginning of the year we had an interview together, and you told me that you have things to prove here coming back to Europe after a disappointing year in the LCS. Did you reach the level you were expecting to reach, and did you prove what you wanted to prove here in the LEC?
Oh, well, we've got some great games. I feel like this is not our final state yet. Final form, sorry. Yeah, we're gonna be much stronger. I think slowly and slowly. We just gotta keep up the grind and yeah, not be lazy.
I can just expect that you're going to be much stronger because you have MSI on the line now. But this is something we'll follow up on later. Mickey, Hans, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Congrats again on being the Winter Split champion, and Sharks, back to you for PGL.
Thank you so much, Laura. What a wonderful interview with a fantastic bot lane. And we, of course, also had to get the top laner and the jungler here as Goldberg. And I know there's one missing, but we have a special treat for you later, so don't worry. First up, congratulations, Broken Blade. Congratulations, Yike. Maybe you first, Yike. I mean, we were talking about it before the last game. What an insane month and a half it's been for you. Congratulations. And what does it mean to you to win your first title?
Yeah, thank you. I don't know, it went really quick. I mean, it's been like 2 months of the season only, and I already won my first LEC split, so I'm really happy. I'm really grateful for my team, for my staff. Like, they've helped me so much, because I feel like I was another person when I started in the team, and I feel so confident in myself when I play, and it feels really amazing.
Okay. Broken Blade, a champion again here. It wasn't spring last time, so it was in the beginning of the year as well. Congratulations. What does this one mean to you?
Thank you. I mean, it means a lot, right? It means a lot, especially because we won with 3 new players, right? And was a lot of first ones for Hans, actually, and Yike, so I'm very happy for that. It's the 3rd title that I've won, hopefully to many more as well with this roster.
Mm-hmm. Goldberg.
I mean, honestly, unbelievable way for it to happen. First 2 games definitely just seemed like layers above the rest of them. And then 3rd game, I mean, I'll be honest, I really thought they were going to lose that one. I still barely have no idea how it comes back into it. And what really just goes into my mind as well is just like, Caps, man. What a goddamn mid laner. Like, the way he finds picks almost individually, unbelievable. And it's so rare to see in competitive League of Legends when everything is so team focused. So yeah, I was blown away by today's final.
Talk to me about the first 2 games, maybe. Let's start there, Broken Blade. It did seem that Caps was in rare form, but I think everybody probably had an exceptional start.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we obviously prepared a spicy draft. Yeah. I think a lot of fans liked it as well. The Klett, where they had to ban in game 3 even. So, I mean, we were definitely prepared with crazy stuff, with some spicy drafts. And I feel like that's our territory, kind of, you know. A lot of people say, like, for example, I remember Elioria was saying our drafts are not good. Mm-hmm. But I think that's more of a coping mechanism, you know. Like, we're just good, and we're good at playing creative, but we're also good at playing normal. So I mean, we're just too dangerous, I think, to play against, at least in the EU right now. So I mean, I'm looking forward to Spring Splits. And then after that, MSI.
Yeah, Yaik, when it comes to these games, the last one was the spiciest, I would say. You guys were in a deficit. What do you think were the tools that you used to get back in the game? And were you embarrassed when Elyoya stole the Baron, rather?
So the last game, yeah, the whole game went like really bad, and I think I tried to stay calm in the comms, and everyone else was like really calm. It didn't feel like we were like so behind, and we kept playing the game like really well. And yeah, I tried to look for picks perma with the caps, and it worked out like a lot of times. And yeah, we wanted to do Nash, and we kind of just flipped it. We basically said that, oh, if it gets Nash, it's gonna die. If it doesn't get Nash, then we get Nash. So it was just a 50-50, and he won it. So yeah.
Overall, the Mad Lions got to the final again, Broken Blade. You have a lot of experience of playing versus all these players. So what do you think it was that it made you better than them today? I don't want to use too harsh of a wording, because I think they surprised a lot of people with the way they played throughout the split, just not enough today.
I mean, I think they deserve to be in the final, definitely. I mean, beating all these teams, Koi and SK. I think SK was having a really great split as well. But I think the clutch factor was Niski, I think. I think he's been popping off on Gragas, actually. They've won every game on Gragas mid, other than the last one, I guess. But I think any team is kind of not having an easy time beating us, right? But anyway, I think, yeah, Niski was doing really, really well. I think Elyoya, Chasey, also very, very strong top jungle. Gave me a hard time in the last game, especially. So also props to them. I mean, they definitely deserve to be in the final, but I think us, like the work and stuff we put in this team is just so much that I don't think we should just lose, you know? Like, I think we have too much of effort put into it, too much sweat to like actually lose. And I think that obviously brings a lot of resilience in the team as well. And these games that we are supposed to be losing, we can still turn around, and that's because everyone is giving it their all. No one is shutting down. So I'm like, it's just very fun to play, actually. Even if it's scrims, even on off days, stage, especially if we're in finals, right? So it's just very nice. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we have seen from G2 for a while now in your run last year as well. But I guess my question is, what kind of habits are you building to make sure that the peak doesn't come too early and keeps going? Because, you know, your expectation is to perform at MSI, to perform at the EU season finals at the end of the year, to perform at Worlds. And I mean, that just looks like that's so much work, right? That's in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we did have the experience, at least last year, that the good thing is that we have to start from last year. And we did mistakes last year, which was just, you know, how it happens sometimes. But we take that with us next year. So this year, right?
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure we're not going to do the same mistakes. We're going to be staying humble. As I said in a previous interview, humble first place, right?
Yeah.
And we always hold ourselves accountable. I think that's the most important. And when we get cocky, because it does happen, especially Caps, we have to, you know, like calm ourselves down, you know, stay in place. Like, for example, that's why I think we also kind of lost. We're losing the third game because we're a bit out of the zone, you know. But we get back into it, and I think Mad Lions got out of it very quick. But again, I think it's just about accountability, you know, staying responsible to what you're doing on an everyday basis, and we have that. So shout out to the staff. So.
Stuff, I think. They're probably so happy. They're like, yes, these are my boys talking about accountability. You talked about being cocky. I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. Let's head over to Broxa and Caps.
So, I am sitting here with Caps next to me. And first and foremost, Caps, you are, surprise, surprise, the MVP of the final. Congrats.
Thank you, thank you.
Well deserved after that performance. Now, this is my first time interviewing, but I've seen in the Caps recap show that you're a bit of an expert. So, do you have any advice for me before we start this?
I always come with the hard questions, of course. You know, you don't want to leave anything unsaid. So if there's anything you need to say, just get it out there, you know.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. So, first and foremost, well, one thing confuses me a bit, because back when we played together, you would always want to play a lot of crazy things. But back then, Dylan never allowed you to play off-meta picks on stage, maybe except the Vayne, of course. But now, you're playing it every game. What has changed? Like new year, same coach, but you're now unleashed.
I mean, for sure, I think like Dylan wants us to have like success with the things we do, right? And I actually tried to play Kled back in 2018, as we talked a bit about, and it didn't really have a lot of success with it. This time around, we were doing much better in scrims, and then I think Dylan feels much more comfortable. And I honestly wish we could play a lot more games because I have like 10 more troll picks that I want to play, but I've never had as many troll picks in my champ pool as I have right now, but I unfortunately can't get to show them off.
I still remember one time we were boot camping in Korea before Worlds, and you played Draven mid with like the big head Draven skin. I hope we're going to see that at some point. That would be hype.
But they keep banning it. They keep banning my Draven.
Oh, true, actually. Okay. You've won a lot of LEC splits at this point, obviously. What is different now? Like, does it feel any different compared to when we won our first one together back in 2018, or is it just like another day in the office at this point?
I mean, I think every split feels different, right? I think every split is like a lot of them have been with different teams, so it feels like there's like a different vibes and then different feelings. Some are very like happy teams with a lot of jokes. Other teams are a bit more serious, and it always feels good to win, of course. And especially with like the last few years of like summer we lost. I had a lot of my family there as well, so I was really hoping we could get revenge against Koi. Unfortunately, Matt locked them out, but it feels really good.
Happy to hear. Not too surprising, of course. I have a final question for you. So the Caps, I remember, was always happy, energetic. Like you mentioned, there was always a lot of jokes. Broken Blade just confirmed to us that you're still cocky, so I guess that hasn't changed. But if you compare 2018 Caps to the 2023 version, what do you think has changed?
I mean, I think like outside of learning the game, I think I've become much like smarter about the game. I think maybe in the past I relied more on just like outplaying my opponent and just playing like full aggressive. Now I still play really aggressive, but at least I think a little bit more about the game. But I think outside the game, I still feel like my rookie year. I still feel like very trolly, and even with Yai coming in, and you'll be like, oh, maybe Caps has to like be very responsible. I still feel like I'm maybe doing more trolling than he is. So maybe one day, maybe 5 years from now, you know, then I'll finally grow up.
I guess we'll see what happens. Well, that's it here from me and Caps. Good little throwback through the memories. Now we're gonna send it back to Shocks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Broxa. You did a really great job, and so did Caps, as always. Yeah, he said it there. He feels like, you know, maybe he should be a bit more serious, but he's still trolly. So how have you experienced playing with Caps?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Caps has always been cocky, I guess, and I actually really like that with him. I feel like that's when he's like really cocky, he actually plays like really insane, and he's been like that his whole life. And I don't think he should not his whole life. It's in his whole career of LEC, and I don't think he should stop with it. He can for sure like improve it and just make it less be less cocky. But I feel like I'm the same as well. I can get cocky as well, like especially in scrims. If we go like 3-0 the first block, then we might try new stuff and we might go a bit crazy. So I can't really like flame him because I'm kind of the same in a way. So yeah.
Yeah, but then there's this guy saying, guys, we need to keep ourselves accountable, be careful, quiet down. You do that. How much did you do your homework on Chasey in terms of like, you saw 9 games of the Mad Lions, and we were definitely thinking, oh, Chasey could be an X factor because we hadn't seen him play versus you in the playoffs yet. So how much of a factor was that in your prep?
I mean, we knew what champs he would play, and today he didn't have like a surprise pick. I think the Irelia he played yesterday, I think, right?
Yeah.
Was kind of a surprise pick, and he played it really well. But the picks we were going for were not possible for this scenario to happen anyway. So not a very good surprise from their side. I still think he actually had a very good series, so props to him. But yeah, I mean, I think our coaching staff is also very, very well prepared, right? So there's that. And they had to ban 2 champs on the first game. I think they were banning Olaf and then Kled. And the Kled was definitely for me, not for Caps, right?
Right, sure. As an insult that we thought it was going to be an X Factor, or were you like, no way, I'm not going to let that happen? You probably didn't see it. No, it's fine. Our MasterCard play of the day is Hansama Samira Goldberg. And you wanted to see the Samira for so long on stage, and I think you're very happy.
Yeah, I'm so happy. I really love what Hansama was saying, that it's just kind of, the female Draven, because that's why I thought Hansama would be the person to play it, because when Caps gets his Draven target banned, what's Hansama going to do then? Well, you bust out the Samira instead, and, combo is just perfect. It just feels like you buy so much space for your teams to just follow up, and Hansama, with just the spacing of his enemy here, it's so beautiful. He barely gets interrupted. Clint is ready, and the rest of the team's just ready to follow up. So, I mean, he's a psycho. He's so good.
Psycho. They're all a bit psychos, I think.
Honestly.
Yeah. 2 more questions before we sign off. I'd like to know about kind of your international prep already. Now, I know it's early, but the ticket for MSI has been booked. So I'd like to know, Broken Blade, if you have any early advice for Yike when he's going up against those international junglers.
Well, my international success hasn't been so great, so I think asking Caps is better. But obviously, I mean, it's always really, really stressful, right? There's a lot of pressure on the line, so it's always important to come back, go to the basics if things are not going right, because I think the reason why most people fail against the Asian teams is because they don't get better, right? They just keep losing, and I feel like there's a lot of tilt involved, a lot of stress, but negative stress. And I think this time around we have really, really good people to work around that. If that ever happens, I do think we have really, really good chances already looking in the future, right? Don't want to jinx it.
Okay.
But again, I just have too much trust on my teammates and staff. Everyone around who I'm working with is just doing really, really great. So just very happy about that. And I think it's just important to always stay true to yourself, and then improve.
Velvet. Kazakhs.
It's true, honestly. I'm waiting for the Kazakhs. Okay, well, hold up. I will say, though, you've been, obviously, everyone knows you've been speedrunning it, right? With the career you've had. I remember watching you. I think it was even back before it was the NLC, where it was Nordic qualifier and LEC qualifier that was going on back then. And now you're moving up towards MSI. I even saw you now winning. It felt emotional for you. How are you anticipating an international like MSI all of a sudden?
Yeah, I mean, I'm extremely hyped. I've watched the LCK LPL youngsters for a while now, and I've always wanted to play versus them. I could only do it in solo queue when they came 2-3 years ago. I don't remember, but yeah, I really want to play versus them. One I want to play the most against is probably Canyon. I watched him for so long, and I think he's probably one of the best youngsters in the world. And yeah, hopefully I can meet Canyon there, but maybe they won't make it. I don't know. I want to play versus T1 as well. So yeah, it's going to be really fun for me.
Oh, it's so exciting. And I wish it was now, but it's not, because the spring split is right around the corner. In fact, we have the schedule for week 1, which is in 2 weeks, give or take. Well, a week and a half. Well, actually 2 weeks, because it starts on a Saturday. Exile, Fnatic, we've got BDS-SK, Mad Lions Vitality, Koi G2, and, Astralis Koi, and Heretics G2. What do you think about the opening match for you, Broken Blade?
I looked at the first week. It does look pretty easy.
But do you know all the matches already?
But they're humble.
Yeah, we're humble. We're probably gonna win, guys. But let's stay humble. It's if we lose, we were not humble. It's like that. But I think we play against Heretics. I think it was Astralis and one stronger team. I'm not sure. Do you know?
I have no
SK,
idea.
Maybe? I don't know.
Could be SK.
Have someone check.
Definitely very excited to play against Jankos. I hope they improved since they got kicked out, right? Shout out to Jankos, yeah. I hope he ganks me a lot. And it's going to be a fun game. I'm excited already.
Okay, Yike, do you want to say something to the G2 faithful that have been cheering very loudly for you?
Okay. So I actually never expected myself to have these kind of fans that's sharing so much every day, every time we play on stage. And it was the same first week. I feel like I played really good first week, and I feel like the fans actually helped me play really good, because they were sharing my name all the time and they were hyping me up. And it was the same today. They were cheering for me, and I felt really, really hyped and excited to play. And it was really easy for me to play. And I feel like, yeah, they're just insane. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Let's take a PGL selfie. I've made an executive decision that the Polaroid is not being used.
Yeah,
so
whoever
anyways,
recommended that?
Here we go. Yay. And the crowd, maybe? Awesome. Well, that's time for us to sign off. The winter split is already over. It's gone so fast, but don't worry, we'll be back in literally 2 weeks. You won't even have time to miss us. G2, though, they can bask in their glory as they are the champions of the very first winter split. Ramaz taking off with the cup, so that's fantastic. Have a great night, and we'll see you in spring.
Around the world. Welcome to the final series of the finals weekend here from the LEC Winter Split. Today, the artists of G2 Esports take on the pride of Mad Lions.
Mad Lions! Mad Lions! Mad Lions! Mad Lions, this game, Mad Lions!
I'll take Sapling in here to keep Caps safe. Does exactly that. Elyoya spotted, walking forward. Caps retreats down towards the bottom side where there's another Sapling waiting, and Niski will face tank it. Caps turns around, twin bangs for the kill.
He said wait for 6 and a Chasey.
Looking for the knockback with Broken Blade. I did not expect that burst.
Oh, nice. I'm coming.
Looking
We can fight this, maybe. I can flash. Can you see someone?
Nice, looks good. We have ult. Oh, nice dodge.
Go.
I can ult.
Go. Nice.
All in.
Nice. Take.
Niski has the exhaust. Mickey going in underneath the tower, already one gone. They catch out Kazi. Niski's going to join the party here, though. Hansama dashing through. Hiddesank falls for the double, and G2 will just be forced away. Niski still stands forward. Good petrol engage, but the cleanse from Hansama. Perfectly timed from him, and they baited out smart and mad. Niski thought he could find something, but G2 slammed the door in their face.
I'm kidding. I'm not going to do it.
You can throw blow kiss.
No, I'm not gonna blow a kiss. No, I'm not gonna blow a kiss. No, it's so good.
Blow it.
No, I can't. Sorry.
Flash and will back away. There's the Weaver's wall. Chasey looking for the knockback. What can you do here? Chasey dives in. Seismic shove just wide. Chasey can turn this one. Caps has to ghost. Caps!
Go. Save it.
Anyone, guys, no flashes. Everyone.
Okay, first target now. Sivir cannot connect. I'm about to flash over the wall.
Go on, Sivir after. Go Nash, no, guys?
Man, all hell the retreat. They've already lost one. They've lost two. And G2 open up a double for Hansama. Looking for 3, looking for 4, looking to take all 5. 9 titles before today. History and Historia for G2 as they claim their 10th title.
Blinded by blessings, but I know that no go back. Never gonna know, but I guess that we were gold dust. Whoa. And she said, remember when we're done. Life goes on, and I love the moonlight, the sunshine, your sweet, sweet goodbye. Sweet ocean, your sweet, sweet goodbye. Yeah, I love the moonlight underneath the sad sky.